This scarred up dude right here is our main protagonist Zeke Draker. He's the first direct descendant of the Dragonslayer clan, but he couldn't awaken his powers, instead getting healer talent over swordsman skills, so he got booted from his own family and now he's pretty much about to fucking kick the bucket. All because of some mysterious artifact he's cornered deep in a snowy mountain cave by a gang of thugs. Eyeing his pathetic state, one of the goons let out a mocking laugh. "You dumb fuck, you think you can slip our encirclement, huh? Where's that ancient relic stashed?" As they spoke, they shot Zeke warning glares right in front of them. Zeke had both arms chopped off in the fight, yet his face showed zero fear, even flipping the mockery back at the bandits. "You moron, if you were me, would you rat it out?" Hearing that the hooded leader couldn't contain his fury at Zeke's cluelessness to his dire straits, that cocky asshole, he snarled, lunging like he wanted to skewer Zeke. "Good thing his rational teammate held him back. Forget it, we gotta contact the main squad first." With that, he whipped out a comm stone and spoke to the other end. "We've nabbed the Northern Phantom. Confirm our coordinates, please." The stone crackled back. "Coordinates locked. We'll be there shortly." Comms done, he had to grudgingly praise Zeke's grit. "You're one tough bastard. Unbelievable you're still holding on with both arms hacked off. But why's the Northern Phantom chasing the artifact the Emperor wants?" He wondered aloud. No need for Zeke's answer. His hooded buddy chimed in. "What else? He's just stirring shit. We've put up with him long enough time to have some fun before the main team rolls in and repays all the headaches he's caused us. Brace yourself, Northern Phantom. We won't quit till you're begging to die," the villain said coolly, drawing his hip sword. Meanwhile, his hooded pal got an idea and eagerly suggested, "Let's flip for who goes first. No time to waste," he said, flicking a coin skyward. "All right, heads, I get first dibs." The hooded guy grinned. While those two idiots fixated on the coin, Zeke sure as hell wasn't sitting duck. He seized the chance, clamping his jaws on a severed arm nearby. Jamming it to his stump, then boom, miracle light burst from the wound, visibly knitting the parts back together. "I ain't going out like this helpless. I'm the Draker clan's first failed awakener, Zeke Draker. Born into the mighty Dragonslayer clan with a body that couldn't handle dragon aura, I flopped the awakening, what should have been a knight's birthright. Got treated like garbage and exiled from the family, so I did whatever it took to get stronger and survive. Someone once said chasing power alone leaves you empty, but that's crap. Only the strong can spout that," Zeke thought inwardly, and with his right arm healed, he snatched the ground sword and blitzed forward at breakneck speed. Clueless, the two baddies happily checked the coin's sweet heads. The hooded thug jeered, pumped he'd land the killing blow on Zeke. But the instant he eyed the result, Zeke's blade whipped across his throat, decapitating him. It went down so fast his buddy couldn't even react. Then after a dazed second, he gripped his sword tight, battle ready. Pity it didn't save him more than seconds, cause right after dropping the hood, Zeke wheeled on him. One casual swing and Zeke's sword snapped the bandit's blade in half while carving a bone-deep gash. The thug didn't even gurgle before croaking. Staring at the still bleeding corpse, Zeke reminded himself, the weak get smashed by the strong and everything they own gets snatched. That's this world's harsh truth. Right then, outside the cave, footsteps thundered, grabbing Zeke's attention. Reinforcements for the two fresh kills. Seeing himself surrounded, Zeke snagged his left arm, reattached it to heal, and Tusk, damn guess, escapes off the table. The bandits gawked at him, sticking his arm back on. "What the fuck, he just reattached it. Freak shows, disgusting. But whatever, lop his head and he's toast." Murmurs rippled. Enemies meet, no point yapping, they crash together, sword greetings flying. No clue how long later the brawl ended. Bandit bodies slumped in blood puddles on the ground, Zeke himself skewered with who knows how many blades in his back. Even with his busted regen, he knew he'd hit limit. "Fuck, looks like I'm off to meet the Reaper soon. No revenge, but at least I swiped the Emperor's artifact. Guess that's something." Thinking it, Zeke fished a purple dragon-etched crystal from his pocket. Clutching it, his hand shook as he whispered, "Sorry, Alicia, so damn sorry." With that, Zeke's eyes drifted shut, ready to check out forever. Meanwhile, blood trickled from his forehead down his nose, plopping onto the stone. Then kaboom, it unleashed a massive energy surge. With it, a shadowy figure materialized behind him, an ancient dragon soul carved into persistent wool. Emergency measure triggered. Zeke Draker, do you consent? To Zeke, those words were meaningless, dying delirium bullshit. "Shut up, do your thing," he thought silently, and like that sealed it. The voice pressed on. "Awakening pact confirmed, irreversible, promised, power activating, countdown 5 4 3 2 1. Time zipped by now. Kid Zeke eyed his mirror self, stroking his chin, mulling it over. "I look like this. So I really regressed to the past. Hard to believe. I still feel that sword gut stab clear as day. This place is super familiar. Draker Family Training Academy, the Cradle. Dragonslayer clan, Draker, one of the big three great clans from Terrakin Draker. The hero who saved the continent, slaying evil dragon Bahamut in the war 1,000 years back. His heirs birthed the current Draker clan as Dragonslayer Terrakin's blood, all Drakers blessed with holy aura. Easily awakening top-tier holy aura into holy knights. Except me," Zeke snarked inwardly, then the robotic voice chimed in, his head management system booting. "Awaken a soul identified. confirmed 100% match, awaken a soul selected. Ancient Dragon will acceptance and full merge confirmed partial system access granted pleased to meet you Zeke Draker status window view activating opening status window. Low tier admin status window name Zeke Draker class rare healing sorcerer title Ancient Dragon blessed healing class skills calm mind vitality restore sensory amp skills precise stab low e novice / e novice critical hit D novice dragon arts locked need 10 points to unlock current karma points none. Back to Zeke the pop-up screen sparked his curiosity he poked around lots of stuff like a magic vid artifact activated Huck and swiped through it like magic vid. Navigate just the same. Plus classes and skills dragon tongues obsolete in modern times. Master said ancients class themselves by specialties. Each class drills unique text called skills his healing sorcerer means he can heal. Recalling Master's words Zeke shivered at past life training memories post-awakening she drilled him near death. But status confirms healing sorcerer. Time to test if status is legit. Last life healing sorcerer moment hit at 20 right after Ether Hall unlocked. If so Zeke thought closing eyes focusing inward on his body's energy. Boom energy flooded him Zeke beamed couldn't hide it knew it Ether Hall's open. With this I get it my trained body's gone. But I regressed with skills and memories huge edge over pre-regression. Gotta leverage it by scoping my toolkit. With that Zeke dove into the system screen, but before digging deeper a man's voice hit from the door young Master Zeke coming in playing Heidi Won't Fly. The familiar voice jolted Zeke into panic fumbling to kill the screen crap not done yet how do I close this? Outside the guy didn't wait for invite just burst in here I am. Unbelievable you're still not ready what gives this burly old butler getup was Zeke's manservant Decker. Facing Zeke seeing Decker spot nothing off he inwardly sighed phew didn't catch the window lucky then asked prep for what? Decker's reply turned pissed eyes flashing menace as he growled you for real young Master Zeke totally normal words but they chilled Zeke to the bone. Yeah kid me was scared shitless of Decker 32-year-old mind or not that body deep fear stuck. Thinking it he shook nonstop till system caught his freak out auto firing class skill calm mind clearing Zeke's head. Class skill calm mind users psyche stays rock solid any situation total composure lock. Back to Zeke anxiety blinked out this a skill 2 auto activates clutch Zeke nodded meanwhile oblivious Decker kept on I've repeated a ton this is huge you hear me young Master Zeke. To talk about that evaluation test, we have to mention a pretty interesting tradition. All members of the Draker family have to go through a training system called the Cradle, starting from age 7, and over the next 5 years they undergo strict basic training. The instructors evaluate the new students each year through swordsmanship competitions as well as unrestricted pancration matches. Opponents are chosen by the instructors, but sometimes students can pick their own if both agree, and since there are no rules, some matches end with serious injuries or even death. But because this competition is used to assign the classes students will join in the academy, the kids have no choice but to fight with everything they've got. Cut to a vast arena. At this moment, a group of children is gathered here, preparing for the pancration evaluation test. Up on the fighting platform, a grown man raises his voice to the group. As everyone knows, today is the pancration match day. I trust all of you know this is the final part of the evaluation, right? Yes, sir, the kids below shout in unison. Hearing that, the brown-haired guy nods in satisfaction and continues. Good, looks like everyone's spirits are high. Then let's get started right now, get ready. He's the head instructor. Panmark, inside the crowd, Zeke is here too, and all around him the other kids are looking at him with contempt and judgment. There's Zeke, got humiliated last year and he's still here this year. If I were him I'd have run away already. How the hell is he direct line blood anyway? Poor guy. Hey, I can hear all of that, Zeke grumbled inwardly. But he doesn't bother responding to the comments. Turning back to the platform, Pan starts calling the first names. Aaron, Goda, come up here. Yes, sir. Both candidates reply and quickly run onto the arena. Then once they're in ready stance, Pan shouts, prepare to begin. The words barely finish when the brown-haired boy Goda charges forward like a leopard to seize the initiative. However, before his fist can land on his opponent, Aaron fires a straight kick right into his chin, rattling his brain nonstop until he rolls over and passes out instantly. Up in the stands, Zeke watches the scene and yawns in boredom. That match is over. That's what happens when you don't go on the defensive properly. Zeke mutters to himself, and sure enough, just as he predicted, after taking that single hit, Goda can't get back up. Goda can no longer continue. Aaron wins, Pan announces loudly. And so the matches proceed one after another, while Zeke grows more and more fed up watching. I thought back when I was little I was scared to death of this, but these guys are nothing. With that, he covers his mouth and lets out another big yawn. Not sure if you noticed, but right now on another stand there's a freckle-faced kid staring at him with eyes full of excitement, like he's looking at prey, his hands trembling nonstop from the thrill. Then very quickly Zeke's turn arrives, and by some coincidence his opponent is exactly that freckle-faced kid. Zeke, Leon, both of you ready? Yes, sir, they both reply, on one side. Zeke sees his opponent is this pancration freak and rubs his eyes in boredom, while Leon looks at him with utter contempt. Look who's back again. Guess last year I didn't take good enough care of you, huh? Those words make Zeke remember last year's match. When the weak Zeke had to kneel and beg him to stop. I'm sorry, Leon Conrad, please spare me this time. Back to the present, Zeke feels zero worry toward him now. Whatever, he's always been my opponent every year anyway. I'm sure he pulled some dirty tricks behind the scenes. His family probably spouts nonsense like you have to overcome filthy tricks like this to become a true dragon slayer. Why the hell is trash like that my cousin? In my previous life, the 4 direct line siblings never even met yet. Here I've got a whole bunch of cousins always ready to bully me. Thinking about it, Zeke breaks into an indescribable smile. Across from him, unaware of Zeke's inner thoughts, Leon keeps spewing contempt. Gotta hand it to you, Zeke Draker. You're really brave coming back here after getting beaten to a pulp last time. Or maybe you're just too stupid to learn your lesson because you're so pathetic. As he talks, the little punk taps his own head, and though Zeke feels a flicker of anger at the provocation, his calm mind skill wipes it out instantly. Been a while since I heard his dumb insults again. Zeke lets out a sigh and glares in warning. Hey, I won't go easy if you call me that one more time. In response, Leon steps forward, pats Zeke's head, and taunts. So what are you gonna do about it, you pathetic shorty? Hearing that, Zeke decides words won't convince him anymore. In a flash, he swings and slams a fist straight into the idiot's face, sending his whole body flying like a torn sack. At the same time, the system notifies. Critical strike skill activated. Grade D critical strike deals critical damage to enemy, may be countered if attack failed. Up ahead, Leon starts clutching his face and howling in pain like a little dog. My face, he trembles out. Meanwhile, Zeke himself is a bit stunned by the power in his own punch. I only meant to knock him out, but the skill triggered on a normal hit. I really can't control this ability well. Back to the head instructor Pan, he sees Zeke strike first and questions him. What are you doing, Zeke Draker? You attacked before I even said begin. In reply, Zeke sighs at the teacher's naivety. Who the hell waits for ready on a real battlefield? The one who strikes first gains the advantage. With that, Zeke flashes a sly, cunning smile. That makes Pan up ahead feel an invisible danger enveloping him. Was that killing intent I just sensed? He asks himself inwardly. Meanwhile, Leon has suppressed his pain enough to speak. I'm fine, sir. Please start the match. I'll take care of that damn shorty bastard, Leon says with a face twisted in rage, while Zeke gives a mocking smile. Looks like you're the one too dumb to learn a lesson. Standing nearby, Pan sees both of them ready to tear into each other and has no reason to stop it. Then prepare to begin. The words no sooner leave his mouth than Leon channels power into his legs and charges like an arrow shot from a bow. However, looking at Zeke's calm face ahead, for some reason fear creeps into his heart. What the, am I scared because of that punch earlier? But that punch didn't do enough damage. If I stay alert, it's nothing. What I need to watch for is his left-hand counterattack. It's way too obvious. Thinking that, Leon smirks inwardly and immediately drops low to dodge Zeke's incoming punch, while grabbing Zeke's thigh with one hand and his waist with the other, then pushing forward to throw him off balance. Die, you pathetic bastard! Leon roars in glee as if he can already see his victory. But a second later, he suddenly realizes his body won't stay upright. When he looks again, Zeke is sitting several meters away. What just happened? Leon asks himself, still not processing it. Unlike him, head instructor Pan watching from the side saw everything. And that's why he's utterly stunned. You've got to be kidding. Is this really the combat sense of a 12-year-old kid? The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counter and tried to take him down, I thought Leon had it in the bag, but Zeke punched Leon's chin and slipped out of his grip. That was Leon's mistake for dropping his guard thinking he'd caught Zeke. But Zeke was way too calm despite the failed counter, the focus and precision needed to land such effective, accurate damage. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? Pan wonders inwardly as he stares at the familiar yet strangely distant figure ahead. Back to Leon, right now dizziness still clouds his head, making it impossible to act steadily. Damn it, like this I can't do anything. First I need to create distance. Thinking that, before Leon can even step back, Zeke charges in fast and delivers a powerful hook kick straight into his thigh, making his whole body buckle slightly. I'm dead. He's so small, how is he this strong? Leon cries out inwardly, then he regains his stance and throws a punch straight at Zeke's face. You damn shorty, how dare you? As he says it, Leon thinks confidently, alright, this time I've got my power under control. Across from him, Zeke activates his heightened senses skill, temporarily boosting all his senses. Through his eyes, Leon's incoming fist suddenly moves in extreme slow motion. Feels so familiar. Now that I'm used to controlling ether, let's end this match. With that thought, he lightly blocks the punch. But it's not over. Right after, Zeke grabs Leon's arm with both hands and executes a perfect over-the-shoulder throw. The slam is so powerful that Leon's body crashes into the floor and cracks it into countless pieces. Yet Zeke isn't stopping there. He immediately activates his precise strike skill. Precise strike targets the enemy's weak point to deal critical damage. Right now, Zeke's elbow slams right into the idiot's sternum, causing countless cracks to spread through his bone structure. Then Zeke sits upright on top of him and raises his fist. Even an idiot like you can learn a lesson from this, right? You'll only know once you try. Break a little sweat and your mind clears up a lot. I can finally recognize who's who around here. Stop starring if you've got something to say. Come down here. As he speaks, Zeke scans the weaklings up above with eyes full of provocation. In response to his words, a kid with reddish-brown hair arrogantly declares, "Zeke Draker, I choose you as my Pancration opponent. Like you said, I've got something to say." Hearing that, the protagonist turns his attention and recognizes him as Jaken Vardek, another cousin. Thinking that, Zeke casually accepts, "Fine, but just you alone would be boring. Liam Stone, you join too." As he says it, Zeke stares hard at the big guy right behind Jaken. That's Jaken's servant. I think that makes it fair. With that, Zeke flashes a contemptuous smile, making Jaken grit his teeth audibly. "Did you just insult me?" he asks through clenched teeth, and Zeke replies with an adorably innocent face. "Yup, dummy." He says it in a playful, chirpy tone, but it only makes Liam even angrier. "Zeke Draker, I'm definitely going to kill you." Jaken mutters inwardly. Next, both of them step down into the arena, and before the match starts, head instructor Pan worriedly reminds Zeke, "Don't do anything before I give the signal, Zeke Draker." Yeah, Zeke nods casually. At the same time, he focuses on the big guy in front of him. Interesting running into him here again. The future mercenary king Liam. Even in my previous life as Jaken's servant, he joined the cradle and the academy. But as distant kin, he got left out of advanced education. He begged to join the higher training at Valhalla Academy, but ended up joining a knight order in a small nation called Baranal. After Baranal fell, he became a mercenary in the chaotic era where people flocked to the strong. After years as a mercenary, he became a Crimson Knight and founded his own mercenary group, the Stone Mercenaries. He unified the three biggest mercenary bands and quickly earned the title Mercenary King. Hired by the Empire, Liam's Stone Mercenaries joined the Continental War, and along with the Northern forces, faced Liam as an enemy. Zeke thinks to himself, unaware of these thoughts in Zeke's mind. Pan sees both sides ready and calls out, "Prepare to begin." The words barely finish when Jaken launches a lightning-fast attack, his punch so powerful it makes the air explode with a boom. However, the punch isn't enough to trouble Zeke. Zeke catches his fist cleanly in his hand. "I said come at me together, didn't I?" Zeke says with an ice-cold expression while radiating dangerous aura, making Jaken sweat a little in worry. "You think I'll fall for your cheap trick?" As he speaks, he swings a high kick straight at Zeke's head, but right after he feels sharp pain shoot straight into his brain. The reason? His kick had slammed directly into Zeke's elbow. "Look carefully before you kick." Zeke taunts, and because of that injury, Jaken temporarily can't launch another attack. Taking advantage while he's distracted by his leg, Zeke charges in to check on his health. "Looking where, huh?" As he says it, he balls his fist, preparing to strike. Seeing that, Jaken immediately raises both arms to block. However, it's just a feint from Zeke. "Looks like you're overreacting a bit. Can't even spot a fake attack." "That's why I said come together, one of you alone isn't enough." With that, Zeke casually kicks straight into his knee, throwing him off balance. Taking the chance, Zeke spins to the side and lands a punch into his ribs, making Jaken cough up blood from the pain. Out of options, realizing his own weakness is useless against Zeke, he immediately calls for help from his subordinate behind. "Liam, kill this bastard." The little dog barks loudly, and this time facing the future mercenary king, Zeke drops his contemptuous attitude. "He's only 12 like us, right? The most annoying thing fighting him is his insane reach. If he gets the first move, I won't be able to do anything. I have to seize the initiative." Thinking that, right as Liam prepares to swing, Zeke charges forward fast and throws a straight punch, intercepting his attack before it can even launch. Right after that, Zeke activated his slash skill, Grade D slash, a technique that unleashes a barrage of attacks on the opponent while obstructing their vision. At that moment, Zeke's body suddenly split into countless purple afterimages, launching continuous strikes from every direction toward Liam's body, leaving him no choice but to curl up and defend. Watching the scene, the faces of the observing students gradually changed. "That's insane, what the hell is that?" they muttered in confusion. But among the entire crowd, only instructor Pan recognized the skill. "That's right, you kids must be very surprised because this is something you've never seen before. It's Northern Fist technique from the Central Lands, but in a place dominated by swordsmanship like this, how could Zeke possibly know it?" Back to the protagonist, unleashing that barrage of attacks put considerable strain on his own body. Right now, he was already cursing his trash physique inwardly. "Damn it, my body was crippled since I was a kid, just this much and it's already aching all over." But putting that aside, that monster stamina is the real problem. He didn't counterattack, didn't dodge, just took everything head-on. He's even more ferocious than he was as the mercenary king, and my body's already reaching its limit. Only now do I truly see how strong his body really is. However, I'll break through his defense and take him down. Thinking that, Zeke took a deep breath and concentrated power into his right fist. Across from him, Liam's eyes narrowed slightly as if sensing the change in Zeke. So he raised his focus to the absolute maximum. Then without any warning, Zeke's figure flashed and appeared right in front of him. At the same time, he threw his punch, but with terrifying reflexes, Liam slightly tilted his head to the side. Simultaneously, he slammed his palm into Zeke's arm to redirect the punch. The failed attack inevitably left Zeke feeling bitter. He dodged it. He can't even see ether with the naked eye. All the people here have insane senses, he thought to himself, while Zeke was still dazed in thought. Liam used his left hand to grip Zeke's right wrist tightly. Then the big guy leveraged his monstrous strength to hurl Zeke's body like throwing a chair. However, the protagonist wasn't one to take it lying down. The instant his body was thrown forward, Zeke tucked his legs up, using the momentum to drive his knee straight into Liam's head. After that, he activated his heightened senses skill to boost perception speed and clamped both legs around Liam's neck in a tight hold. No matter how strong the body, if the brain gets no oxygen, it can't do anything, Zeke thought inwardly while tightening his legs even more. However, Liam had no intention of just taking it. He immediately started hammering his left fist repeatedly into Zeke's ribs, forcing Zeke to cough up blood. This crazy bastard. Fine, let's see who outlasts who. He gritted his teeth and endured. Just like that, the two began a pure test of endurance, and in the end, the one who gave in was Liam. He rolled over unconscious from lack of oxygen. Up in the stands, another kid watched Zeke's victory and broke into a delighted smile. Good, I was expecting at least this much from you. Only then are you worth crushing, Zeke Draker. Time flew by quickly. Cut to Zeke's private room. At this moment, old butler Decker was kindly inquiring. I heard you were badly injured during the pancration match. Are you all right, young master? If it's not too rude, may I check your pulse? He asked calmly, but how could that question fool Zeke? He immediately guessed the old man's intention. He must want to check if I've awakened aura yet. Realizing the purpose, Zeke told him to wait a moment so he could finish dressing before extending his hand for the check. Seeing that the old man didn't forget to thank him. Thank you, young master. Then Decker gently touched Zeke's hand and slowly sent his own energy into the boy's arm to probe. However, the moment he felt the energy moving through his body, Zeke couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds in shock. Wait, he's a blue knight. When checking if someone has awakened, people usually only examine the Danshin, but he's doing it extremely thoroughly. Just channeling aura into someone else's body is already difficult enough, yet he can control it with such precision. He must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They're classified by martial prowess and mastery of aura manipulation. White swordsmen are the basic level. Most children before the blessing ceremony are white swordsmen, then come yellow swordsmen. That's the level after awakening aura and opening the Danshin. All students in the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the blessing ceremony. Once you learn to freely control aura, you're granted the title of knight. Purple knights are the level where you can infuse aura into your sword for enhancement. Blue knights are the level where you can manifest aura blades. And the transcendent realm, the limit reached by the mercenary King Liam back then. And before my reincarnation, I had reached Crimson Knight. There's also Black Knights. But on the entire continent, there are only a handful of such monsters. So how could someone strong enough to be a commander end up as my caretaker? No, more importantly, he can't possibly detect my ether. In this world, only two people can use it. Zeke muttered inwardly, and just as he predicted, after a while of checking, old Decker found nothing and had to stop his probing. However, his instincts still told him Zeke seemed to be hiding something. Young master. Are you hiding something from me? He said while staring sharply at Zeke. Hearing that Zeke didn't answer but countered with a question. Is that so? Then what are you hiding from me? Zeke's sudden question made Decker fall silent for a moment. Then without waiting for an answer, the protagonist waved his hand. I'm just kidding. Hearing that, old Decker let out a breath and turned to ask. Why have you changed so suddenly, young master? In reply, Zeke looked at him with the eyes of a superior. Wrong question, Decker. You should be asking why I only changed now. Many things will change from here on. Everything will return to its proper place, so all you need to do is follow me. Across from him, Decker fell silent for 2 seconds after hearing that, as if evaluating the words. Then he nodded and bowed. Understood, young master. I understand. I prepared the training room as you requested. Good, I like how efficient you always are, Zeke said with satisfaction. Then see you later, young master. Please rest. Zeke waved him off and quickly left the room. At the same time, Zeke vaguely guessed why someone so powerful was by his side. If he was ordered to monitor me, then I just need to keep him close to extract information when the chance comes. The issue is who gave the order to monitor me. I don't think it's from my mother's side. It must be one of the siblings, Zeke judged inwardly. Cut to the training room. It seemed this was Zeke's first time here, so he was a bit surprised by its sheer size. Whoa, this is a personal training room. This family really lives up to its reputation, he marveled. He muttered and quickly opened his status window to check. Next, Zeke immediately noticed the changes in his status. My slash skill has reached mastery. It levels up the more I use it, huh? Skills activate naturally based on actions, so I already had it before. If I learn something new, will it get added here as a skill? What's the difference between regular skills and school faction skills? They activate similarly. And this too, Dragonkin technique, currently locked and requires 10 points to unlock. Thinking that he tried tapping the karma points button to check, and the system quickly gave an explanation notification. Karma points: you can earn karma points by killing monsters. Current karma points, 0. After reading the description, Zeke's face showed a thoughtful expression. Monsters, huh? Dungeons are full of them, but I need to at least become a purple knight to go there. More than that, I'm curious why I reincarnated to the past and what this system even is. These skills and classes tell me it's definitely related to that ancient treasure. But right now, I have too little information. The more he thought, the more curious Zeke became. However, he couldn't figure anything out at the moment, so Zeke tossed the issue to the back of his mind to deal with later. Phew, whatever. As long as it makes me stronger, I'll use it, whether it's this system I'm using or being a Draker family member. He muttered and forced himself to raise the sword in front of him. But his whole body trembled nonstop just from its weight. Then, while holding the sword, Zeke reviewed knowledge from his previous life's training. There are two known powers in this world: Knight's Aura and Mage's Mana. Knights strengthen aura in the dance, while mages channel mana through magic circles. These two powers are at opposite extremes, so once you awaken one, you can't awaken the other. However, I was so unlucky I couldn't awaken either Danshin or magic circle, so the family disowned me and I wandered until I met my master. He taught me a lot, but the most useful things were healing skills and the ether cavity. Through the ether cavity that my master developed, I was able to use the energy of nature, ether. My master and I were the only two users in the world, thinking that he swung the sword wildly to train. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, Zeke was dog-tired, huffing and puffing. Just 2 hours of training and I already feel like I'm about to pass out. But it should be fine, right? As he spoke, he propped himself up with a sword to keep from collapsing and to deal with his fatigue. Zeke activated his healing skill to restore vitality, instantly making his exhausted body feel refreshed like before he got tired. Healing is an extremely rare skill. I didn't even know it existed until I met my master. If I use it in front of others, they'll think I'm some freak. That's why I couldn't use it during the fight with Liam. I have to heal myself quickly once I get back to my room. Now that I'm recovered, let's keep going. With that, he dove back into training once more. Time flew until evening. At this point, Zeke finally stopped because his stomach started growling for food. Ha, dinner time already, huh? Zeke let out a light breath before looking at the floor now covered in countless sword marks and wondering how to explain this to Decker. Just like that, time passed quickly. 1 week later, cut to the dining hall of the Cradle. At this moment, everyone was starting to gossip about Zeke's change. Hey, have you heard about Zeke? He's completely different now. Someone spoke up, making the person next to him surprised. That loser, maybe he dabbled in black magic. Hope he takes down some of the stronger ones. Yeah, another agreed. Cut to a luxurious dining room. Right now, 4 young masters were eating together. Meanwhile, the kid Riene Turun was devouring his food like a starving demon. On the other side, a handsome boy spoke up to remind Leon. You might not feel like eating, but eat anyway. You need energy for the swordsmanship duel. This handsome kid's name was Owen Zimmons. In response to the kind words, Leon clenched his fist and jutted his chin. You trying to piss me off? I was just being friendly, but looks like your inferiority complex is really bad. Owen replied coolly, making Leon unable to hold back his anger. He slammed the table and shouted, "What?" That table slam sent Riene's steak flying off the plate, and Leon started receiving an irritated glare from him. The ice-cold gaze made Leon not even dare meet his eyes. Putting that aside, Jakin spoke up about Zeke. So what are we going to do? Zeke Draker, in response, Owen's expression immediately changed. I'm not sure. The Pancration match was brutal but impressive. However, he'll be pathetic once it switches to swordsmanship. What can he do when he can't even hold a sword? Hearing that, Leon across from him latched onto the excuse. Exactly, he's so weak they had to make him a custom sword because normal ones are too heavy for him. Yeah, no way I lost to that shorty for real. Everyone who watched knows, he only beat me in Pancration by sheer luck. Back to Riene, seeing these weaklings keep making excuses for their failures, he directly stood up from his chair. Luck. If you really believe that, then none of you deserve to become Draker family knights. With that, he contemptuously left the table and the group immediately. A sword duel, not like Pancration. Swordsmanship is used here and it's the cause of most accidents in the Cradle. It's also where the skill gap between students is clearest, and 1 month after the current exam, the blessing ceremony will be held, the event where Draker family members awaken aura. Cut to the arena. At this moment, head instructor Pan called out, Zeke, step forward. Hearing that Zeke carried a ridiculously long sword forward, the sword in his hand made everyone feel strange. What's with that absurdly long sword? Does he think using a bigger one makes him stronger? Murmurs started rising from the stands. Across from him, Zeke's opponent was that girl Riene. "Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent," she said with blazing fighting spirit. While Zeke wasn't afraid of anyone, so he accepted right away. "Sounds good, I accept the challenge." With that, he pointed his sword straight at her face, hearing those words. Riene calmly drew her own sword while assessing Zeke's strength. He's holding that sword two-handed so easily. Facing him now, I can say, this is no longer the Zeke I knew, the one who could barely hold a sword. Could it be because he's grown up, his aura? The more she thought, the more unsettled Riene felt. Then very quickly she gritted her teeth and reminded herself, what am I even saying? I can't let him intimidate me before the fight even starts. I accept with confidence, back to Zeke, though he had declared it with full confidence earlier. In truth, his heart didn't feel as easy as he made it seem, like I've always done, but fighting the Lightning Knight is going to be pretty intense. Riene Turun, she's also known as the Lightning Knight, one of the knights who built her reputation during the Continental War and is recognized as one of the strongest in the next generation of the Draker family. Since she's one of those who awakened aura before the blessing ceremony, she must have awakened her aura a few years ago at this point. But she never used it in the cradle. She said she wanted to improve her fundamentals first. Zeke thought to himself. Next, head instructor Pan saw both had steadied themselves and shouted loudly, "Begin." The words barely faded when Riene's body flashed like lightning and thrust her sword straight toward Zeke. However, the attack was deflected to the side by Zeke using the sword in his hand. Seeing that, Riene immediately retreated to keep distance. Then she started leveraging her superior speed to circle around behind Zeke's back and unleashed another powerful thrusting strike. But even this was blocked as Zeke raised his sword horizontally to parry. However, the force of the attack couldn't be underestimated at all. Zeke's body was nearly pushed out of the arena after taking the hit. "She's better than I expected," Zeke praised inwardly. Meanwhile, Riene gave him almost no time to think before launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Up in the stands, the idiot Leon, unaware of both their strengths, shouted, "Stop messing around with him, finish him off in one hit." Riene, hearing that, Jakin beside him reluctantly tried to explain to the pig-headed fool, "You're so dumb. Does it look like Riene's playing with him at all?" Back to Riene's perspective, while unleashing strikes to pin Zeke down, she was also calculating ways to break through his defense. Though narrow, I can still sense an opening. However, no matter how quickly I try to seize the advantage from it, his sword meets mine as if nullifying all my efforts. And right after another opening appears. Exactly, it feels like a training spar meant to teach me. The more she thought, the more Riene doubted her own senses. Then after another sword clash, Riene's body was pushed backward and both sides temporarily paused their attacks, because sweat was beading on Riene's face from the constant assault. While our protagonist hadn't shed a single drop of sweat, he even felt a bit bored. So this is how the Lightning Knight fights back in the cradle. Her sword play is straightforward, just what you'd expect from someone obsessed with fundamentals, but that's exactly what's holding her back. Let's see, why don't I help her break out of her shell? Thinking that, Zeke lowered his stance like a leopard ready to pounce. Across from him, the swordswoman saw Zeke's posture and immediately went on high alert, an extremely low attack stance. He plans to close the distance in one move. My speed isn't ordinary. Come at me, Zeke Draker, Riene muttered inwardly. And right after that, Zeke launched his attack. His body flashed once and he appeared right in front of her. But as long as there's distance between us, reacting to his move isn't impossible to block, Riene thought inwardly and hurriedly dodged the protagonist's downward slash. However, she couldn't predict Zeke's next action. At this moment, he began swinging his sword diagonally, slicing across the arena floor straight toward Riene. The strike pulled up countless stone fragments that flew along with it, and successfully hit her face, leaving Riene's face streaked with blood. However, with no time to dwell on that, Riene hurriedly regained her stance. But Zeke had already seized the moment. She lost balance and charged it, swinging his sword straight at the female swordswoman's throat. I'm done for, Riene thought inwardly. Yet in some miraculous way, her speed and power suddenly surged beyond imagination, and she instantly knocked Zeke's sword flying. Around them, the crowd watching her victory went wild, cheering like mad. Zeke lost. Riene really is something. She didn't even use aura like usual. Unlike them, Pan, who had observed from start to finish, had completely different thoughts. No, that's wrong. The students didn't notice. But when Zeke's attack approached Riene, she used the smallest possible amount of aura, an amount so tiny it was almost undetectable. Riene, who had sworn never to use aura until officially entering the academy. He forced her to do it, he said while looking at the dazed Riene to the side. Meanwhile, Zeke took advantage of her momentary lapse in guard and charged straight in without the slightest hesitation. What is she doing? The fight isn't over yet. With that, Zeke unleashed a strike straight at Riene's throat, forcing her to immediately bleed and drop to her knees before him. Up in the stands, everyone seeing his action started hurling insults. This is proper sword combat. We won't tolerate such a cowardly attack. Exactly, a knight throwing away his sword. This is Riene's victory. You have no quality to become a knight. Truly shameful. Curses began ringing out one after another, however. Zeke didn't pay much attention to the jeers. For him, winning was enough. Across from him, after a few seconds of rest, Riene struggled to prop herself up and stand. Seeing that, Zeke asked, "Want to keep going?" Hearing those words, her inner self struggled a bit. "I haven't lost yet. He only hit because I let my guard down. Let my guard down. If he'd had a dagger instead of bare hands, I wouldn't even have the chance to stand here." Thinking that even though reluctant, Riene still admitted aloud, "I lost." Hearing her admission, the entire stand suddenly fell dead silent. And Pan, as referee, quickly declared the result. The winner today is Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker, the one called human trash just days ago, has achieved victory over one of the most talented children in the prestigious family. Cut to another place at a ruined castle. Countless soldier corpses lay scattered everywhere. It seemed to have just suffered a monster horde attack. While others were still cleaning up inside one room, two men sat drinking tea together. The black-haired man among them looked at his counterpart with extreme distress. "Abel, in a situation like this you can still drink tea." "Zeke, they say that bastard defeated Riene," he said while glancing at the letter on the table. In response to his question, the man named Abel gently shook his head. "William, you're always so serious. How long until the blessing ceremony? We still have time until the next full moon." William answered, "Then it seems now is the perfect time to visit home," Abel said calmly as he walked toward the door. His words startled William. "What, you're going there in person? It's piqued my curiosity. I'm interested to know what kind of awakening my youngest brother has gone through." With that, he turned his cold gaze out the window. Back to Zeke, though his victory shocked the entire cradle, he simply returned to base and continued training. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, on the day of the blessing ceremony, Zeke was still buried in his own training. The more he trained, the more puzzled Zeke felt. "I really don't understand how in my previous life with this body I managed to become a Crimson Knight." Opening the status window, he muttered, and immediately the info screen appeared before him. After a month of non-stop training, Zeke's skills had improved significantly. His precise strike had reached mastery, critical strike advanced to expert, agile footwork to expert. Looking at the descriptions on screen, Zeke felt quite satisfied. As expected, one of my skill mastery levels has surpassed the mastery tier. Skills leveled up and proficiency reset. I even raised the proficiency of agile footwork, a skill I gained during combat. Thinking that, suddenly a knock came from outside. Even without turning, Zeke knew who it was. "Decker, what do you want?" he asked aloud. The old man had come to remind him about the blessing ceremony. "We depart in 2 hours, Decker said calmly. "Got it. I'll join soon, so prepare everything." Zeke nodded in reply. Just like that, after getting ready, Zeke boarded a carriage and headed to the main mansion where the blessing ceremony was held. Sitting in the carriage, Zeke stared blankly ahead and thought, "It's been a long time since I last set foot in the main mansion. It belongs to the Draker family in the territory of Duke Troy. Though the main house is at the center of the continent in the Four Seasons Fortress in the Central Lands, the blessing ceremony must be held at the main mansion." The origin of the Dragonslayer legend. Cut to the main Draker family mansion, the Dragonslayer. Inside the grand hall, all the children of age had gathered to prepare for the ritual, while everyone stood solemnly. Zeke glanced left and right, observing and assessing the situation. "I never noticed this before, but all the guests are big names you only hear about through continental news. I'm sure the family sent people to monitor me too. Whatever their intentions, once they see me fail to awaken, I'm sure they'll ignore me." Thinking that, suddenly Zeke felt a gaze fixed on him, making him turn to look. Then when he saw the owner of that gaze, his face immediately filled with rage. "Why the hell is that bastard here?" In another corner of the hall, 2 men shook hands in greeting. "It's been a while, huh?" "Haha, indeed it has," Abel replied, hearing that the other asked curiously. "So what brings you to this blessing ceremony? Did someone in this class catch your eye?" In response, Abel immediately waved it off. "No, I have another reason. It just happens that my cute youngest brother is here too." With that, he glanced down at Zeke below. This man was the second son of the Draker family, the Sword Lion, Abel Draker. Back to Zeke, though furious at seeing him, he reminded himself to stay calm in the current situation. "The Butcher Knight, Abel, calm down. Right now I can't do anything. In my previous life, Abel never came to watch my blessing ceremony. Has my actions changed the future? If so, this could be an opportunity." Thinking that, Zeke's hand clenched so hard it trembled. Unaware of his thoughts, the ceremony host's voice rang out. "All right, now we begin the blessing ceremony. Aaron, step forward." "Yes, sir." Aaron replied and quickly advanced to the front, where a knight statue held a massive greatsword. In front of the statue was a huge chalice filled with water. Then, as if knowing what to do, Aaron rolled up his sleeve and dipped his arm into the chalice. Next, a few drops of blood seeped from his palm. Immediately, the water began emitting light that flowed up his arm to help open his dantian. Through the blessing ceremony, all Draker lineage members awaken the sealed aura when they graduate the cradle at age 12. Compared to normal knights who awaken around 20, it's astonishingly fast. Among them are rare cases where, along with aura, they also awaken a Dragonslayer trait called mana suppression. They at minimum reach yellow swordsman level, some even match crimson or black knights and undergo true blood awakening. Nearby, Pan saw Aaron finish awakening and nodded. Alright, next. Hearing that the swordswoman Riene stepped forward, in her case the light from the night statue was red. Seeing this, Pan's eyes lit up with immense joy and he immediately ordered a soldier nearby to fetch him a pair of gloves. To explain, because of mana suppression, all such people are required to wear special gloves made by the family. Otherwise, they can't live a normal life. When someone proves themselves a descendant of true blood, they are granted the Draker surname in their name along with unimaginable support from the family and countless privileges. Just like that, each child stepped forward one by one to awaken their aura until it was the protagonist's turn. Since he was direct line, everyone was eagerly waiting to see what he would awaken. Oh, finally the main course. Wonder what awakening he'll get, someone said curiously. Another immediately chimed in. Obviously true blood, he beat Riene after all. Back to Zeke, listening to the constant chatter around him, he laughed inwardly. Never thought I'd stand before this damn statue again. Last time was horrific. Though the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me through the cradle, I ended up with a shameful title. But this time, everything's different. I can not only heal but also use ether. Above all, I didn't give up or surrender. I stood up through my own will, so help me out here. Damn statue, thinking that he dipped his hand into the cool water. Next, the night statue trembled nonstop, but just a few seconds later, it suddenly stopped without warning, leaving the observing guests staring at each other in confusion. It stopped. This has never happened before. In another corner, Abel looked at his little brother with dazed incomprehension. Back to Zeke, though he knew the outcome in advance, experiencing it again made him unable to suppress the anger on his face. Knew it, I shouldn't have expected anything to change. Because of that bastard, I got overconfident. Thinking that he pulled his hand from the huge chalice and took out a towel to dry his arm. Around him, the guests started looking at Zeke with doubtful eyes. What, he failed to awaken? Is that even possible? But why? Looks like the family head's blood wasn't enough to suppress the cursed bloodline. Someone sneered but was immediately cut off. Hey, shut up, then how did he beat Riene? He must have used some trick. What a disgrace to the family. Over here, Zeke, hearing the jeers, wasn't surprised at all, like he was way too used to it. These people never change. Doesn't matter, there are many ways to get stronger besides awakening, Zeke told himself inwardly, but right then the system sent him a notification. I'm sorry, Zeke Draker, due to an error in processing, a message was hidden. Detected necessary information lost from identification system during professional identification process. Occupation information has been input using system admin rights. Necessary information detected as lost. Occupation input completed. The system has identified the user's talent as healing mage. Your occupation has been unlocked. Received occupation determined as rare occupation. A series of notifications poured in, leaving Zeke somewhat confused about the situation. Something's different from my previous life. Necessary information lost? No way. Thinking that, he immediately turned back to the statue, and now it was emitting a red light exactly like when Riene awakened. This made the guests once again exchange wide-eyed looks. It's red. This is true blood awakening. He started with red. Putting that aside, the system continued with more notifications. The system has created a connection. The blessing of the ancient dragon sealed in the user's soul has been activated. Back among the observing guests watching from the side, they saw the statue that had been emitting red light suddenly shift to golden light, and their minds truly went into chaos. Golden light? What the hell is this? Is it really true blood awakening or not? Earlier there was red light, so that means it is, right? Someone said with a somewhat uncertain voice. Nearby, Zeke heard the chatter and wasn't too surprised. It's only natural they'd doubt it, but if I speak up here it'll backfire on me, Zeke told himself inwardly. While the guests continued murmuring among themselves, but there's no mana light at all, so is the sword statue malfunctioning? No mana suppression, so it can't be true blood awakening. In response to those questions, for some reason, Abel suddenly acted like the kind-hearted one and clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Why is everyone looking so serious? We've had 2 true blood awakenings in this batch. Is that something worth celebrating? Hearing his words, the people in the grand hall began exchanging probing glances. Then very quickly they understood his intention. It seems that if a Draker family member fails to awaken aura, it would be an enormous disgrace. So in this unclear situation, the best thing is to claim Zeke has successfully awakened true blood to preserve the family's honor. The surrounding guests caught on and immediately clapped along enthusiastically. That's right, 2 true blood awakenings, what a blessing, they cheered while applauding. Seeing that, Abel nodded in satisfaction and turned to head instructor Pan. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the gloves for our newest member. Yes, sir. Pan bowed and quickly had someone fetch a pair of gloves and toss them to Zeke. Looking at the gloves in his hands, the protagonist tested them a bit and muttered, "These feel a little heavy." With that, he quickly stepped away from his spot to make room for the others still waiting to awaken their aura. And even though he'd received Abel's help, Zeke only felt discomfort enveloping him. His intentions are way too obvious, but getting help from Abel feels like stepping in shit. Time passed quickly. After all the family children completed the awakening ritual, Pan stepped forward to announce, "This concludes the blessing ceremony. We'll soon have a celebratory banquet. It's for everyone, so please enjoy it." Around them, the kids hearing about the feast started laughing with pure joy. It seemed their harsh life in the cradle had finally lightened up a bit. Only Zeke paid it no mind and turned to leave the grand hall. "Stupid banquet. There's gotta be a training room somewhere around here, right?" Zeke muttered and quickly moved to find the training room. However, before he could take more than a few steps, his brother Abel's voice rang out. "Hey Zeke, the banquet just started and you're already wandering off," he said with an extremely gentle face, but the protagonist felt like a venomous snake was staring him down. "I didn't expect him to approach me this fast," he muttered inwardly. Then Abel, playing the perfect older brother, extended his hand in congratulations. "Congrats on awakening true blood, little bro." In response to the gesture, Zeke forced a smile and reached out to shake, because he knew refusing right now would reveal his hostility. So for the moment he had to play along, just as their hands were about to meet. Zeke suddenly recalled some painful image from the past, causing the air around him to shift. And Abel immediately noticed. "Haha, this feels kinda awkward, doesn't it, Zeke?" Across from him, Zeke gritted his teeth, thinking, "Even to save face, I can't shake hands with this scum." Back to Abel, he seemed oblivious to Zeke's angry expression and waved it off. "Guess we'll have to skip it then. I'll settle for just seeing your face. See you around, Zeke." With that, he gave Zeke a pat on the shoulder and left immediately. Meanwhile, Zeke waited until he was gone, then hurriedly wiped his shoulder clean, as if afraid the guy had dirtied it. "All right, see you," he gritted inwardly. Inside the banquet, people were still gossiping about Zeke. Two true bloods appearing at once. Yeah, Zeke's golden light was pretty shocking. First time that's happened, right? I thought he failed to awaken. So where is he now? Someone wondered aloud. At the same moment, our protagonist was back in his private room, tiredly stripping off his formal attire. "Phew, I thought I'd suffocate in there. Putting that aside, how come I'm completely fine? All true blood awakeners are supposed to have mana suppression. It's the ability proving you're an enemy of dragons, the source of mana. However, since most machinery runs on mana fuel, true bloods are required to wear the family's special gloves. If I really were true blood, there should have been issues the moment I took off the gloves." Thinking that, he opened his status window to check again, and sure enough, there were clear changes. His occupation had shifted from healer to immortal. New skills appeared: mana reversal grade A rookie and overall buff grade A rookie, and his current karma points were now 100. Looking at this info, a curious feeling rose in Zeke's heart. This is completely different from there. It's not mana suppression, but mana reversal. But I need to read more carefully. With that, he focused on the mana reversal skill, and the system quickly provided an explanation. Mana reversal creates a distortion field to nullify nearby mana. After reading the description, Zeke's eyes gradually understood a few things. So mana reversal is classified as an active skill. The mana light wasn't affected because it's not a passive skill. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healer, but now I've become a unique immortal. Wait a second, all the graduating students awakened normal blue aura. Only Riene awakened true blood red. Mine started red but shifted to golden. The system said necessary information was lost from the identification system. The identification system meaning that bronze statue. Right when the system input the information, the statue stalled and then emitted red light. Damn it, really? So that's how it is. The bronze statue doesn't confirm whether you awakened or not. It identifies the user's trait and occupation. Red is for rare occupations and golden for unique. The bronze statue is an ancient artifact used even before Terrakin, the founder of the Draker family. Back then, the concept of occupations didn't exist, so it was only used to check if someone awakened. Perhaps they mistakenly took red light, sign of a rare occupation, as the mark of true blood. Seriously, no family had ever noticed this. Now I've got karma points. I got them at that moment. Let's try using them, thinking that. To satisfy his curiosity, Zeke quickly tapped to confirm using dragon technique points. Then his dragon technique points dropped from 100 to 90, and a series of system notifications appeared before him. Your dragon techniques are now available for viewing. Opening dragon techniques, level 1 Dragon Eye. Allows user to view detailed information of an individual after careful observation. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock. Level 1 Dragon Might. Allows user to make enemies submit using aura. Locked. Requires 30 points to unlock. Level 1 Devour. Allows user to consume and digest a large amount. Locked. Requires 50 points to unlock. Back to Zeke. After reading the skill info, he muttered about which to unlock since his current points were only enough for 2. Let's see, I've got Dragon Eye and Dragon Might. Better take the clearly useful ones over the risky ones. Thinking that, he quickly unlocked Dragon Eye and Dragon Might. Dragon Devour seems dangerous, save it for later. Let's test Dragon Eye. Right after activation, one of Zeke's eyes immediately turned golden like a dragon's eye. Oh man, I expected more since it said detailed information, but honestly nothing seems to have changed. Zeke said in disappointment before stepping out onto the balcony for a closer look. Then the scene before him left Zeke stunned. Haha, this is ridiculous. The statue in the garden looks like like it's right in front of me. This could actually be really useful. Zeke laughed. Next, the system suddenly sent him a reminder notification. Would you like to receive detailed information on the detected target? Seeing that Zeke felt a bit curious and tapped yes, immediately a flood of information appeared before him. From chairs made of Oliver wood to drawers crafted in the Merc Empire. Back to Zeke, before he could study more, the light in his eye gradually faded. Then he felt dizziness hit him. What the my body? Do all dragon techniques do this? Then I can't use them too much, Zeke said tiredly while slumping in a chair, but right at that moment, his healing skill and vitality recovery automatically activated, making his fatigue vanish instantly. However, Zeke was curious about the auto trigger. What? I didn't intend to use healing, the young master said curiously and checked his status. Right after his eyes widened at the skill changes. Wait, all my faction skills have turned passive and their levels increased. This is overpowered. Healing was already a very strong skill, but it wasn't something I could spam, and its healing effect had limits. Now self-healing is unlimited. I need to test this. No sooner thought than done. Zeke grabbed a fruit knife nearby and immediately sliced his arm, making blood flow non-stop. But just seconds later, the wound closed and healed perfectly as if it never existed. Looking at this skill, Zeke suddenly felt he might need to adjust his plans a bit. No way, it takes 5 years to graduate the academy, right? 5 years. But I'll only need 2, Zeke laughed. Draker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, where those with knightly ambitions pay a heavy price to enroll. In the Duchy of Troy territory, the academy bursts with vitality every new spring semester. At this moment, Zeke's group, having awakened their aura, had enrolled here. While wandering around, Zeke observed and assessed his peers. The senior students looked no different from adults because they'd been trained to perfection. However, compared to those from the cradle, they were still a bit lacking. But they were still children of major families. Thinking that, Zeke glanced at the groups clustering into factions and shook his head in exasperation. Looks like they've already marked their territories. This family rot goes right to the roots. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Draker family, there are 3 with the greatest influence, called the 3 great families. First is the Turun family, representing strength, the Zimmons family, representing wisdom, and finally Vardek, famous for wealth. Even the kids from those 3 families are in this state. But whatever, it's got nothing to do with me. He shrugged and quickly returned to his dormitory. His dormitory was the highest grade one, Platinum Hall. Platinum Hall is a dormitory with training halls, libraries, and all kinds of facilities. It's only for top-tier students, and even those from the cradle can't easily enter. As for True Blood Awakeners, they're granted special privileges as floor masters of an entire floor called the Platinum Floor. At this moment, right as he stepped into the building, a maid was already waiting and bowed. Welcome, young Master Zeke Draker. We've been waiting for you. We'll escort you to your assigned floor. Beside her, 2 rows of servants bowed in unison. Welcome, young master. Back to Zeke, being treated like this left him a bit awkward and unfamiliar because in his previous life, even in his dreams, he never imagined this. Isn't this a bit much? Even for true blood, haha, Zeke gave an awkward laugh. Then an old man reminded him, Master Decker is waiting for you in your room. Following that, Zeke quickly returned to his room and asked old Decker, What's up, Decker? In reply, the old man said there was something he needed to deliver to the protagonist and handed him a luxurious box. Inside were the premium gloves prepared for true bloods. The pair he received right after awakening was just temporary. Over here, Zeke put on the new gloves and felt the difference, then nodded in satisfaction. Oh, this is on a whole different level from the temporary ones. Glad you like them, Decker smiled. Hearing that, Zeke continued. Now that I've got new gloves, I'd like a new sword too. What do you think, Decker? In response, old Decker said Zeke's choice was excellent. Because the Duchy of Troy's territory is near the giant mountains, full of high-quality iron and master blacksmiths. To the point, many say a graduate's first weapon is a masterpiece. Next, Decker offered to find Zeke a highly skilled blacksmith. However, the protagonist refused because he already had someone in mind. No need. I've already picked the person. I'll go personally, so arrange a meeting. As he spoke, he wrote the person's info on a piece of paper and handed it to his butler. After reading the name in the paper, Decker's eyes showed curiosity. Galleon Halbert, I've never heard that name before. I'll contact them right away. Also, classes start tomorrow, so please review the related materials beforehand. Always nagging, I know already, Zeke grumbled. Continuing on, while waiting for Decker to contact that blacksmith, Zeke took the opportunity to review the materials and think at the same time. With the platinum floor being completely isolated, I'll have a lot more freedom to develop my dragon techniques. Thinking that, suddenly a knock came from outside, interrupting his train of thought. Come in. Zeke called out, and seeing he'd given permission, a maid stepped inside and announced, Excuse me, young master, Floor Master Riene has sent an invitation for dinner. Hearing that, though a bit curious about why, Zeke still nodded in agreement. All right, take me there. Cut to the rooftop of the building. The setup here looked just like those flower gardens specially used for tea parties. Pretty interesting, huh? Looks like the gang's down south. Across from him, the swordswoman Riene saw Zeke arrive and nodded in greeting. Welcome, Zeke Draker. My family is a bit unusual, sorry about that. With that, she snapped her fingers, signaling her subordinates to leave. Over here, Zeke was a little surprised, but didn't pay it much mind. Thanks for the concern. Then let's eat first and talk business afterward. Riene continued, back to Zeke. While Riene was ordering, he frowned, observing her. Lightning Knight, she's optimizing her Danshin to control aura and already eyeing the Purple Knight rank. So why is her swordsmanship still stuck? What a waste of potential. Zeke sighed inwardly, and just like that, the two calmly ate together, and after seeing Riene's plate stack 3 times taller than his own, Zeke felt existential doubt. Haha. I'm already a big eater, but her appetite is way beyond what I expected, Zeke thought while looking at Riene with a strange gaze. Meanwhile, Riene seemed oblivious to the look and calmly wiped her mouth before getting to the point. We're done eating, so let's get to business. Accept the support of the Turun family, Zeke Draker. Across from her, the protagonist's expression immediately changed upon hearing that. Then he reminded her with a note to make her realize the issue. Seems like you forgot, but both of us are true blood awakeners. In response, Riene almost laughed at Zeke's naivety. Looks like you've misunderstood true blood awakeners. Yes, we get a lot of privileges, just this platinum floor alone is proof enough. But when it comes to actual development, we get 0 benefits. Centuries of accumulated academic and practical knowledge in the academy, a personal instructor to efficiently raise strength. Without these things, no matter how rich you are, you'll still fall behind. That's why family support is necessary. Pausing for a beat, Riene gave a living example to help Zeke understand. Even Abel Draker, a true blood like us, the youngest ever to achieve White Knight and currently Black Knight, also received support from his mother's family, the Zimmons. Though the Turun family head didn't tell me the reason, he said you won't get support from your mother's side. I'll say it again, except the Turun family support Zeke Draker, the swordswoman said with eyes full of seriousness. However, even after she laid out all the benefits, Zeke still waved it off. No thanks. Hearing that, Riene's face immediately went blank. Then, unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, why, accepting Turun family support isn't disadvantageous for you at all? In response, Zeke stood up from his chair and answered softly, it's not about that. I don't need anything more beyond what I've already gotten as a true blood awakener. This is enough. But to repay you for the meal, I'll give you some advice right now. Your sword has too much raw power behind it. I'm guessing you care too much about that person. Listen carefully, Riene. Your greatest strength is the flexibility from your supple body. Don't take direct hits and crush opponents with brute force. Instead, flexibly deflect their attacks to the side and deliver a precise, refined strike. If you can do that, you'll grow far beyond your current self. As he spoke, Zeke lightly waved his hand through the air, making all the leaves around swirl into a vortex like a mini tornado. After doing that, Zeke waved goodbye to the swordswoman. That's it, thanks for the meal. Back to Riene, after hearing Zeke's words, she unconsciously clenched her fist. The Turun family represents strength. I'm simply following tradition. It's not because I care about others. But he's right, I've been obsessed with becoming worthy of the Turun name, and as a result, it unconsciously transferred into my swordsmanship. He simply saw right through it. When I was young, everyone praised me as a genius, and no one gave me real advice. Zeke Draker, who exactly are you? She muttered curiously. Back to Zeke. At this point, he'd left the dormitory building and was wandering the school grounds. All my faction skills have changed. Their efficiency is insane. How am I still fine after staying up all night training? Zeke grumbled. This was thanks to his infinite vitality faction skill, a skill that allows all fatigue to be instantly compensated with unlimited vitality. It was the upgraded version of abundant vitality. Back to the story. While strolling, Zeke observed the students training around him and thought, in my previous life, I thought this place was hell. But now, as an official awakener, it's become paradise. Money and power aren't everything. But nothing compares to this, he marveled inwardly. At the same time, suddenly Owen's voice called from behind. Zeke Draker, so you're in the special class too? Hearing someone call him, the protagonist glanced back and quickly recognized the other, Owen Zimmons. Third young master of the Zimmons family, one of the 3 great families. With the Zimmons family's specialty in scheming, he used others to bully me while cunningly maintaining a perfect image. But why is he acting friendly now? Across from him, Owen pretended to be kind and spoke. I invited you to dinner earlier, but you didn't reply. Did you not receive the letter? In response to the question, Zeke smirked, remembering the letter in his room, and asked, that thing on my table. Seeing Zeke had noticed, Owen continued, so why didn't you reply? Hearing that, Zeke let out a short laugh and said with an ice-cold face, man, you're hilarious, huh? Why the hell would I reply? Seeing Zeke's attitude before Owen could even give an order, one of his lackeys stepped forward to show attitude. You're really rude, even though the young master treated you so kindly. Zeke Draker, the owner of that voice, was a hulking guard-like guy with an arrogant face. However, since he was probably a small fry, Zeke didn't recognize him at all. Who's this? He muttered, hearing that the big guy clutched his face and laughed like an idiot. Haha, how do you not know me? Looks like cradle rejects have no value at all. Back to Zeke. No need to let the guy finish. He already understood the lapdog's purpose. But he had no time to play along, so he turned to leave. I get it, you want to show off in front of your young master, but remember who you're talking to. Behind him, the big guy seemed done talking with Zeke, so the moment he saw him turn, he launched a sneak attack, throwing a thunderous punch straight at Zeke. Luckily, Zeke reacted in time, so his body was only pushed back without taking damage. And through that strike, he got a decent read on the opponent's strength. Looks like senior students can handle basic aura manipulation. Back to the big guy, seeing Zeke unharmed after his punch, he loudly introduced himself. My name is Durbin Roswell. Here they call me Mighty Durbin. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson. He declared boldly, unaware danger was enveloping him. Mighty Durbin, huh? A student who isn't even a knight yet has a nickname. Ridiculous, the protagonist said mockingly. Then right after, his body flashed once, vanishing on the spot and instantly closing in on Durbin. At the same time, Zeke channeled power into his fist and unleashed a mountain-shattering punch straight into the guy's gut, making the big guy spew blood nonstop from his nose and mouth. Next, his body flew backward like a cannonball. But it wasn't over. To prevent these flies from bothering him, Zeke scanned all of Owen's lackeys and challenged. After Mighty Durbin, who's next? And challenged, after Mighty Durbin, who's next? Hurry up and pick young Master Owen. Across from him, just as Zeke had assessed, the cunning Owen showed no anger even when his subordinate got wrecked. Instead, he calmly led his pack past Zeke and said, "You really love basking in glory, huh, Zeke Draker?" Amusing, Zeke muttered while watching the group walk away. Draker Academy is mainly divided into two classes. The normal class, where they teach that if you lack talent, you overcome it with effort, so they follow a strict regimen from dawn to dusk. The second is the special class, where you can freely choose subjects beyond the basics. Even in an academy gathering the greatest elites, the special class is where they truly shine. So I had some expectations, but most here are just former Cradle students. Special class, my ass. More like Cradle class, Zeke mocked inwardly. Glancing around, he saw only familiar faces he was sick of looking at. Then, while the class was still noisily chatting, a loud professor's voice suddenly rang out, reminding everyone, "Order, for today, to encourage our special class freshmen, we have a very special guest." Not only was he the commander-in-chief in the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, but he's also the hero who single-handedly stopped the Empire's invasion with his sheer tactical brilliance. Please welcome General Howard Draker. As the professor's voice finished, an old man with a potbelly stepped into the classroom and waved to the students. "Nice to meet you all." Back to Zeke. With his knowledge, of course, he recognized the man. He's the academy principal, Howard Draker. War hero Howard Draker. They worship him as a war hero and tactical genius. But the truth is, he leaked information to the enemy to save his own skin, only accidentally causing chaos among them. He's just a lucky traitor. That rat isn't any hero. He's the mastermind who got me expelled from the academy. I lost the only place I could return to and ended up wandering all over the Troy Duchy, until I was captured by slavers and sold to the Southern Cartel. I'll make him pay, Zeke silently vowed while glaring at the fat old man ahead. Next, after Howard greeted the students a bit, he quickly left the classroom. The teacher then continued the lesson. "I trust you all remember the principal's words. Now we'll start basic class immediately, so grab your swords and head to the arena." "Yes, sir," the group shouted in unison. Cut to the indoor arena of the special class. Though indoors, its area was enormous. Meanwhile, Zeke wore an extremely bored face toward the teacher's lecture. Who'd have thought even the special class has to learn basic dragon slaying knowledge? In my previous life, just because I couldn't use aura, I wasted 2 years learning stuff normal people could master in 3 months. Please just make it easy, he thought, while rubbing his face in agony. At this moment, in front of them, a young knight spoke. "Welcome, students. My name is Andre Draker, and I'll teach you the basics of dragon slaying. This is Rose Knight Andre Draker." However, perhaps because he was too young and hadn't built much fame yet, the students didn't recognize him. "Who's that? So young? That's official Draker family uniform." Murmurs started rising among everyone. Only Zeke knew his true identity clearly. Rose Knight Andre, though not pureblood Awakener, he graduated early from Valhalla as valedictorian, a once-in-a-century genius granted the Draker surname. Even the special class teachers are on another level. He's famous for his uncompromising strictness, Zeke thought inwardly. And just as he mentioned, the moment Andre saw the noisy, disorderly students below, he immediately barked loudly. "Order. If you're done chatting, then I'll start the class. Draw your swords." Below, the students, sensing he wasn't someone to mess with, hurriedly complied. Right then, Andre noticed Zeke's sword and frowned. "That student, what's with that sword?" Hearing that, Zeke casually swung his sword, creating strong gusts of wind around him, and shrugged in reply. "Like I said, sir, this is the sword I use." In response, Andre ordered him with an ice-cold face, "Step up to the arena." "Student, don't you know you should choose a sword that fits your body?" Hearing that, Zeke shook his head and sighed inwardly. "I knew this would happen, so I deliberately made an impression when drawing the sword, but it still didn't help, huh? Better to show him the skill." Thinking that, the protagonist calmly said, "I can defeat you with this sword, sir." Zeke's calm statement instantly changed the air around Andre. Next, he began emitting mental pressure towards Zeke. Unfortunately, it was completely blocked by Zeke's unyielding mental defense skill. Then seeing his mental attack had no effect, Andre calmly touched the sword at his hip and spoke. I understand now, student. If you want to learn with your body, if your sword touches my body even a little, you won't just be excused for your rudeness. Don't worry, I have no intention of using aura on a student. He added to keep Zeke from panicking, unaware that the proposal made the protagonist ecstatic inside. Ho ho, free from class. Jackpot, I can beat Andre because I know his weakness. But with Abel watching, if I draw too much attention like in the cradle, it'll be dangerous. I'll just graze his clothes, then take the loss. Thinking that, Zeke gripped his sword tightly and declared, fine then. With that, his body shot forward like lightning, and right as he closed in on Andre, he swung his full-force sword straight at the man's throat. The slash so powerful it tore through the air with a sharp whistle. However, it still wasn't enough to trouble Andre. With a simple swing, he easily knocked Zeke's sword aside. Seeing that the protagonist wasn't too disappointed, as expected of a Blue Knight, this won't be easy. With that, Zeke began moving, continuously attacking from every angle. Yet no matter the approach, he couldn't break through the Rose Knight's defense. As time passed, the students below had been watching the two fight for a full 30 minutes. A real Draker Knight is on another level. Yeah, 30 minutes and that guy hasn't even grazed his clothes. Someone exclaimed. However, they didn't know that after fighting continuously for so long, Andre's body had started trembling from exhaustion. He began looking at Zeke with eyes full of questions. What kind of stamina is this? Ridiculous. Even while suppressing my aura, I never expected to lose to a student. Truly, the existence of true blood is unfair. The more he thought, the more bitterness rose in Andre's heart. Across from him, Zeke saw Andre's breathing grow heavier and knew his plan was going perfectly. Haha, his stamina is still trash as ever. And suppressing aura like that is even more disadvantageous. The Draker family's aura cultivation method is famous for its peculiarity. You must keep aura activated during training, in daily activities, and even while eating and sleeping. Basically maintain it like breathing. In other words, for Andre, it's like holding his breath. The inconvenient swordsmanship only drains his stamina faster. But losing like this doesn't feel right. No choice, I have to force him to use aura. Creating an easy situation is useless. I need something to make him use aura unconsciously. In other words, an extreme situation. Thinking that, Zeke activated his agile footwork skill, making his body move like lightning, flickering in and out around Andre from all sides, leaving the man's eyes dazed, unable to pinpoint Zeke's exact position. Impossible, how can a student use agile footwork like that? Andre thought in panic, and right when his guard dropped, Zeke's figure instantly appeared behind him, simultaneously activating his critical strike skill. Sensing danger, Andre immediately spun around. No choice, he was forced to use his aura and slowly retreat. At that moment, Andre raised his sword high overhead to unleash his technique. Dragonslaying Art Chapter 1 Section 1 Skyrending Slash. Just like that, Andre's earth-shattering slash came crashing down straight toward Zeke. Seeing it, the protagonist reacted extremely fast, raising his sword to his chest to block. Next, a deafening explosion rang through the air in all directions, and after taking the blow, a huge gash appeared on Zeke's sword blade. He himself was heavily injured, Zeke's eyes bloodshot. Damn it, that hurt like hell, but now I can pass out. Thinking that, Zeke released his sword and rolled to the side, ending the fight. Seeing that, Andre slowly sheathed his blade. Though somewhat unwilling, he still had to admit aloud, this student no longer needs to attend remedial classes. Any other students want exemption? Below, witnessing the battle, the entire group fell dead silent, knowing the teacher was furious. Now if any idiot dares raise their hand, they're definitely dead with him. Up top, seeing no one step forward, Andre began venting his anger on the whole group. So I'll take that as no one. Now raise your swords. From here on, you'll get a full demonstration. Time passed quickly. Cut to the infirmary. At this moment, the protagonist was leisurely resting while the rest of the students were dog-tired back at the training ground. Gotta say, that was a pretty good show. Though I didn't graze his clothes, I forced Andre to use aura, which he said he wouldn't, and made him acknowledge my ability. In the end, Andre got schooled and I got free time, so we both win. But that final attack from Andre was the most basic dragon-slaying art. Chapter 1 Section 1 Skyrending Slash. Still, since it came from a Blue Knight, its power wasn't anything special. Even so, I could beat a Blue Knight thanks to infinite stamina and healing. But this still isn't enough. To live freely without restrictions, I need unstoppable power. Power so no one can make me submit. Zeke silently vowed inwardly. At the same time, suddenly a strong alcohol smell hit his nose and then a voice rang out. So you're Arthur's youngest son. Lying on the bed, Zeke suddenly saw a drunkard appear beside him, his eyes bulging. Who the hell is this guy? Zeke thought, warily eyeing the stranger. This made the red-haired man feel amused. You have eyes just like that arrogant bastard Arthur. I couldn't detect him even with such strong booze. Not to mention that arrogant bastard, he dares call the current Draker family head that. thinking that Zeke asked outright, "Who are you?" Ignoring the question, the red-haired man countered, "How did you do that earlier, kid?" With that, he started chugging more booze, leaving Zeke increasingly unable to figure out what kind of person he was. He acts completely on whim, Zeke thought, and asked back, "What do you mean?" In response, the stranger set his bottle aside and looked at him with sharp eyes. "Playing dumb, huh? Earlier you took internal damage. How did it heal so fast?" Back to Zeke, the stranger's observation ability made him feel a chill inside. He noticed the healing. "Can't let myself get exposed. No one in the academy knows about my healing skill." Thinking that, he clenched his fist and decided to keep playing dumb. "I don't know what you're talking about." Across from him, the red-haired man wasn't too surprised by the answer. HMPH, so the story continues like this. With that, without any warning, he swung his hand, chopping straight toward Zeke's nape. Luckily, the protagonist had stayed on high alert with this guy, so he reacted in time, dodging to the side. Otherwise, he might have been sliced in half like the pillow behind him. Next, Zeke grabbed the nearby blanket and threw it straight at the man's face, blocking his vision. Instinct was screaming at him, "If I don't kill him, he'll kill me." Thinking that, Zeke unleashed his full power, simultaneously activating agile footwork, precise strike, and critical strike to attack the opponent. However, against this assault, the other party merely raised his hand lightly and easily caught Zeke's sword, stopping it dead, not moving an inch further. He even praised Zeke, impressive situational adaptability, like a mercenary. Over here, Zeke saw his sword being held, so he immediately let go of it and lightly retreated backward to keep a safe distance. Then he stared warily at the opponent, wondering, "Who the hell is this monster? Mercenary, he knows something about my previous life," Zeke muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy started playing with Zeke's sword and said amusedly, a Draker, dropping his sword and backing off, "I think you'd suit being a mercenary more than a knight." With that, he lightly flicked the sword, sending it flying toward the protagonist, who casually caught it, but Zeke's guarded posture didn't drop at all. "Is that what he means? I've never felt this way since meeting my master." After that brief exchange, "There's an enormous gap in ability between us, so huge that if he wanted, he could kill me easily. He's at least a Crimson Knight, no, maybe even stronger." Thinking that, Zeke lowered his guard slightly, because with his current strength there was no way to deal with the opponent anyway. Up ahead, unaware of Zeke's thoughts, the red-haired guy asked, "That two-handed sword, is it standard issue from the cradle, right? You have talent, so why use that kind of weapon?" Ahead, before Zeke could answer, the door to the room opened. Then the Rose Knight Andre stepped inside, and as if recognizing the red-haired man's identity, he spoke, "So you're here after all, Gardener Dexter." Hearing that, Zeke began to doubt, wondering if he'd misheard. That guy's a gardener with that kind of power? Zeke questioned inwardly. Next, Dexter picked at his ear and complained to Andre, "You damn persistent leech. How'd you know I was here?" "You were in the training room earlier," Andre replied. "You're annoyingly sharp," Dexter said boredly. At the same time as Andre passed Zeke, he told him to get lost. "If you're healed, you can leave now, student." Hearing that, though Andre's words were a bit harsh, Zeke had no desire to stay facing that red-haired monster anyway. "Yes, sir, got it." With that, Zeke hurriedly slipped out, but before he could leave the room, Dexter called after him, "Hey kid, if you have time, come to the western greenhouse. I'll teach you some useful stuff." Hearing that, Zeke pondered a bit, then shook his head lightly. "Nah, forget it." With that, he quickly stepped out of the room without the slightest hesitation, leaving Dexter behind fuming. "Hey, look at that brat. Same damn attitude as Arthur." Back to Zeke, after closing the door, he immediately started racking his brain, thinking, "Gardener Dexter, who are you trying to fool? If he can casually call the family head Arthur Draker by name like that, then he must be the one with only Andre as a disciple his entire life. If I'm not wrong, this is Duke Draker, the Whirlwind Knight, one of the Black Knights whose martial prowess could single-handedly stand against an entire kingdom. He was hot topic when he suddenly vanished one day, but I never imagined he'd be hiding out in the academy. Probably why Andre came here too. Duke is known for his terrifying determination. There's even a rumor he got the Black Knight title just because he likes the color black, but that's probably nonsense. Right now, Duke is showing strong interest in me, but accepting ordinary lessons just for pure curiosity isn't something I'm interested in. If I'm going to learn anything, it has to at least be his secret techniques. I'll turn that curiosity into determination." Thinking that, Zeke broke into a sly smile and silently began plotting against Duke in his mind. Time passed quickly. Cut to the magic theory class. At this moment, the Academy's magic theory professor Fanon was trying to lecture. "In a situation like this, do you know what happens?" "No one knows," he said awkwardly, looking at the students sprawled asleep on their desks, showing zero interest in the lesson. Seeing that Fanon had to answer his own question, "Haha, alright, when you form a mana formula through resistance, you truly get injured." The words barely finished when suddenly Zeke raised his hand with a question. "I don't understand the mana circulation energy law you just mentioned, sir." Up on the podium, the mage Fanon saw someone actually paying attention, and his face lit up like a flower, making Zeke have to remind him again before he snapped out of it. "Ah, sorry, this is the first time I've gotten a question. As for mana circulation, it's blah blah." He started explaining in detail for Zeke to understand, just like that. Time passed quickly until the end of class. The students were still boredly chatting among themselves, wondering why they had to sit through this dull magic theory class at a knight's academy. It's basically nap time. Someone else laughed. Back to Zeke. Unlike the lazy ones beside him, he had to praise Fanon's ability. That was an easy-to-understand lecture. He's no ordinary professor, thinking that. While packing up his books to leave, suddenly Professor Fanon's voice rang out, "Wait, Zeke." Hearing the call, Zeke turned back and asked, "Yes, Professor." In reply, the professor took a breath to steady himself and said shyly, "It's nothing much. It's just been a long time since I felt like I was properly teaching a class, so if you have any questions, come to my research lab anytime. I'm a former scholarship student from Delphoa Magic University, so I know a lot." Hearing that Zeke couldn't help but rate him even higher, I thought he wasn't an ordinary mage, but I didn't expect him to be a Delphoa Magic University alumnus, the birthplace of magic. Thinking that since Fanon had offered, Zeke saw no reason to refuse. "Got it, Professor." He smiled and inwardly thanked his luck. Getting close to a mage can't be bad. Mages are good at math and usually think flexibly. They make better allies than knights. "Fanon, huh? Let's see if he's useful," Zeke muttered inwardly, and while still thinking how to best utilize this connection, he noticed Uncle Duke already lounging on a bench as if waiting for him. "He's less patient than I thought. Just 1 week, huh?" Zeke shrugged, thinking. Meanwhile, Duke spotted him stepping into the courtyard and glanced over. "Done already, kid. Why didn't you come to the greenhouse? You surely understand what I mean by teaching you useful things." In response, Zeke activated his acting mode and sighed dramatically. "I told you, I'm not interested." Across from him, Duke, proud Black Knight, couldn't hold back his frustration at being rejected repeatedly. "What? Why?" he shouted loudly, seeing that Zeke continued with excuses he'd just come up with. "I know you're incredibly skilled, but right now I'm busy with personal training." "Also, that's it. Of course, personal training can't be neglected. You think I'd say that?" The words barely finished when Duke's large body suddenly appeared right behind Zeke, making the protagonist's eyes widen. However, before he could react, Duke swung his hand, chopping straight at Zeke's nape, knocking the young man out cold with his eyes rolling back. Time passed quickly. Cut to the flower garden Duke was tending. At this moment, Zeke slowly woke from his daze, rubbing his still aching nape. "Didn't expect him to actually knock me out. Looks like 1 week was too long for him. So this is the western greenhouse, huh?" As he spoke, he quickly scanned around. Up ahead, the red-haired uncle saw Zeke wake and stopped watering. Turning to chug more booze. "Awake already, kid? You kidnapped me?" Zeke asked coldly. And the red-haired uncle admitted right away, "Yeah, I kidnapped you. I've got interest in you, kiddo," he said with a delighted grin. "I've got interest in you, kiddo," he said with a delighted grin. Thinking that, Zeke immediately activated his agile footwork and dashed forward like a gust of wind. However, how could his speed compare to Duke's? Before he'd run a few seconds, the man's face suddenly appeared right in front of him, making Zeke startle and retreat backward. "He's still treating me like a toy. I need something to ignite him." Thinking that, Zeke probed with a question. "What exactly about me interests you so much?" "I asked you how you healed internal injuries so fast," Duke replied. Hearing that, Zeke broke into a smile like he'd found a way to make Duke truly interested. "So that's what bothers him? If you're that curious, then make me answer." Hearing that, Duke's face grew thoughtful as if considering. Then his figure vanished before Zeke's eyes, making him wonder. "He's gone. Where is he?" As he spoke, Zeke scanned all around, unaware that from afar a sword was spinning and flying straight toward him. Luckily, at the critical moment, Zeke sensed the sword's existence and hurriedly leaned aside to dodge. Then grabbed the sword, turned back, and asked Duke, "What are you doing?" In reply, the uncle gave the protagonist a proposal. "You told me to make you answer, but that'd be too easy. How about a bet? If you can graze my clothes even once, I'll grant you 1 wish. But if you give up during this fight, you'll tell me everything you're hiding." With that, Duke showed a mad grin. Just like that, the two sealed the deal. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. By now, the flower garden scene had turned dusty from their battle, and after fighting for a while, even Duke had to sigh inwardly. What the hell is this kid doing? 3 hours already? He not only has insane stamina and endurance, but his wounds recover without limit. The more he thought, the more puzzled Duke became. Even when Zeke got knocked down countless times, he'd stand up again like nothing happened. Back to Zeke, though he hadn't lost, yet he also hadn't found any way to win. "I can do this all day, but still can't beat him." Thinking that, Zeke started considering whether to use the Dragon Might skill he'd learned earlier. "Dragon Might. It seems dangerous, so I've never used it, but against a Black Knight it shouldn't be a problem." Thinking that, Zeke gripped his sword tightly and the air around him grew colder than ever, seeing that look in Zeke's eyes. Even Duke had to break into a cold sweat. "Good, now that's more like it," he said, exhilarated. Then, right after, Zeke activated his agile footwork, making his body shoot forward like lightning. And right as he closed in on the opponent, Zeke swung his sword without the slightest hesitation. Over here, Uncle Duke saw the sword coming straight at him and felt no fear at all. In fact, he even had time to think. He's repeating attacks. He's fast. But compared to that leech and the Chirun girl, he's nothing. But this malice, his malice surpasses persistence. I love it. Guess I'll use a bit of aura, huh? Thinking that, the red-haired uncle got a bit excited and began covering his palm with aura, preparing to block Zeke's sword. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly unleashed Dragon Might, making Duke feel like something utterly terrifying was staring him down. On instinct, Duke's body swung his arm hard, striking Zeke's sword and snapping it in half. next before Duke could even ponder what that feeling was. Zeke ahead executed earth-splitting, making dust clouds rise everywhere, blocking his vision. He's blocked my view, but it'll be hard for him to find me, Duke thought inwardly. But he didn't know that with Dragon Eye, Zeke could easily spot his position and immediately closed in from behind. Then another slash aimed straight at Duke's nape. Just like that, the sword sliced through the uncle's body. However, Zeke immediately realized his sword hadn't hit anything solid. What he'd cut earlier was just an afterimage left by the uncle, as expected. Right after that, the man's figure vanished before Zeke's eyes. And now a dust whirlwind surrounded him from all sides. Looking at the scene, the protagonist realized what it was. This is Duke's secret technique. A simple dash creating strong winds. That's why he's called the Whirlwind Knight. Thinking that though Zeke still couldn't find a way to break the skill. Then a second later, Duke's voice suddenly rang out right behind Zeke. Hearing that, Zeke immediately swung his sword backward, but the old man's figure vanished once more, only to suddenly reappear right in front of Zeke, proposing, "Hey, let's call this a draw, kid." Even though he said that, the old man still held a grudge and landed a solid punch on Zeke, sending his body flying backward like a cannonball. And after getting brutalized by Duke to this extent, even Zeke's recovery skill started to give out due to overuse. Your exhaustion has exceeded acceptable limits. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. While talk about living up to the stereotype. Damn it, Zeke muttered just before his vision went pitch black. Time flew by, cutting to Zeke's private room, where he now clutched his head, waking up. Glancing around, yep, this is my room. Duke must have carried me back here. Thinking that, the protagonist let out a regretful sigh. Ha, so close to winning. Truly worthy of being called a Black Knight. I thought I'd done everything possible right now, and it was all pointless. I tried lulling Duke off guard by repeating attacks hundreds of times, then at the critical moment unleashed Dragon Chinese letter to create an opening. On top of that, I used Dragon Eye to strike him, but it still wasn't enough. The skill Duke pulled at the very end has to be his secret technique. Yeah, I lost consciousness from overusing dragon arts, but if I'd held on a bit longer, I could have glimpsed his secret, the absurd high-speed movement technique he uses with his body trained to the absolute limit. That secret move is definitely what let Andre, the guy with crap stamina, climb to Red Knight rank. Shame I missed my shot at learning his secret, but it was still worth it. Dragon Chinese letter with pressure that even staggers a Black Knight for a split second. Most small fry would drop the moment they touch this skill. Thinking this, Zeke felt pretty satisfied with Dragon Chinese letter S power. Then suddenly a notification screen popped up in front of him. You have one unread message. Confirm to open unread message. Zeke said curiously and quickly tapped confirm. Then a bunch more notifications appeared before him. Skill flexible footwork rank D upgraded to high speed movement rank C. Your soul has grown thanks to your strong display of will. With soul growth, various system functions have been unlocked. You can activate the next function by spending more karma points. Minimap terrain and geographical features viewable in map form. Locked requires 20 points to unlock. Storage space store as many items as capacity allows. Locked requires 20 points to unlock. Infinite quest book contains guides and quests for efficient low-tier admin growth. Locked requires 45 points to unlock. Current karma points 40. Back to Zeke. So many new things popping up, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. A whole pile appeared according to the description. Storage space sounds pretty useful. Let's check storage first, he thought, then spent 20 karma points to unlock the new function. Right after the system returned a notification. If you select an item you want, it will be stored in storage. When retrieving a stored item, think of its name or appearance. Space occupied in storage depends on the item's size and weight. For a larger storage, you can use karma points to expand its capacity. Back to Zeke. After reading the description, even a cow could figure out how to use it. Select an item I want. I can activate skills just by thinking about them, so storing items is probably the same. With that, Zeke casually grabbed his busted sword and silently thought, store it in my heart. Next, the sword in Zeke's hand vanished, instantly transferred into his inventory. The two-handed sword disappeared, taking up 2 slots in the 28-slot storage. So that's what the system meant by space depending on size and weight to retrieve. Think of the name or appearance. Thinking this, Zeke focused a bit, and right after the sword reappeared in his hand once more. I thought it was just a subspace pouch, but this is way better. That artifact was super expensive obviously, but finding a container for it was tough. And I can even expand storage size with points. This overpowered function is just for low-tier admin. What'll it be like at higher ranks? If these points are worth this much, I can't waste them recklessly. Looks like I'll have to tweak my plans. Zeke stroked his chin thinking. At the same moment, old butler Decker's voice came from outside. May I come in, young master? Hearing that, Zeke nodded. Sure, come in. What's up? In response, Decker pulled out a small note and explained, there's a message for you. He said you'd know who it's from if I mentioned Dexter the gardener. Across from him, Zeke quickly took the note and looked it over. The paper read, kid, if you want to challenge me again, come anytime. Looking at the words, Zeke broke into a grin like he'd hooked a big fish, so it wasn't a total failure. Him calling it a draw meant this. Either way, it means there's still a chance. Thinking this, Zeke clenched his fist, gradually feeling Duke's secret secret technique, calling him to learn it. Back to old Dexter, he continued reminding the protagonist one more thing. I found that blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Hearing this, Zeke's eyes lit up with joy. Oh, really? When's the appointment? In reply, the old man's voice hesitated a bit. There's a problem with that. The blacksmith refused the meeting. He doesn't forge weapons anymore. Time passed quickly, cutting to a small, rundown forge where Zeke's carriage now stopped because this forge was where the guy he'd been eyeing lived, looking at the familiar scene before him. The protagonist's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. It's been a long time. Breath of Papnir Shore is a prestigious name for a forge. Thinking that he opened the door, stepped inside, and called anyone home. Inside the forge, it was a total mess with armor scraps scattered across the floor, and on the table, a young drunk guy slumped with his bottle. Graham, the radiant sword that masterpiece Galleon forged, he said it was payment for saving his life, worthy of the sole blacksmith title, known for reading a client's soul before crafting their weapon, because he lived up to that rep, creating a sword with exactly the ability I needed most. The ability to substitute holy aura with ether. The continent's greatest blacksmith forged that sword. But what's with his current state? Zeke wondered curiously, eyeing the drunk Galleon before him. This guy was the sole blacksmith, Galleon Halbert. Right then he noticed Zeke and slurred, "What the kid, this ain't a playground for brats, get out." Back to Zeke, he ignored that and scanned the room, frowning in annoyance. Even if he's super emotional, it shouldn't be this bad. What happened to him before meeting me? Zeke wondered inwardly. Unable to stand his chosen blacksmith wallowing drunk, Zeke instantly grabbed a big bucket of water from somewhere and splashed it straight on him, making the young man's eyes bulge wide. Then Zeke smiled cheerfully. "You awake now? I want to know why you turned down my request." In front of him, the young blacksmith sobered up a bit after the splash. Then he spotted the dragon crest gloves on Zeke and instantly recognized him. Hurriedly bowing his head in apology, "Draker family, I'm sorry for my disrespect. Please forgive my rudeness, but right now I can't accept any requests. How can a worthless piece of shit like me make what someone wants when I can't even make what I want?" Saying this, the young blacksmith trembled helplessly all over. Looking at his current state, Zeke felt like he was seeing his past self. So even Galleon went through a phase like this. Thinking back, when I met him, he was already the continent's greatest blacksmith, and Galleon never told me about his earlier life. Probably didn't want to share this embarrassing past. But I can't wait another 10 years for him to snap out of it, Zeke thought inwardly. Meanwhile, Galleon kept scratching his head, self-blaming. Why am I so useless? Can I even make weapons anymore? A blacksmith who can't forge weapons. The more he thought, the fuzzier his mind got, until Zeke's loud shout snapped him back. "Sorry for my disgraceful behavior earlier," Galleon hurriedly said, but Zeke shook his head. "Don't worry, I want to see some of your failed products." Hearing this, though, Galleon was puzzled why Zeke asked that, he quickly led him. "Sure, follow me to the back." Back to Zeke, of course. He asked this to gauge Galleon's current level. No choice, I gotta guide him onto the right path himself, he thought inwardly. Next, cutting to the forge's backyard, an open lot stuck full of identical swords in the ground. Seeing the messy sight, Galleon looked embarrassed and told the protagonist, "Sorry, I shouldn't have let it get this cluttered. Haha, it's fine actually, kinda." Captivating, Zeke nodded back. Then Zeke stepped into the sword garden, casually yanked one sword out and examined it carefully behind him. Galleon worriedly warned, "Sir, please be careful. Even failed products, they're still razor sharp." Back to Zeke, of course Galleon's warning was pointless to him. How could these swords possibly hurt him? After checking several swords, Zeke got a general sense of the weapon's quality. This one, and this two, none are failures. Their quality matches what he forged when hailed as the continent's greatest. Thinking this, Zeke started wondering why Galleon called them failures. To check deeper, the protagonist activated Dragon Eye and re-examined the sword in hand, quickly spotting odd points as expected. "Just like I thought. Your forge has an issue, right?" Zeke spoke, making Galleon's eyes widen in shock for a second. He hurriedly asked, "How'd you know?" In reply, Zeke skipped details and continued on the sword issue. "Let me ask you. You've optimized your own smithing style, right? Looks like you mixed in other metals for lighter, finer material, but durability's trash." With that, Zeke swung the sword hard, then abruptly stopped his arm. The sword rebounded and shattered into countless fragments. As for why it broke, Zeke guessed and muttered, "In cases like this, it's impurities not properly removed during heat treatment." From Galleon's view, hearing the protagonist say this, his face went blank because he hadn't said a single wrong word. Incredibly accurate. He not only figured out my smithing method, but pinpointed the critical flaw and cause. If it's this guy, maybe he can help me. Thinking this, instinct urged the young blacksmith. Then he clenched his fist and spoke with a nervous voice. "Sir, this is a bit very sudden, but I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Zeke frowned, asking. To explain, the two returned to Galleon's private workshop. There the blacksmith pulled a drawing from a drawer. spread it on the table for Zeke to see, and the moment he looked with future knowledge, Zeke instantly recognized it. This was Galleon's secret, the thing he revealed years later, a magical furnace blueprint. Thinking this, he recalled the past life moment when the blacksmith shared this with him. Haha, why hide it from the guy who saved my life? This is a magic adjustable temperature furnace, my secret, he said, smiling back to reality since he already knew what it was. Zeke nodded in praise. With this, your smithing method would work perfectly. Hearing Zeke's words, Galleon's eyes lit up with joy. I knew you'd get it. Then Zeke asked why with a complete blueprint he hadn't built it. Hearing the question, the smile vanished from Galleon's face. Bitterly, he explained the most crucial part, the spirit energy law is there, but building the magic tower costs 10,000 gold. Across from him, Zeke's face stiffened at the sky-high number. To grasp the value, a normal 4-person family lived on 10 gold a month, so the furnace cost 1,000 times that monthly expense. So it took him 10 years to scrape that together. Thinking this, Zeke let out a heavy sigh and said, that's ridiculous. Back to the blacksmith. Of course, he knew with this tiny forge's income, who knows how many eras of saving it'd take to afford that furnace. So he pinned all hope on Zeke. I have a request, your Draker clan and a true blood awakener. So if you build this furnace for me, I'll fulfill any request you have free and unconditionally till my last breath, Galleon said, eyes dead serious. As for Zeke, hearing the offer, he fell into thought. Even as a Draker and one of this generation's 2 true blood awakeners, it didn't mean he could drop that kind of cash. This is tough. It'd be doable if I were the family's guardian knight, but impossible even as true blood to get 10,000 gold support. But I can't give up Graham. That radiant sword, his problems, the spirit energy law. Thinking this, suddenly a light bulb went off in Zeke's head, and he broke into a light smile, then gently rolled up the blueprint, stuffed it in his pocket, and agreed, all right, I'll accept. I can ask a mage acquaintance. If there's a solution, I'll let you know. Oh, and quit drinking. Zeke waved before his steps halted, because Galleon had latched onto his leg, sobbing like a kid. Thank you, truly thank you. Galleon will serve you for life as my life savior, he said, snot and tears smearing all over Zeke's pants. Geez, I get it. Stop. When it's done, I'll tell you, Zeke yelled. Time flew by quickly, shifting the scene to the research building area for professors inside Draker Academy. Right now, Zeke was heading over here to seek help from that mage guy Fanon, and as he walked, he was inwardly grumbling about the magic tower mages. Why the hell do those damn tower bastards charge such insane fees? The structure looks pretty simple anyway. Fanon's specialty is in mana energy design laws. Let's see, where's his lab again? Zeke muttered to himself in his heart, just before his body came to a stop, when he heard the sound of beating coming from not far away. The noise from inside that alley over there, right? That sound made Zeke recall some really unpleasant memories from his previous life. Back when he had to kneel and beg that guy Leon, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please, I apologize, young Master Leon. This lowly scum dared to touch your body, Zeke said while forcing out a smile, and in response to his words, that Leon guy didn't hesitate to stomp his foot down hard, saying, nice one, Zeke. As a reward, I'll give you the chance to clean up the ground you dirtied. Thank you, young Master Leon, Zeke said weakly. Thinking back on those memories, Zeke started grinding his teeth in rage. Shifting to inside the alley, at this moment, Leon was relentlessly swinging his fists at someone while cursing non-stop. Scum like you only exists to get in other people's way. That damn Zeke was the same. An unprecedented golden light reaction, a true blood awakening surpassing everything, damn it. Thinking of this, an extreme fury surged in his heart, and he stomped straight down on the bullied guy's head. Losing to that lowly bastard was unavoidable because of that surprise attack before the fight even started. But why the hell did that lucky piece of trash who humiliated me end up becoming a true blood awakener? Thinking about it, Leon bit his lips so hard it bled from sheer rage. However, right at that moment, Zeke's voice rang out from the alley entrance. Wow, pockface, already found someone to take my place, huh? Zeke said with a grin, but after seeing the face of the person being bullied, Zeke's expression flipped 180 degrees. I give you all 3 seconds. If you're smart, you'll bury your heads in the ground right now. On the opposite side, Leon saw Zeke appear and broke into a cold sweat. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, what's this? Your arrogance has gone through the roof ever since you awakened true blood, huh, Zeke Draker? Are you even sure you really awakened true blood? Before he could finish his sentence, Zeke didn't want to waste words on this dog, so he coldly warned, shut your mouth. If you don't bow down, then don't blame me, he said with an icy glare, making Leon's face turn pale as he sucked in a frightened breath from the protagonist. He began to feel an invisible pressure making sweat pour nonstop from his body. What the hell is this pressure? Just a few months ago, he was still crawling under my crotch, and now I'm actually scared. Thinking of this, a raging fire ignited invisibly in his heart, fueling him to face the protagonist. How dare you talk to me like that, you lowly bastard? What are you waiting for? Beat him up, he shouted at his pack of hounds, and those loyal dogs who didn't know Zeke's real strength grinned and charged at him to take a beating and facing their attack. Zeke just let out a tired sigh at how stupid these guys were. Ha, now don't blame me for this, okay? After saying that, he leaned to the side to dodge the punch from the bald guy. And while the guy hadn't even realized what was happening, Zeke threw a straight punch right into his ugly face, making the guy spew blood nonstop as he collapsed to the ground. Then he followed up with an uppercut from below straight into the chin of the guy behind, making him spew blood too. At the same time, another student balled his fist and attacked Zeke from above, but his arm was instantly grabbed by Zeke. Then Zeke spun his body and hurled the guy's body straight into the one on the other side. Next, he delivered a knee kick straight to another guy's face, making his eyes roll back white. Just like that, this group of small fry punks started getting beaten mercilessly by Zeke with zero mercy. Against weak chickens like these, he only needed one move to easily knock them flat. From behind, Leon watched his hounds get taken down so easily and his face went completely stupid. No way, is this really the Zeke Draker I know? He asked himself in his heart. Meanwhile, after dealing with the trash, Zeke turned his attention to Leon. No need to be scared, I believe you already know, it only hurts for a moment, he said casually like it was nothing. Seeing that, Leon hurriedly drew the sword at his waist, then shakily said, "Stay away from me. If you come closer, I'll cut you," he said bravely, but his trembling body completely betrayed his terrified state. Back to Zeke's perspective, looking at Leon drawing his sword, his eyes turned colder than ever. "You really drew your sword in the training grounds, huh? You know what that means, right?" To confront the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who has drawn his sword in the sacred training grounds, Zeke Draker will respond with my honor. The following battle will end when one of us dies. All responsibility lies with ourselves, and the opponent bears no responsibility for the outcome. Liam Stone, you will be the witness. However, before the protagonist could even make a move, Leon on the opposite side was so terrified he pissed himself. He let his sword drop limply and begged Zeke for mercy. "I'm sorry, Lord Zeke Draker. Please let me live. Please spare me," he said, trembling in the most pathetic posture, making Zeke not even bother taking his life. At this moment, he just swung his sword, slicing across Leon's left ear, making Leon let out a pained cry and hurriedly clutch his ear. As for Zeke, he sheathed his sword, then grabbed Leon's hair tightly and warned, "I'll take your ear as the price. If your ear is reattached when we meet again, next time what I take won't be your ear but your head." After saying that, he pressed Leon's face hard into the ground, letting him experience the feeling of kissing dirt like he himself had in his past life. After doing that, Zeke shrugged and walked off like nothing happened. Now back to the big guy Liam. Before Zeke left, he struggled to stand up and asked Zeke, "Why did you help me?" Hearing that, the protagonist gave a light smile. "Don't think about it. I wasn't helping you. I was helping myself," Zeke whispered, and officially bid farewell to the weak shadow of his past. After that, once he walked out of the alley, Zeke scratched his head and reminded himself, "Damn, was I influenced by Galleon or something? I almost said some super cringy line." Time passed quickly again, shifting to the lab of that mage buddy Fanon. At this point, Zeke had already met him and showed him Galleon's blueprint. "Is it feasible, Professor?" Zeke asked. And after observing a bit, Fanon replied, "Let me be straight. Yes, it's feasible." Hearing that, Zeke's eyes lit up noticeably. "Really? Then I want to entrust it to you, teacher," he said excitedly. However, things are never that easy and smooth. Buddy Fanon didn't rush to take on the task and reminded Zeke, "Hold on. I think it'd be better if you hear me explain first. Like you said, the overall structure can be called simple. However, the problem is the core responsible for energy output. The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the mana pathways have extremely troublesome restrictions. Though small, they require sufficient energy and will need a way to adjust output without delay. This is unprecedented," he said while pointing at the drawing on the table. After hearing, Zeke's smile gradually faded and he probed, "But it's still feasible, right?" "Yes, there are two options depending on the core's condition. I can personally adjust your design. However, it would take at least a decade to revise the core design. No, probably around 15 years. 15 years, Zeke yelled like the house was on fire. "Yes, that's right, it would consume a significant amount of time. The second method, we can skip the core design and use an equivalent material, but even so, it can save a lot of time. The required material is high compression mana stone." Hearing him say that, Zeke got so agitated he couldn't sit still anymore. "What? Isn't that an ancient treasure that can't be created with current technology?" On the opposite side, Professor Fanon calmly replied, "Yes, that's correct. Ancient treasures are already extremely rare. However, searching for treasures in ruins is even harder. To find a mana stone that can withstand our design, it would cost over 3,000 gold. To sum up the issue, if you want it fast, it's still all about money." And after hearing it, Zeke felt like all life had drained from his body. "I might get expelled if someone finds out I can't use light mana, but 15 years is way too long. But 3,000 gold is an astronomical number. Unbelievable crazy. I can't give up on the Graham Radiant Sword. Most people think I'm a light mana user because of what happened at the blessing ceremony, but it was just a reaction created by healing skill and ether. In reality, I still can't use light mana. Ether is considered a power extremely difficult for humans to control. However, except for the primordial spirit spiritual sense skill that Master taught me, I can't use any sword techniques that utilize light mana. With that skill, I can only strengthen and swing my whole body. Compared to others, light mana is much easier to use and more versatile. That's why I need the Gram Radiant Sword. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to find a high compression mana stone? The more he thought, the darker the future seemed to Zeke. And as if not seeing the boy's expression, the mage Fanon was still examining the blueprint and praising in admiration. By the way, the person who created this design is truly extraordinary, even considering the complex core. It's still a superior design. It would be hard to replicate even among Golden Age treasures. Turning to Zeke, Fanon's words made his body suddenly tremble. Then his eyes began to light up noticeably. Golden Age treasures, right? Why didn't I think of that earlier? Zeke broke into a smile like he just thought of something. And not wasting time, he immediately stood up and asked the professor, please keep the design safe until I return. Professor, hearing this, Professor Fanon turned to look at Zeke like he was an idiot. What do you mean? Are you telling me to spend 15 years perfecting it? In response, Zeke, of course, wasn't dumb enough to choose the super time-consuming method. Haha, of course not. I'll bring one. I mean, a high-compression mana stone, Zeke declared confidently, as if he already knew exactly where to find it. The Golden Age, that was the era of the Liberation War, fighting to escape dragon domination. And that era ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut. The one who defeated him was Terrakin Draker, the first head of the Draker family. Thanks to this, humanity gained a century of peace. During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered in Dragonlayer's remnants from the Hero King's era, the peak of magic. All those discovered treasures had techniques and magic far surpassing modern standards. Among them, high-compression mana stones containing essential mana to sustain an entire village, a treasure from the Hero King's era. Shifting to the Central Library of Draker Academy. Although rarely used, the Central Library is still maintained, because it's believed to have been personally established by Terrakin during the archive expansion phase. Ancient treasures from the Golden Age were discovered. This led to involvement from the Magic Tower and Grand Mage Nirvana, a member of the three great families, in the excavation. During those days, countless Golden Age treasures were found, and the news spread through continental newspapers, or at least that's what will happen in another 10 years. But currently no one has discovered any treasures or even realized they exist. Thinking this, Zeke started wandering around the archive room. However, after packing back and forth for a while, he could only sigh, I could search all day and still not find it. Out of options, he had no choice but to activate his Dragon Eye skill to search for more clues. And sure enough, Dragon Eye didn't disappoint him. After using the skill and observing around a bit, Zeke discovered a tile with a strange red glow. So the protagonist immediately ran over and tapped it to check. Here it is. It makes a hollow sound when tapped. Exactly, this is it. Thinking this, without waiting another second, Zeke used his power primordial spirit's spiritual sense, the only way to apply ether in spiritual sense skill that he learned from his master. Since ether materializes the users while applying certain attributes like cutting, and using it in various situations is possible. However, it has limitations. The user must consume ether for any action. At this moment, the energy blade in Zeke's hand easily sliced through the tile floor. However, after doing that, his whole body was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Looks like using it is still too much for me right now, Zeke whispered. Next, he gently lifted the tile, crawled underneath, and placed the tile back in position so no one would notice. Below was a pitch-black underground palace, forcing Zeke to use a torch to light the way. As he walked, he grumbled, the newspaper didn't say it was this deep. The words had just left his mouth. Suddenly, he heard someone's footsteps, making Zeke startle, and hurriedly extinguished the torch in his hand. Next, he carefully listened to the sound gradually approaching, and silently thought, at least another decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Could someone have found it before me? Zeke muttered as he slowly poked his head out to take a look. And what hit his eyes were two skeletons holding pickaxes and shovels. Skeletons, huh? They're holding pickaxes and shovels, alright. Okay, looks like they're not created by a lick. If that's the case, this should be easy. Thinking that, Zeke pulled his sword from his inventory and activated his critical strike skill, charging straight at the two skeletons. And in just 1 second, he easily chopped the head off the one holding the pickaxe. Next, he swung his sword, cleaving the shovel-wielding skeleton in half and right after taking down the two monsters. A notification screen appeared in front of him. For defeating two skeletons, you have gained 2 karma points. Current karma points 22. Looking at those words, Zeke felt like he'd just discovered another treasure. Alright, I can get points from killing monsters. I totally forgot because I was so focused on the treasures. Isn't this the best way to farm points? Then come here, my beloved points, Zeke said excitedly as he gripped his sword and went off to find more adorable skeletons to send them to their next reincarnation. What Zeke loved most about these monsters was how ridiculously weak they were. They gave him karma points without posing any real danger at all. Just like that, Zeke comfortably started collecting his karma points. While thinking about how to best use them, this is so easy, gotta think carefully in case I find something to unlock with points. Beginner quest book. is 45 karma points minimap, is 20 karma points dragon eye devouring skill, and locked level 2 skills all require 50 points. Looking at current prices, I can only afford the minimap, thinking that he immediately activated the minimap function. And right after a simulated screen displayed a mini-map of the area looking at the red dot marking his current position. Zeke quickly figured out how to use it. Seems similar to magic maps, thinking that Zeke's eyes showed a bit of surprise. And he noticed an area in the corner of the map. What's this, he asked himself, and reached out to touch that area. Next, the system switched the mini-map from 2D to 3D for easier viewing. Looking at how flexibly the system could change like that, Zeke couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Awesome, this is exactly what I wanted, he shouted excitedly before his eyes turned to a room glowing red. But why is only that room a different color, he said while reaching out to touch the room. And the system gave a notification, do you want directions to the selected location? Storage vault. Looking at this, Zeke's eyes widened. Storage vault. In the past, the exploration team took many days to find this place, and now I can locate it so easily. Thinking that, Zeke didn't hesitate and pressed confirm. Next, the system replied, we will now provide the fastest route to your designated location. As soon as the notification appeared, the 3D map in front of Zeke automatically drew a path leading to the room, making Zeke unable to hold back a thrilled shout. Haha, unbelievable. With this, how could I ever get lost just like that? Following the map's guidance, Zeke arrived in front of a massive door. Guess I'm here, but how do I get inside? Looks like just waiting won't open it. He frowned and reached out to touch the giant door. And the moment his hand touched it, some kind of magic on the door suddenly activated, knocking his hand away. Seeing this, Zeke realized what it was, a security spell. That's probably why the magic tower and Grand Mage Nirvana got involved, because of this door. If it weren't for these gloves, I might have lost my hand. Haha. I can't get past this spell system. Can't you open it for me? Zeke asked casually, just to vent his frustration. But unexpectedly, the system actually responded to his question. We have received the administrator's request. Accordingly, we will connect to the security device. The security spell has been disabled. Automatic device activation failed. Now switching to manual activation. Not having time to worry about the door, Zeke quickly asked back, wait, you're responding to what I just said? Yes. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Draker. The confirmation notification made Zeke freeze for a moment. He never expected he could actually talk to the system. Then, after a few seconds to calm down, Zeke asked the question he was most curious about. If that's the case, then why force me to reincarnate? I cannot answer that question, the system replied. Hearing that, Zeke asked another, so what is this? Administrator system, I cannot answer that question. Then who created you? I cannot answer that question. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Draker, turning back to Zeke. The system's constant no's were giving him a headache. Damn it, I didn't get answers to any of the important questions. Zeke sighed and requested the system to open the door. We have confirmed the administrator's request. The Dragonslayer's tomb storage vault has been opened. As the notification appeared, the massive door rumbled and slowly opened. Behind the door was a huge room filled with countless wooden chests neatly arranged on wooden shelves. Looking at those wooden chests, Zeke's eyes widened like he'd struck gold. Treasure chests, as the name suggests, these are chests full of valuable treasures and artifacts. Finding even one treasure would already be a miracle. Thinking that to verify, Zeke opened the nearest chest, and sure enough, it didn't disappoint. Inside were various jewels and gems shining brilliantly, almost blinding Zeke. Haha, so there are hundreds of treasure chests like this, he shouted excitedly and started rushing to open all the remaining chests, quickly gathering all the valuables. I want this one. Oh, this looks pretty good too. I'll give this to Fanon. Finally found them, top grade high compression mana stones, and there are 4 even better. I'll use 1 point to expand 4 more slots in storage, but I still don't have enough space. Looks like I'll have to come back here often until graduation. Zeke muttered and began stashing all the precious treasures into his inventory. After finishing, he stood up, relaxed, ready to leave. Today should be enough, Zeke muttered. But right at that moment, he sensed an unusual aura appear in the room, making him spin around startled. Huh, what is this creepy feeling? Zeke frowned, thinking while reaching out to touch the wall to check. Immediately, an anomaly occurred. A complex magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet, and just 1 second later, the formation activated, teleporting him somewhere. Then when he reappeared, Zeke found himself inside another kind of storage room. Seeing he'd been suddenly teleported, Zeke warily scanned around and asked the system, where is this? In response, the system quickly answered, the administrator is currently inside the Dragonslayer sanctuary. Back to Zeke, since the room seemed to have nothing dangerous, he lowered his guard and thought back to knowledge from his previous life. The Dragonslayer sanctuary. According to my past life, the newspapers never mentioned a room full of chests. Saying that, he opened the mini-map to check his position again, and silently calculated as expected. It's not too far from the old spot, but there's no path leading to the Dragonslayer sanctuary. If so, this must be a location undiscovered in my previous life. I can't miss this, Zeke thought excitedly. Next, he pushed aside the lid of a stone coffin in the room, revealing inside a full-body armor. At the same time, the system gave a reminder exclusive equipment of the Dragonslayer has been discovered. Looking at the notification, Zeke curiously lifted the armor and examined it from all angles. Exclusive equipment of the Dragonslayer, huh, it definitely doesn't look like the Golden Age armors I know, he muttered. Before noticing at the back of the armor's neck, there was a slot that looked like it was meant to insert something. Then a flash of insight hit Zeke and he took out a compressed mana stone from his inventory. Wait, could it be? But I can't just leave it like that, Zeke guessed aloud, and tried inserting the battery into the slot, and sure enough, his intuition was spot on. At that moment, the battery began emitting intense energy to activate the armor. Mana battery installed into Dragonslayer exclusive equipment. Activating equipment. The notification appeared. The armor's eyes suddenly lit up brightly. Then its body automatically stood up, startling Zeke to ensure safety. He stepped back a few paces, then somehow the armor suddenly exploded. Equipment malfunction due to overload activation failed. Small explosion expected. Please evacuate immediately, the system frantically warned. However, by the time it gave the warning, the armor had already blown up spectacularly. It's already exploded, Zeke complained. Sorry, the system said apologetically. Putting that aside, Zeke couldn't help but be amazed by the armor. So one high compression mana stone is just the power source for this armor. What functions could possibly require such terrifying energy? I'll ask Fanon later. For now, let's explore this place. Saying that, Zeke started moving around the storage room. However, he didn't find anything. The other rooms were empty. This is the last room, Zeke muttered, and from his view it was a spacious room with only a glass case placed right in the center. The whole room had just one glass case. Zeke complained boredly. At least compared to that treasure vault, this room deserves to be called the beggar's room, or that's what Zeke thought, until the system gave him a notification. You have discovered the legacy of Dragonslayer, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Looking at the notification without any warning, cold sweat poured down Zeke's face from tension. Dragonslayer, that guy was seriously insane. Leaving the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy, so that creepy feeling I sensed earlier in the vault was this. But right now the feeling is completely different. Zeke sighed, not noticing that the strange aura he'd felt was growing thicker than ever and starting to affect him. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. Back to Zeke. The black dragon's aura began twisting his thoughts. All right, I hear you. Looks like no other choice then. I'll just kill them all. A strange thought started creeping into Zeke's mind. But right at that moment, the system activated the unyielding mental defense skill for him, making Zeke's eyes clear up and immediately realizing a black evil aura was surrounding him. What the hell is this? He shouted loudly. And for the first time, the system issued him a quest. Emergency quest. Dragonslayer trial. Overcome the powerful curse engraved on Bahamut's heart. Quest. Reward ownership of Dragon's legacy. Back to Zeke. At this point, one of his eyes had already turned black from the evil dragon's influence, and even if the system tried activating unyielding mental defense again, it failed. And now Zeke had to fight the aura's influence alone. Countless voices in his head demanding destruction and devastation, making his head feel like it would split in two. Then to stop it, Zeke slammed his head hard against the glass case in front, shattering the case into pieces. Shut up, so annoying. You call that freedom? Freedom is something you have to take, you idiot, the protagonist sneered with blood streaming down his face. And with that action, the strange aura no longer bothered him. You have overcome the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. Emergency quest completed. Quest. Reward ownership of Dragon's legacy obtained. As the system notification appeared, the glass case shattered completely, revealing before Zeke a heart burning in flames. But with no time to care about it, Zeke collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Damn it, I almost died. No way, my skill failed just now. What was that? Zeke wondered to himself, and while he was lost in thought, the system automatically handled some things. Unyielding self-healing skill activated. Infinite stamina skill activated. Beginning absorption of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. In front, the evil dragon's heart suddenly trembled and shot a beam of light straight into Zeke's chest, causing him excruciating pain, like his body was being torn apart. What is this? Pure condensed mana is pouring straight into me, but I don't have mana meridians to receive it. This vast mana has nowhere to go and is destroying my body. I have to do something. Zeke reminded himself, then gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to handle its soul body ultimate sealing technique. Envelop the mana in ether, then seal it in the ether compartment. Zeke gritted his teeth thinking and poured all his body's ether energy to seal the massive mana. Then at the spot where he stood, a terrifying explosion occurred, sending smoke and dust billowing up. Inside the smoke, Zeke's body remained unharmed. However, the violent energy was still relentlessly ravaging his body. Then after a few seconds, the intense energy finally quieted down, and only now could the protagonist breathe a sigh of relief. Few guess I'm alive now. Saying that, he looked at the devastated surroundings and thought the heart is gone. So that pile of mana was Bahamut's, the protagonist judged and right at that moment. From the reflection in a broken glass shard, Zeke saw a tattoo of the evil dragon right in the center of his chest, making him unable to resist reaching out to touch the tattoo and mutter, "Is this because I sealed Bahamut's mana?" As soon as the words left his mouth, countless system notifications flooded in. Mana absorption has refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique has changed to heavenly bone body, detected power beyond administrator's capacity, compressing and sealing 95% of power. As the successor, you have gained access to Terrakin Draker's secure vault, activating beginner-level quest, providing guidance for low-level administrator. Back to Zeke, too much new info coming in he couldn't process it all. Heavenly Bone Body, Terrakin Draker's secure vault quest guidance, another bunch of weird stuff. As usual, I'll check it later. For now, dismiss. Zeke waved his hand, saying. But right then another screen popped up, changing his expression. Wait, hold on. Leave this one. My ancestor really was generous. He stroked his chin with a sly grin. Time flew by quickly, shifting the scene to Zeke's private room in the Platinum Building. After carefully stowing away a few valuable pieces of jewelry in his personal cabinet, Zeke finally had some free time to check on his own status. Looks like the cleanup is almost done. Let's take a closer look, he said cheerfully, and quickly opened his status window again. Then he noticed some changes in his information in the title section. A new line appeared: Heir of Terrakin Draker, Sovereign Dominion over Dragonkin, Physique, Heavenly Bone Body, Dragonkin Skill, Devouring Technique, Transmitting Power through Words, Locked, Unlock when conditions are met. Looking at these status lines, Zeke nodded and said, there are quite a few expansions. Let's see more. He started tapping on each new description to check them out, and the system provided explanatory notifications. Sovereign Dominion over Dragonkin allows summoning and commanding tamed Dragonkin. Heavenly Bone Body optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates martial arts learning, and enhances ether conduction efficiency. Reading these descriptions, Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly. Just the descriptions don't tell me much, and earlier I caught a glimpse not only of Terrakin's second legacy, but also a whole system window related to Terrakin. System, show me all the notifications related to Terrakin, he said softly. In response, the system immediately displayed, we have received the request to access Terrakin's secure vault, requires data synchronization. Please move to a synchronization location. Would you like synchronization coordinates displayed on the mini-map? Terrakin's secure vault. What is this? So I have to go to the designated spot to access it. Show me the location, Zeke grumbled. And right away the mini-map appeared in front of him, and the designated location made Zeke unable to hide the shock on his face. This is Valhalla. Valhalla is the top knight training academy. No one except authorized individuals can even approach it, let alone enter inside. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Going to Valhalla wasn't part of my plan, but if something like Terrakin's legacy is there, then it's worth revising the plan. Looks like I'll have to stick around this cursed family. A bit longer thinking that he tapped another description line, this time the one about the beginner quest book. Beginner quest book begins guiding low-level administrators. After the guidance phase, quests will become available to support administrator development. Completing quests grants additional rewards after reading the system's explanation. Even an idiot could understand it, so I accept quests and get rewarded upon completion. The structure is similar to adventurer guilds or mercenary missions, but what does this guidance part mean? He wondered to himself, and as if to answer Zeke, the system automatically activated the guidance, begin guiding low-level administrator. As soon as the notification appeared, the space around Zeke suddenly changed, turning into a simulated space just like in games. The sudden scene made the protagonist curiously look around. What is this? Where am I? Did I get teleported again like last time? No, this feeling is completely different. It's like the entire space has shifted, Zeke guessed anxiously before a ferocious growl from some monster started rumbling behind him. Hearing that, the protagonist quickly turned to look back and saw a group of huge ferocious orcs slowly being generated by the system. Along with it, a guidance notification appeared. Guidance quest, defeat the appearing monsters within the time limit using at least 2 skills. Reward system, shop access points, time limit 60 minutes. Looking at the notification, Zeke's mind immediately raced and he figured out its purpose. Orcs appear out of nowhere, and a matching quest comes with this guidance. It's creating situations where I can actively use the system. This should have been provided way earlier, he complained, while he was still dazed and thought the orcs had already surrounded him, and at the same time swung their massive spiked clubs straight at him. The strike was so powerful it caused a huge explosion on the floor with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Luckily, even though his mind was on the system quest, Zeke never dropped his guard, knowing he was surrounded by monsters. So the moment they attacked, he simultaneously activated high-speed movement and combo slash to dodge and counter right after. His sword flashed like lightning before the orcs could even react. Their bodies were sliced into countless countless pieces. Zeke being able to do this so easily was partly thanks to the heavenly bone body, which optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates martial learning, and boosts ether conduction. The sword in his hand felt as light as a feather, so this is the effect of heavenly bone body at this level. I can easily take down commander-level enemies, he thought to himself. And after finishing off the orcs, the system notification appeared: guidance quest completed. Next, the simulated space around him slowly faded away as if it never existed. Oh, I'm back. So it was all just an illusion. The realism is no joke. The protagonist nodded and sheathed his sword back into his inventory. Then the system gave the rewards for completion: critical hit bonus added to rewards, time bonus added to rewards, quest reward 40 points, in shop category unlocked. Back to Zeke, he excitedly checked his new function: I can buy items through the system. What is this so convenient? Looking through Zeke's eyes, as soon as he tapped the shop, he saw some extremely useful items. First, giant skin. For 10 points, a potion similar to a giant's tough hide, temporarily boosts defense. Giant fire breath. 20 points, a potion containing condensed fire. Giant breath unleashes inextinguishable flames. Low-grade ancient rune speedstone. 7 points, a magic stone engraved with runes, slightly increases movement speed. Wings of the sky. 5 points, a potion from bird feathers, temporarily boosts agility. Looking at these items, Zeke was stunned. Giant skin, fire, giant's breath, all of them are rare treasures worth hundreds of gold. Just selling shop items alone could make me filthy rich. On the side, the system gave a reminder: please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items in your storage compartment can also be sold. Twin practice swords. This item cannot be sold. Elven dagger. Do you wish to sell this item? Selling price 4 points. Turning to Zeke, the pitiful price for the dagger made his hand freeze. Selling seems only applicable to ancient treasures. 4 points for this dagger. I could get at least 100 gold auctioning it off. Selling items won't be useful unless I desperately need points. Saying that, he swiped away the screen in front of him and stretched tiredly. Hugh, what an exhausting day. Tonight I'll probably sleep like a rock, the protagonist sighed. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Shifting to the professor's research area at this point, Zeke went back to Professor Fanon to hand over that battery. And when he saw Zeke bring it out, the young professor couldn't hide the shock on his face. You really brought back a high compression mana stone in just one day. How did you manage that? In response, Zeke obviously couldn't mention the dungeon, so he brushed it off. It's a long, complicated story. So when will the device be fully operational? It's already complete, Fanon replied calmly. Already done? You're amazing, Professor, Zeke praised, while the professor praised him back. Bringing this here is even more amazing. Back to Zeke's perspective, while sipping tea, he glanced at the professor and silently evaluated in his heart: pretty suspicious, huh? Whenever a high compression mana stone is discovered, major continental forces register various ancient runes as serial numbers and manage ownership of valuable high-grade mana stone. So by checking the serial number, you can determine the excavation time, location, and current owner. But the one I brought could never be registered in that book. It's a completely new personal discovery. Putting suspicion aside, he does have solid evaluation skills and ability. Back to Professor Fanon, after finishing the final checks, he spoke up: I've verified the serial number, we can start now. Next, both of them headed to Buddy Galleon's forge to complete the furnace setup. And now, with the energy source in place, the furnace began emitting intense, powerful energy. Looking at his furnace finally working, Galleon couldn't hold back the joy on his face, while Zeke and Fanon behind him were happy for him too. Then, seeing everything stable, Professor Fanon said goodbye to head to class. I have to go teach. Thank you, Professor, Zeke quickly replied. Back to Galleon, he'd been grinning non-stop. I never imagined in my lifetime I'd see a fully operational magic furnace. Thank you so much, he said happily. Hearing that, Zeke shook his head lightly. Just business, no need to go that far. You haven't forgotten our previous agreement, right? Of course, please make your request, Galleon replied eagerly. On this side, the protagonist pulled an item from his backpack and requested, make me a sword with this. What he took out was the hardest fang of the evil dragon Bahamut. With the eyes of a veteran blacksmith, Galleon instantly recognized the material: a dragon fang. Wow, with this size and condition, I've never seen anything like it. Where on earth did you find this? To Zeke, this was Tarakan Draker's second legacy from the dragon heart. To this fang, he felt like a grave robber. It's complicated to explain, Zeke said softly, before noticing the blacksmith buddy in front of him was trembling non-stop like he had malaria. Not only did you give me a magic furnace, you also gave me the chance to forge a dragon fang. I will definitely repay your trust. I, Galleon Halbert, will stake my life on your sword, he said, while his whole body radiated a blinding aura that dazzled Zeke's eyes. Those words brought back memories for Zeke. In his previous life, Galleon had said something similar. He's really determined, Zeke thought to himself, and decided to leave everything to Galleon. All right, I trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you'll make. I'm really looking forward to it. Shifting to Zeke's bedroom at this point, he was still excited, anticipating the sword Galleon would forge for him. Making a sword, I'm really pumped, Zeke said cheerfully before remembering the message from Uncle Duke. It's been a week since I got the message to come back after the bet with Duke ended. Guess it's time for something to happen, Zeke muttered to himself. And sure enough, right then Uncle Duke Duke's figure suddenly appeared outside on the balcony staring at him with eyes full of anger. "Why didn't you come this time, kid? Answer honestly." Looking at the red-haired uncle's face, Zeke's whole body trembled nonstop. "He looks like he wants to kill me." Thinking that he tried to calm down and replied, "You said come back if I wanted to challenge naturally. Since I had no intention of going, I didn't go." In front, Duke seemed unable to accept that answer, so he lunged forward, grabbing Zeke's collar, and demanded, "I said answer honestly." Next, without giving Zeke a chance to react, he threw him straight out the window, making the protagonist's face go blank for a moment. "Too high at this height, I'll die instantly without a chance to heal." Thinking that to save his own life, he twisted in midair and reached out to grab the balcony railing. However, before his hand could reach the railing, Uncle Duke's arm shot out, grabbing his neck tightly, and said coldly, "You don't want to challenge me again? I don't think you're dumb enough not to understand me anyway. It's the opposite. You didn't show up after losing, you didn't even go to the infirmary. It's like you're deliberately trying to piss me off. I give you 5 seconds this time. Answer honestly." His words dripped with killing intent, making Zeke realize he'd pushed the joke too far. What he knows, but still went along with it. Thinking that he looked at the other with a teasing gaze. "Ridiculous. You haven't even revealed your real identity. Am I wrong, Gardner Dexter?" Hearing Zeke's words, the uncle suddenly broke into a smile, and immediately threw his body back inside like tossing a chair, causing the furniture in the room to shatter into pieces. "All right, you got it, kid. I was once a Black Knight of the Draker family. My name is Duke Draker," saying that he reached towards Zeke. And once he introduced himself, Zeke placed his hand over his chest in greeting. "Esteemed elder of the family and former member of the Black Knights, I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I showed as a knight," he said calmly. But that completely unsurprised expression made the uncle suspicious. This is the face of someone who already knew what the hell is that. Hearing that, Zeke quickly switched to a dumb expression. "Nothing, haha." He laughed awkwardly before turning curious about the last words. "But Duke, you said you were once a Black Knight. What do you mean?" In response, the uncle shrugged. "Simply, I used to be black, but now I'm red." From behind, Zeke heard that and felt his mind go a little fuzzy. Can something like that even happen? A knight's rank can go up, but I've never heard of it dropping back down. Turning back to Duke, as if he didn't want to dwell on this topic too much, he immediately cut the conversation short. "Kid, don't talk about that anymore." As he spoke, both of his hands trembled nonstop, like he was struggling to hold himself back. Seeing that, Zeke quickly realized this might be a taboo subject for Duke, so he wasn't dumb enough to bring it up again. "Alright, since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest in return too." Next, Zeke explained his real purpose for deliberately not showing up to meet him. And after listening, the uncle's eyes grew even more intrigued. "So from the very beginning you already guessed my identity and deliberately pissed me off to become my official disciple, huh? You've got some guts, kid. Alright, I'll take you as my disciple," the uncle said, slapping his thigh loudly, making Zeke in front of him widen both eyes. "Huh, just like that. So before he changes his mind, I gotta act fast." Thinking is doing, Zeke immediately dropped to one knee in front of him and started firing words like a machine gun. "I, Zeke Draker, offer my disciple oath to the great Duke Draker, knight among knights. I swear to follow Master's teachings with utmost dedication, cultivating virtues, learning, and striving to uphold and elevate Master's honor." He spoke so fast like a machine, making Duke a bit dumbfounded at this quick turnaround. "You even know the disciple oath? That's rarely used these days," Duke said in surprise, while Zeke calmly replied, "Cultural knowledge is a knight's virtue, right, Master?" "What a sly little brat. I'll take that as a compliment," Zeke said smugly before remembering something and turning to ask, "But Master, may I ask one question?" On the opposite side, Duke sighed, "Calling me Master so quickly, huh? Alright, go ahead." Seeing that Zeke quickly asked his question, "What do you find attractive about me that made you decide to take me as your disciple?" Saying that, Zeke recalled memories related to Duke from his previous life. Duke was famous for never taking disciples. Even the century's genius Andre had to beg for years to become his only disciple. So why did he accept me so easily? I have a guess. He must have seen my potential during the bet, something far surpassing Andre's talent. He's clearly sharp-eyed. Thinking this, Zeke unconsciously broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Duke on the opposite side didn't rush to answer, but asked back, "What do you think, disciple? Guess." In response, Zeke straightforwardly said his thought, "Obviously, because I'm the ultimate genius, right?" Hearing the answer, Duke laughed so hard his whole body shook. "Your confidence is truly admirable. Haha, if that were the reason, I'd have taken Riene as my disciple already. It's because you have determination. Not all so-called geniuses can reach the level of Red Knight or Black Knight. Those who grow up without any setbacks will easily crumble at the smallest challenges." In front, Zeke completely agreed with his master's words. He's right. Many expected geniuses are supposed to at least reach red rank but end up stuck at yellow or blue. Back to the uncle, after explaining to his disciple, he eagerly wanted to start teaching right away. Enough chit-chat. "Follow me, the first lesson starts now." "Yes, Master," Zeke replied excitedly. It seemed he was really looking forward to Duke teaching him his secret techniques. Next, the two quickly headed to the training ground in the western greenhouse. Looking at this spacious training area, Zeke was a bit surprised. who would have thought there was a place like this under the greenhouse. What does he plan to make me do? He said run, so I ran. But it's already been 3 hours, Zeke frowned, guessing. At the same time, Duke, standing beside him, looked thoughtful and suddenly told him to stop. Hearing that, Zeke jogged in place and turned to ask, so I can stop running now, right? Yes, but I want to ask something. Duke nodded. Yes, master, what do you want to know? Zeke continued. Nothing much, Duke said as his body suddenly appeared behind Zeke. Then he reached out and grabbed Zeke's hand. Then, as if by body instinct, Zeke immediately swung his arm hard, knocking Duke's hand away and stepping back to keep distance. Looking at his slightly reddened palm, Duke sighed. Checking your energy isn't easy, huh? Alright, something was off from the start, back at the infirmary during the talent test, and even in the greenhouse during the bet, and just now after 500 laps around the training ground. I didn't sense any light mana from you when I tried to check your meridians, you dog. Kid, don't tell me you can't use light mana, he guessed aloud, making Zeke's heart skip a beat at those words. Next, without waiting for Zeke to react or explain, Duke continued. The bronze statue reacted right. An unprecedented golden light caused a commotion and brought you here. So why did you stop me from checking your meridians, he said while looking at Zeke's face with great interest, while Zeke felt a bit uneasy, not daring to meet his eyes. After a few seconds, Zeke calmed down a little and glanced to assess his master's expression. Curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker who can't use light mana is a serious issue, but it seems his interest is the biggest thing. Lucky for me, the one I'm dealing with is Duke. Once I get Graham, no one will suspect my lack of light mana. Until then, I have to be careful. No need for a long-winded lie, unlike my previous life when I was the family's first failed awakener. Thinking that, Zeke made his decision, then he slowly took off his gloves, at the same time activating his mana reversal skill, causing red lightning sparks to appear in the surrounding space. This truth will cover my disguise, a fitting reason for this situation, Zeke thought, and began explaining. Yes, as you said, master, I can even influence mana, a sign of true blood, but for some reason I can't use light mana. I'm sorry for being scared earlier if it gets out that a Draker family member can't use light mana. I'll get expelled. Saying that, tears welled up in his eyes. Looking at his pitiful expression, no one would think he was acting. But of course, Duke wasn't that easy to convince. He began channeling his light mana into Zeke's body to check his condition, and only withdrew after finding nothing. Seeing that, Zeke immediately asked, so what do you think, master? Without answering the question, Duke's brows furrowed tightly. HMPH, a kid with such determination at this age, but why can't I sense any light mana despite his awakening? Duke stroked his chin, pondering, while Zeke anxiously waited in his heart. Even checking my meridians, he won't be completely sure. The blessing ceremony is extremely important to the Draker family. Even if I really can't awaken light mana, he'll most likely find a reason to explain it to himself. Zeke silently guessed, and sure enough, just as he calculated, Duke later explained that he was a variant. Hearing the answer, Zeke wasn't too surprised. A variant, huh? Of course, that's the direction this story goes. If he doesn't know about job classes, that conclusion makes perfect sense. Thinking that, to complete his act, Zeke asked, what is a variant, master? In response, Duke began explaining. A variant is the term for people with abnormal abilities. For example, users of both light mana and mana, or people who can see the future, things that defy common sense. Because of that, variants are often treated poorly, so don't go around saying you might be a variant. So why do you think I'm a variant, master? Zeke asked. Further, for this question, Duke explained, because of your abnormal physical strength and recovery. No matter how minor an internal injury takes time to heal, but you recover instantly. Duke was sure a huge amount of energy had been consumed, and asked Zeke what he thought that energy was. Light mana, Zeke asked, probing. And the uncle nodded in agreement. Yes, my hypothesis is that any light mana you produce is instantly consumed by your physique and regeneration, leaving no trace for you to sense behind. If he didn't already know a bit about his own fate, Zeke would have believed it hook, line, and sinker. Oh, hearing him say it, it's pretty convincing actually. Thinking that, he continued, so does that mean I'll never be able to use light mana, master? In front, Uncle Duke burst out laughing. Haha, no need to worry. Whirlwind technique doesn't require light mana, it's a special ultimate technique. Special ultimate techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights, usually involving applications or enhancements of dragon-slaying techniques that require light mana. But my whirlwind technique relies entirely on physical training. I'll demonstrate once, so watch carefully. Saying that, he tapped his toe on the floor below. Next, a deafening crack rang out, and Duke's figure instantly vanished from Zeke's sight, followed by countless rapid successive sounds the protagonist couldn't even catch where his body was at any moment. Then, after a few seconds, the uncle returned to his original position and asked, did you see that? In response, Zeke asked back, I just need to follow your footsteps, right? Well, if that's all you think, then I don't need to explain more. You've seen enough. Zeke nodded extremely confidently. confidently making Duke's face show some anticipation for his performance. Your confidence rivals a Black Knight. Good, show me what you can do. Back to Zeke. At this point, he slightly bent his body and got into ready position. Next, he concentrated power in both souls and began copying Uncle Duke's earlier move by stepping exactly in the footprints he left on the tiled floor. By following those steps, previously unseen paths appeared. Every step had purpose, whether to attack, dodge close distance, or create distance. No step was wasted, Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duke beside him started rubbing his eyes to check if he was seeing wrong. Unbelievable. Just 1 week he has that talent, but this level. What on earth happened in 1 week? This is a genius, truly perfect, Duke thought while sweat beaded on his face. And seeing this expression, Zeke broke into an extremely smug smile worthy of Black Knight level confidence, saying that he didn't forget to thank his heavenly bone body. Thanks to it, his martial arts learning ability had reached a whole new level. That's why Duke was so shocked. Back to Uncle Duke, looking at the disciple's smug face. Veins popped on his forehead as he muttered to himself, if only this kid could drop that annoying attitude, it'd be perfect. Thinking that, he lunged forward and grabbed his disciple by the neck. This brat was crying just minutes ago, and now he's already cocky. Master, you're not planning to show off because of me, right? Zeke said nervously. That depends on your attitude, you arrogant disciple, Duke replied, making Zeke's head hurt. Former Black Knight and not discreet at all, he complained. Time passed quickly. Shifting to the Academy's grand dining hall while munching on food, he was thinking about the recent period. It's been a month since I started training under Duke's guidance. My food portions just keep increasing. Thinking that before he could finish eating, suddenly the voice of instructor Buddy Andre rang out. Do you have a moment? Zeke Draker, hearing that, although the protagonist was a bit curious why this genius came to find him, he shrugged and said, if it's here then sure, because I'm busy. Hearing that, Andre nodded and got straight to the point. Fine, how did you convince Dexter? Straight to the point, Looks like he's panicking because I became a disciple even though I haven't really, Zeke thought to himself and turned to say, no need for convincing, Dexter chose me himself. His answer made Andre's eyes flash with anger and he spoke sarcastically. In the end, it's because you're true blood. On the opposite side, the protagonist, hearing that, stopped his hand movement and stared wide-eyed at the Rose Knight in front of him. Would you feel that confident, Is that all you wanted to say? Andre replied with both hands trembling from rage. Ignoring that, Zeke continued, no, that's only half. Even if he was initially attracted by bloodline, do you think someone like Dexter would take a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I could become his disciple, setting aside interest, it's because of my talent. So instead of wasting time on jealous behavior to boost your confidence, why not work hard to become someone worthy of being chosen? Zeke lectured, making Andre's face twist since he couldn't argue back at all. Shifting the scene to the training ground in the greenhouse. Looking at the knight running like crazy in front of him, Zeke turned to ask the red-haired uncle, what's going on? Master, hearing the question, even Duke himself was puzzled. I have the same question. I don't know what's wrong with that brat. He begged to stay nearby, even offered to handle logistics if needed. I told him to run 300 laps without using light mana if he wanted to stay, and now he's doing it. Sigh, that guy's a total lunatic, Duke sighed, while Zeke had to reevaluate Andre with new eyes. 300 laps without light mana. I thought he was just an arrogant guy, but it turns out he has real determination too. Shifting to outside the academy gates. At this moment, countless people stood in extreme solemnity, and around them whispers buzzed. What's going on? Why suddenly call all students out like this? In response, someone else looked at the questioner in disbelief. You idiot, did you forget what day it is? The family head is visiting today. Just like that, amid everyone's anticipation, very quickly a carriage bearing the Draker family crest arrived. And the moment they saw its silhouette, a young knight shouted loudly, the family head of the Draker clan is arriving. Hearing that, the chubby Howard stroked his beard and said, everyone prepare yourselves. Yes, headmaster, the group responded in unison. Next, from inside the carriage, a silver-haired man stepped down and nodded in greeting to the old man. Long time no see, Howard. Hearing that, the plump old man hurriedly bowed. I respectfully greet the master of the Draker family. As his words rang out, everyone around simultaneously shouted, we respectfully greet the master of the Draker family. In front, family head Arthur approached, patted Howard's shoulder and said, you've been through a lot, I can imagine. In response, the plump old man shook his head. My efforts are nothing compared to yours, family head. Then I'll continue to count on you. Back to Howard. After the greetings ended, he suggested Arthur go inside since the sun was blazing hot today. However, before he could finish, Leon reached out to stop him. Next, he stepped onto a raised position where all the students could clearly see him, and spread his arms wide, declaring, O young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Train even harder, your growth is the growth of Draker. Hearing the family head's reminder, the group of students surged with energy and shouted back, we will engrave these words in our hearts, family head. Seeing that Arthur nodded in satisfaction, turned and left. All right, let's go. Yes, family head, Howard replied. Time passed quickly. Shifting to Arthur's private room. For some reason, Zeke had been summoned to meet him. After entering the room, Zeke quickly bowed and said to the master of all knights and guardian of the Dragon Slayers, Honor Arthur Draker, I Zeke Draker, a member of this family, respectfully offer my respect and greeting. In front, Uncle Leon, seeing his son being so formal, laughed, haha, even people at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that anymore, drop the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea, I brought something exceptional, hope it suits your taste, saying that he handed the protagonist the freshly poured cup. Turning back to Zeke, being summoned to meet the family head like this put an invisible pressure weighing on his mind. Just as I thought, even my tea preferences got reported back to the family. There's a saying the emperor might not know, but nothing escapes the Draker family now. I'm feeling it firsthand. Thinking that he prepared to sip the tea in front to ease the pressure. However, the family head's next words made Zeke lose all interest in drinking. The reason I called you here is because I heard surprising news that Duke has taken a disciple. Hearing that, Zeke could only give a wry laugh in his heart. Haha, straight to the point, no beating around the bush. Thinking that, Zeke calmly said, it's simply Duke showing generosity toward me, sir. In front, Arthur knew full well things weren't that simple. However, he didn't dig deeper. If that's what you say, then it must be so. I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings. His words weren't finished when suddenly Zeke cut in and declared, I will become the strongest on the continent. Hearing that, the family head's eyes began to change slightly, and as if not noticing that gaze, the protagonist continued, sharing his dream. So I can live freer than anyone else, that's my goal. As the words ended, family head Leon set his teacup down on the table and said coldly, so that includes surpassing me, right? As those words rang out and terrifying pressure poured from him, making Zeke's biological alarm bells ring nonstop. His whole body broke into a cold sweat. A feeling like he could die at any moment overwhelmed his mind. Could this be? Within this range, the life and death of all beings are controlled. Celestial sword, the pinnacle of light mana manipulation, achievable only by Black Knights. Next, although scared enough to wet himself, Zeke still gritted his teeth and said, of course. Looking at the stubborn expression on his face, for some reason, family head Arthur broke into a light smile and slowly released his pressure. Then he spoke, of everything I've heard lately, that's the most interesting. I came to visit the academy to encourage you, but now seeing you, encouragement alone isn't enough. Saying that, the uncle reached into his pocket as if to take something out. Back to the protagonist, he eyed this unfamiliar father. This is the current master of the Draker family, a true Black Knight. I thought Duke's level was ridiculous, but this is on a completely different plane. Unaware of the thoughts in his heart, Arthur took out a black card and placed it on the table. Consider this a gift for becoming Duke's disciple. This is a black card. Looking at it with knowledge from his previous life, Zeke, of course, knew what it was precisely. Because of that, he was shocked enough to sweat. Father, you're giving me this? Looking at the astonished expression, Arthur didn't need to explain much. Seems like you already know what it is. On this side, Zeke picked up the card, still unable to believe his eyes. This is a black card issued to very few VVIPs, known for bringing insane benefits with no spending limit. I never thought I'd see the legendary black card with my own eyes. Beside him, Uncle Arthur smiled. I'll add you as a co-user, so feel free to use it. Hearing that, Zeke wasn't dumb enough to refuse. Thank you, father, I'll definitely use it wisely. Saying that, but Zeke still felt a bit wary in his heart toward this kind gesture. The words are caring, but the intent is obvious. Since this card tracks information, it means my actions will be easier to monitor. Even so, using a casual method instead of forceful coercion means he still doesn't care too much about me. Yet, Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, Arthur's tone shifted slightly. Alright, Scram, I can't waste any more of your precious time. Zeke, the one who will become the strongest. You may leave now. Understood, family head. Zeke bowed in farewell and quickly left the room. And not long after he left, his master Duke appeared in the room and grumbled, what a detestable guy. Hearing the familiar voice, Arthur calmly replied, why so heated, Duke? Do I even need to ask? The kid was abandoned in the cradle, and now you're showing up playing the caring father role. His voice dripped with sarcasm, however, as if long accustomed to his best friend's personality. Arthur wasn't angry as family head. I have no other choice, you know that, and your words just now are slandering the family head. Hearing that, Duke slumped into a chair and waved his hand. Ha, fine, whatever, drag me along then. Back to Arthur. Duke's laid-back attitude made him chuckle. Haha, that's why I can only talk freely with you. Shall we drink and talk then? Saying that, Arthur took out a bottle of fine liquor, and just seeing the label, Duke's eyes lit up like car headlights. Dragon's breath and the red one too. See, you do have taste after all. Next, while sitting and drinking, as if remembering something, Arthur's voice turned serious. You've heard about the strange situation on the continent, right? I'm holed up in the academy. How would I know? Duke sneered, but Arthur didn't believe it one bit. Your eyes and ears are still all over the continent. Hearing that, Duke grumbled a bit. You already know, so why ask, you sly old fox? The emperor, obsessed with immortality, is searching the entire continent like a madman. Yes, do you think it's possible? Arthur asked back. back, and for that question, the uncle affirmed with absolute certainty, of course, not eternal youth can be achieved through magic, but true immortality is absolutely impossible. On the opposite side, Arthur agreed with that opinion, however his voice hesitated slightly. I agree. But what if it involves an ancient dragon treasure? Hearing that, Duke seemed to sober up instantly and shouted, what? At the same time, while the two were having a serious conversation, they had no idea that every word they spoke was being eavesdropped on by Zeke from a room not far away. Using an artifact called listening, just like that, the voices of both began transmitting straight into Zeke's head. If it really is an artifact related to an ancient dragon, then it might, Duke hesitated to say. Don't tell me you've already pinpointed its location, the uncle probed, and family head Arthur gave a slight nod confirming exactly. Exactly, according to the report from Black Veil, the highest probability is that it's located on the northern continent. Hearing that, Duke's expression turned thoughtful for a moment before asking further. This is information the Empire hasn't obtained yet, right? Yeah, that's correct, but it's only a matter of time before they find out. It reminds me of the old days, that mad emperor who started a war right after ascending the throne with the ambition to unify the continent. I thought he'd given up that ridiculous dream as he grew old, but clearly not if that artifact can truly grant immortality. Getting to this point without letting Duke finish, Arthur cut in, then the continent will once again sink into a sea of flames. Because this is such an important matter, I've decided to head north myself. Hearing that, Duke panicked and quickly reminded, what if you leave your position? That emperor will act even more freely. In response, Arthur looked at Duke with expectant eyes. That's exactly why I came to see you. You're such a bastard, Duke sighed, having already guessed his best friend's intention. Saying that, both raised their glasses together just as expected. I can't think of anyone but you, Arthur smiled, while Duke already felt the annoyance creeping up. You always pick the hardest jobs for me. Back to Zeke's position after listening to their conversation. Up to here, his head hurt so much it felt like it would split open. Out of options, he had to temporarily deactivate the listening artifact. I've used this item for too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't avoid its side effects. Ancient dragon, the voice I heard in my head before dying, and the system message right after reincarnating. Now everything makes sense. I stole the artifact the Emperor desperately wants. He even sent his hunting dogs after me back then. I didn't even care what it was. However, I did find one lead. The administrator system that sent me back in time is a function of the ancient dragon artifact, but who created it and why? In the end, more questions just keep piling up. Thinking that, Zeke leaned against the wall and let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Duke and Arthur's conversation had ended. I'll get moving now, Arthur. The uncle waved his hand and quickly left. Yeah, I'm counting on you, Arthur replied. Next, as he passed through a door, for some reason, the Draker family head suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at it with eyes full of suspicion. Inside the room, Zeke, unaware that his father was standing right outside the door, was still pondering about that artifact. If it's really the one the Emperor is searching for, does reincarnation have something to do with eternal life? He asked himself before hearing footsteps outside. Then the uncle opened the door and abruptly stepped in. However, the room was completely empty, not a single person there. This made Arthur curious. Did I imagine it? He whispered, unaware that his son had just jumped out the window to escape. Time passed quickly, shifting to Zeke's private training room. While he was practicing, suddenly a knock from Dexter echoed, forcing him to stop and complain. Didn't I say not to disturb me during training, Dexter? In response, the old man Dexter apologized sheepishly. Sorry, young master, but a fellow student came looking for you. Should I send them away? Hearing that, Zeke's eyes showed curiosity. A fellow student? But I don't have any friends at the academy. Could it be Riene? Thinking that out of curiosity for the visitor, Zeke agreed. Alright. Just like that, very quickly Zeke found out who it was. Turns out it was that big guy Liam. Among everyone, it was Liam Stone. What? Why would I be your friend? Zeke wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Liam knelt before him, bowed his head, and said, please accept me. Looking at his posture, Zeke inwardly blamed himself. I should have just walked away back then. Alright, he sighed and asked, accept you as what? As a subordinate? Yes, young master. I swear loyalty to you, Liam hurriedly said. Then what about Jake? And Zeke asked further in front, thinking of what that guy had done to him. Liam clenched his fist in anger. I've given up on him. I need to get into Valhalla, he said with a pale face, as if Zeke was his last hope. This made the protagonist even more confused. In my previous life, it was the same. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Please accept me, Liam continued, begging. In response, Zeke waved his hand. Are you stupid? You should have chosen Zimin or Tiran instead. I have no family backing, meaning I'm useless for helping you get into Valhalla. And why should I trust you? To be blunt, you could be a spy sent by Jake. And Zeke's words made Liam's face turn deathly pale. Next, he suddenly drew the dagger at his waist. and directly raised it, slicing off one of his own ears. "Of course you suspect me, I'll prove it by any means necessary. If you order me to shut up, I'll cut out my tongue. If you order me to become crippled, I'll cut my Achilles tendon. I'll hand my life over to you, young master. Please accept me," Liam said with a voice full of unwavering determination. Those words made the protagonist start remembering himself in his previous life when he had said similar things to his master. "I want to become stronger than anyone. Please teach me, master." Thinking of that, Zeke decided to give the big guy in front of him one chance. At this point, he tossed his sword forward and raised one finger. "One move. If you can withstand one strike from me, then I'll accept you." Next, Zeke let Liam get his wound treated before starting the test. But when facing Zeke directly, Liam realized enduring one move wasn't as easy as he thought. "I really thought taking one hit wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm a light mana user from the Draker family. But is this really someone my age? Even breathing feels exhausting," Liam thought, while his body unconsciously trembled in fear. However, without giving him time to think much, Zeke gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. Seeing that the big guy had no choice but to shout loudly and swing his sword to block. The clash of their swords was so powerful it produced a deafening explosion in the air, blowing all the dust on the training ground far away. Next, the sword in Liam's hand was knocked flying out by Zeke. Looking at Liam's wretched state, the protagonist said disappointedly, "So that's all you've got? How pathetic." Watching Liam still dazed sitting on the ground, Zeke waved his hand boredly to remind the young man, "You might have high determination, but if it's Valhalla, you'd best give up." Saying that, Zeke turned and left the training ground, ignoring Liam's desperate attempts to hold him back. As he walked, the protagonist thought, confirming one thing: looks like Liam really was abandoned by Jaken. If he wasn't Jaken's subordinate, he couldn't have entered the cradle. Just a guy from a lowly bloodline. That's an academy where even someone with legitimate lineage like me got expelled. If Liam gets kicked out right now, it wouldn't be strange at all. It's understandable that he's so anxious. Thinking that, Zeke's steps suddenly halted. Or rather, it was because the big guy Liam had knelt down, grabbing his right leg to beg. This made the protagonist turn back and rethink everything. Is this really worth clinging to so desperately? In his previous life, Liam was expelled from the academy and his mercenary corps collapsed, but he still reached Red Knight Realm and was called the King of Mercenaries. Below, Liam couldn't hold back his tears anymore and sobbed pathetically, "Please, give me one more chance, Lord Zeke." Looking at his current state, Zeke guessed this young man had absolutely no intention of giving up. Then, whether out of pity or something else, Zeke decided to give him one more chance. "All right, I'll give you one more chance, but with one condition. If I want you to become mute, you'll cut out your tongue. If I want you crippled, you'll cut your legs right. If that's the case, then cut off your right arm," Zeke said coldly while patting the big young man's shoulder. The order from Zeke made Liam's face freeze in shock. What, regretting it? Zeke's voice dripped with sarcasm, while Liam's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his lips clenched tightly as if in intense inner struggle. This didn't surprise Zeke too much. This was a demand forcing him to give up his life as a swordsman. For a normal person, it would be impossible to accept. Thinking that, as if sensing Liam had given up clinging to him, Zeke stood up and said, "I still have countless training sessions. If you can't do it, then get lost." Saying that, his body slightly bent as he slowly drew his sword back, like preparing to practice. At the same time, Liam behind seemed to have made his decision and slowly advanced. Seeing that, the protagonist glanced at him and thought, "Even though I don't know why he's so desperate. But don't lose heart, Liam. Even if you can't reach Valhalla, you can still achieve an outstanding realm." That's what Zeke thought in his heart. However, Liam's next action made him unable to hide his surprise. At this moment, through his eyes, Liam began grasping the sword that had been knocked away earlier, slowly raising it high, while his right hand extended, his teeth gritted, as if ready to sever his own right arm. Looking at the expression on the big guy's face, the protagonist immediately realized Liam wasn't joking. "This madman," he shouted in his heart and rushed forward to stop him. At the same moment, Liam's sword swung down hard. However, fortunately for the big guy, in the most dangerous instant, Zeke gripped his own sword tightly, swung it forward with wind-tearing speed. With just one clash, Liam's sword snapped in two, the blade tip flying out of the training ground. Looking at his still intact right arm, Liam panted heavily from the tension. But before he could recover, Zeke stepped forward, grabbed his collar tightly, and demanded, "Hey, you lunatic, what if I changed my mind? You just swung your sword like that." In response to Zeke's words was the big guy's face full of emotions. "That because there's something more precious than this arm that I can't afford to lose," to Zeke. After hearing the answer, he looked at Liam like he was looking at an idiot. But then he shrugged, gave Liam a punch to the body, and reminded, "If you pull any more stupid stunts like that, no matter how loyal you are, I'll kick you out. Remember that." Turning to Liam's perspective after hearing that, his eyes lit up with joy as he asked, "Lord Zeke, does that mean?" Without answering the question, the protagonist only reminded, "Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one ear, what will others think of me?" "Yes, I understand, Lord Zeke," Liam replied excitedly. Time passed quickly, shifting to the protagonist's private room. At this point, he was sitting drinking tea together with Liam. Liam. Currently, Liam's previously severed ear had been reattached by the medical staff. The only thing visible was a faint scar at the cut position. On this side, Liam gently touched, feeling his intact ear again, and asked, "Can I really use such good medicine?" In response, Zeke said, "This is an investment in your value, so no need to worry." Next, Zeke calmly set his teacup down and asked seriously, "So what exactly is it?" "The thing more important than your right arm, no more important than your life in front." Liam, after hearing that, lowered his eyes slightly. After a few seconds, the big guy shared his story. "That's about my mother. A few days after Jakin ditched me, I got word she collapsed from a raging fever. Luckily, it broke quick. But her body broke out in red spots like roses and her health just kept tanking. Even the village docs didn't know what the hell the disease was." The more he talked, the more his body shook with agitation, while Zeke asked back, "So that's why you want to hit Valhalla?" "Yeah, exactly. The medical perks for students and families there are the best on the continent," Liam said with a sigh opposite after hearing Zeke let out a breath too. Next, the protagonist called a servant over for paper and pen, then slowly jotted something down. "Red spots like roses. Periodic high fevers. These are symptoms of the plague that'll ravage the central lands in 5 years. Also called rose plague, highly contagious with sky-high fatality. Took tons of lives, but a cure got whipped up in time and wiped it out." Thinking that, Zeke handed the freshly written paper to Liam and explained, "This is the recipe for medicine to cure your mom's disease. It's simple enough. Village docs can handle it, no sweat." Liam snatched it up, stammering, "Thanks, but how do you know the fix for a disease even healers can't name?" Hearing the question, two familiar shadows popped in Zeke's mind: the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff. They cooked up the cure to save the crumbling heartlands. But the greedy alchemist guild exploited desperate folks for profit. Once the brothers spilled the truth, they leaked the recipe worldwide. Even mercs like me knew it, spreading everywhere. Thinking that, Zeke flashed a light smile and said casually, "Just tell you know an alchemist. Now you got your meds, no need for Valhalla or slinging for me," Zeke said, savoring his tea. Meanwhile, Liam wasn't ungrateful. Right then, he bolted up from his chair, dropped to one knee before Zeke, and swore, "I pledge my life to you, Lord Zeke. I swear lifelong loyalty to my master." Those words made Zeke quietly pleased. He'd picked right a loyalty oath. The Merc King from my past life as my sub really eases my mind. Thinking that, Zeke hid his grin and said sternly, "Lag behind and you're gone, so keep up." "Yes, master, I got it," Liam bellowed. Time flew till late afternoon, shifting to the headmaster's office where he was hosting a guest. "What's up, Owen?" Right in front was sly Owen, slinking in for who knows what. Hearing him, the headmaster said, "Yes, headmaster, I got a proposal. Can we crank up this semester's exam difficulty?" Across chubby headmaster Herod twirled his mustache, probing Owen's reason. Owen confidently laid it out. "You might call me nuts, but this year's freshmen are stacked noble heirs everywhere, plus 2 pureblood awakeners. Same difficulty as last year, won't sort real talent." Howard's view after listening, he mulled, then nodded. "Fair point, true Zimmons blood. I'll take it under serious advisement." "Yes, thanks, headmaster, I'll bounce," said the schemer, darting out. If word got out, he lobbied the vice head to amp exam hell. Other students would rip him limb from limb. Howard watched him go, spun to the window, stared out lost, and thought, can't fake bloodlines. Didn't expect to vibe with him. Future headaches, best prune threats early. Time zipped by. Today was the dungeon crawl semester exam day. This test, Draker Academy's big one. Pairs team up to bust out of a dungeon in time. Each duo gets random difficulty, totally different per hole. In the crowd, Zeke eyed Liam. "Are you scared?" Liam owned his nerves. "Yeah, a bit tense." Zeke chuckled, "Fair too much, and you screw up too little, and cocky just right. Dodges both tensions key." Elsewhere, Sword Girl Riene steadied her breaths to chill, while others yapped carefree, no sweat. Quick shout next, Zeke, Draker, Liam, Stone. Hearing it, they hustled to a gate. The pre-entry, a proctor blocked him, pointing aside. "Hold up, you two, that way." Protagonist view sudden block, his eyes drilled in sniffing plot. Proctor blew off Zeke's glare. "Cold, hurry in or what?" Zeke yanked his icy stare. Shrugged, yeah, following orders. Master-servant duo plunged into their setup dungeon. Inside, endless deep stairs descending. Zeke recap test. Diffs vary, but Draker controlled test. No real killer's goal. Escape in time. Each gets countdown kicks in on entry. 96 hours flat. Basic combat scores, so monster loot haul bonuses. But escapes king this time, straight fail. Time flew. Zeke, Liam camped post-meal. Zeke to big guy, belly full now. Crash, Liam. Big guy waved. "You did camp grub, all rest first." Master, Zeke explained. 4-day no sleep, so chill. Big guy caved. "Alright, crashing first, yeah, holler if needed." Zeke nodded. Next, well and watch. Zeke pulled out his pocket watch, checked the remaining time, and thought 16 hours since entering the dungeon after 3 straight days of pre-exam training. That makes nearly 90 hours away. Infinite stamina only restores physical fatigue, not mental, in a dungeon where anything can happen. Best minimize risks as much as possible. When Zeke wakes, I'll switch shifts with him. Thinking that, Zeke's face grew blank, his eyes showing clear exhaustion. Then at some point unnoticed, the protagonist slipped into a hazy state, his mind flashing images of a snowy battlefield. There a beautiful blonde girl, dressed like a noble lady, lay in a pool of blood. At the same moment, a strange bell rang, suddenly snapping Zeke out of the daze. Realizing he dozed off on guard, Zeke rubbed his face, cursing himself. Damn that dream again. But right after his eyes sharpened, he caught something. Wait, that sound was definitely a bell. Thinking that as if realizing something, Zeke quickly grabbed the water flask beside him and dumped it all on the fire ahead, snuffing it out. At the same time, he warned his buddy Liam, wake up Liam, enemies incoming, I'll scout first, no lights. Tent. Big guy snapped awake, yes master. Back to Zeke, he crept toward the room's entrance where he'd rigged bell wires overhead to alert if monsters breached, but right now, he had no intention of using Dragon Eye immediately. 4-day test. Using it risks too much, better adapt to darkness, the protagonist reminded himself. Next, a strange scent wafted into his nose, and the moment he caught it, Zeke froze. Sulfur, no way. Monsters with sulfur smell, pack hunters, danger rank 3 hellhounds. Even in my past test, Riene only bagged an orc, didn't expect hellhounds here. Realizing his dungeon's difficulty spiked abnormally, Zeke quickly guessed, definitely targeted. He gritted his teeth, gripped his sword, ready for the danger ahead. In fast, countless heavy footsteps thundered closer. But this puzzled Zeke. Wait, something's off. Even a hellhound alpha weighs only a few hundred kilos. This racket sounds tens of tons. Mutant Zeke reflected, slightly extended his sword, using the blade's reflection to peek. Then, whatever he saw made him curse aloud, motherfucker. Just thought that when suddenly the entrance exploded, dust flying. Zeke hurled back. But the protagonist calmly landed, stabbed his sword down to break. Seeing that Liam rushed over, master, you okay? Ignoring the question, Zeke scowled ahead, silently cursing 18 generations of the Zimmons clan. What the hell are those Zimmons bastards scheming behind my back? They definitely want me dead. At this moment, through both their eyes, a massive troll lumbered in, clutching a hellhound head. Spotting Zeke and Liam, it hurled the head aside and roared forward, the echoing bellow enough to dizzy and deafen normal people. Troll danger rank 1, crushes hellhounds or even orcs. Its blood prime recovery potion ingredient. Insane region. Just imagining facing a building-sized beast with terrifying healing is pure despair. Yet facing such a foe, Liam showed no fear, stepped forward and told Zeke, I'll bait you, escape while you can. Behind, Zeke grinned, stepped up, lightly patted the big guy's shoulder and shook his head. What are you saying? How could I abandon my subordinate? Trust your own effort, not me. Liam, you're not weak. I'll back you, do what you want. Hearing Zeke, despite worry, Liam steeled himself, yes master. Then both gripped weapons, charged the giant troll ahead. With lightning speed, they carved countless slashes across its massive body while the troll barely reacted, but as Zeke noted earlier, huge frame their cuts mere scratches. And with its region in seconds, wounds sealed shut. Yet the protagonist inwardly praised Liam, not bad, cutting troll, thick hide praiseworthy, but targeting joints even more impressive. Did he study monsters in spare time? Right after the troll's huge body buckled slightly. At once it swung its massive spiked club straight at Liam, catching him off guard, no time to react. But right then Zeke blitzed forward. From above, he swung his sword to knock the club aside. Seeing that, Liam said apologetically, sorry master. In response, Zeke advised, it's fine. For your first real battle, that's already pretty good. Aiming for the weak joints was a smart choice, but you underestimated the troll's regeneration. Remember this, any small wounds on a troll's body heal instantly. With regular attacks, you won't keep up with its regen at all. Across from them, the troll stared at its weapon, now reduced to half, its eyes bulging white and its face flushing red as hot coals in rage. With no other choice, it tossed the remaining chunk of its weapon aside and slammed its massive hands straight at both of them. At the same time, Zeke wanted to finish it off quick. You still seem to be struggling. So let me end this, Zeke said as he gripped his sword tight. Time flew by and now the troll's blood-soaked skull lay in a crumpled heap off to the side, with zero signs of life left. With its sacrifice, Zeke gained another 30 karma points. Looking at the system notification, Zeke nodded in agreement and turned to Liam, saying, this thing probably racks up a ton of bonus points, so hurry up and pack it up, Liam. Yes, master. The big guy quickly replied and rushed over with his backpack to collect the corpse. Meanwhile, the system suddenly sent Zeke another notification. Sudden quest: one-shot 2 eagles, take down 100 monsters of 10 different types in the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Rewards, double karma points from quest completion, 2 random loot boxes. Current progress, 2 types /14 monsters, only aggressive monsters count. Staring at these lines, Zeke couldn't help but be shocked, like a beggar stumbling on a gold mine. What the hell, double karma points just like that. 79 hours left until the test ends. Hitting 100 monsters is no sweat. But getting all 10 types is gonna be tough. No matter how big the dungeon is, a normal test would only have 3 or 4 types tops. But if this is a trap set by those Zims assholes, then digging deep should turn up all 10. Gotta finish the quest and escape the dungeon. This is gonna be a rush, Zeke muttered to himself. Not long after, the burly Liam finished up and reported back, all done, master. The huge sack on his back was the recovery bag issued with the countdown timer. It wasn't as efficient as a space bag, but good enough for hauling loot. Seeing his subordinate had wrapped it up, Zeke nodded. Good job, let's move, Liam, no more dawdling. With the pressure of both the system quest and the family test, Zeke couldn't afford to leisurely stroll through the dungeon anymore. The two of them picked up the pace, blasting through the dungeon full throttle. Just like that, time zipped by faster than a dog chasing rabbits across a field. At that moment, as Zeke and his crew paused for a breather, Zeke suddenly spoke up. How you holding up, Liam? We've bagged a bunch of monsters. Looks like you're getting the hang of real combat, huh? Up ahead, Liam tied off his sack and turned back. I'm still not sure. In response, the protagonist flashed a light smile. Makes sense, adapting takes time, that's normal. With that, his face turned serious as he studied the map in front of him. 50 minutes left on the quest, current progress at 9 types out of 99 monsters. Being stuck right before completion pissed Zeke off big time. We've even caught finger-sized blood leeches and still only 9 types. Nowhere left to search now. Damn those Zims idiots, why didn't they prep one more type? Thinking that, Zeke irritably swiped to close the minimap. And then, like answering his prayers, the ground suddenly started shaking nonstop. Next thing, the earth split right open, catching Zeke off guard and nearly knocking him off balance. He whipped around and yelled at his subordinate, Liam, quick, ditch that sack. Across from him, the big guy just stood there dazed, not getting it yet. By then, Zeke had dashed forward, slashing the recovery sack in half with his sword. At the same moment, a massive monster burst from underground, sliding past both of them and flinging them aside. Luckily, Liam was unscathed, but once he snapped out of it, he spotted Zeke's left arm soaked in blood. Zeke, you okay? In response, Zeke waved his left arm to reassure him. Relax, don't worry, it's just monster blood. This time, just stand back and watch, Liam. I won't be able to cover you. Right then, following their gazes, the monster that attacked was a gigantic worm with a mouth full of fangs. It radiated a wild, savage aura that put even Zeke on maximum alert. This is a dungeon worm, a high-level danger beast. Takes a dozen veteran purple knights to take one down. Those damn Zims bastards, they really prepped this good. Zeke cursed them silently in his head. Meanwhile, the dungeon worm wasn't giving him time to think. It charged straight at the protagonist, zeroing in on him as the real threat, not Liam. Its massive body slid hard, barreling right at Zeke. Liam watched from the side, worried sick. A helpless feeling spread through him as he saw his master struggling in battle, unable to help at all. Then, like a light bulb went off, he frantically rummaged through his backpack for a way to back up the protagonist. Cut to Zeke's position. He gritted his teeth, using his sword to block the worm's razor-sharp jaws while his body kept getting shoved backward. Getting pushed back like this nonstop was dangerous, so Zeke poured power into his arms and swung his sword hard, flinging the worm's head aside. But the worm seized the chance to burrow back underground again, its movements shaking the whole cave nonstop. Zeke had no clue how to hit it while it was underground. Even a blue knight would hesitate facing a dungeon worm in a spot like this. Because of its burrowing mobility, if it takes too long to kill, we'll get buried alive. At the same time, a cracking sound echoed behind Zeke. He spun around fast and immediately saw the worm's massive mouth erupting from the earth, lunging straight at him. Zeke dodged with godlike reflexes, bending low to evade the deadly bite. Without giving it a chance to burrow again, Zeke lunged forward, plunging his sword deep into the dungeon worm's body. Then he gritted his teeth, gripped the weapon tight, and charged ahead fast, dragging his sword to carve a massive gash along the worm's body. This time I'll split you in half, huh? Zeke muttered. Meanwhile, the giant worm, hit with such a deep wound, screeched in agony, its body thrashing and rolling wildly. Finally, it sprang forward like a coiled spring, yanking Zeke, who was still holding his sword, up into the air with it. Seeing this, Zeke cursed under his breath, "You damn worm." Before he could react, the giant worm coiled into a spiral and wrapped tight around Zeke's body. Terrifying pressure crushed in from all sides, making Zeke's bones creak nonstop. He spat out blood. Wrapped that tight, even Zeke couldn't find a way out. But luckily, he had his subordinate Liam. Spotting the protagonist in danger, the guy charged in, stabbing his sword into the worm's body, making it shriek in pain. With that, the pressure on Zeke eased up a lot. "Pressure's down big time," Zeke said cheerfully. And seizing the moment while the giant worm writhed in agony, Zeke broke free and leaped down. With his recovery powers, the damage from the worm healed at a crazy speed. Meanwhile, Liam hurriedly asked, "You good, master?" In response, Zeke asked curiously, "What was that move, Liam?" "Oh, I coated the sword with numbing potion," Liam said, showing Zeke the vial in his palm. Hearing that, the protagonist got why the worm reacted so violently. Got it. The main ingredient in numbing potion is belladonna, which only mildly paralyzes humans, but acts like deadly poison on worms. In that pinch, you remembered belladonna, worm's natural enemy, and used it. lightning-fast reaction, judgment and adaptability worthy of your mercenary king rep Liam. Recruiting you was the right call, Zeke thought with a smile, then instructed the big guy, Liam, when I signal, stab that worm again with your sword. With that, the protagonist powered his feet and sped up, racing along the worm's body, until he reached its head, then he yelled to signal. Below, Liam got the hint, gritted his teeth, and plunged his sword into the dungeon worm's body, making it screech like a house on fire, even spewing purple liquid like blood from its mouth. But suddenly, the worm froze for a beat, sensing danger worse than the pain from before. Right in front of it, Zeke channeled energy into his sword and unleashed his skill, Soul Slash, creating a massive energy blade that cleaved straight into the dungeon worm, the deathly blade splitting its body in two in a flash. At the same time, to reward the protagonist's efforts, the system notified, sudden quest completed, quest reward karma points doubled, 2 random loot boxes awarded, current karma 780. Time flew by, cut to the gathering field outside. By now, countless trainees had returned from their dungeons, with wooden tables set up ahead to inspect and score the monster kill proofs they'd brought back. Trainees who made it out, come get scored. Once done, you can leave, some instructor called out. Right then, swordswoman Riene brought her kill proofs for checking. The instructor glanced at the stuff on the table and said, all right, starting the score. Base completion, 30 points. Goblins 20, hobgoblins 2, orc 1 total, 180. Hearing her score, the surrounding trainees broke into cold sweats and whispered, almost hits the all-time record of 200 set by Sir Abel. Purebloods are on another level. Not just the trainees, even the instructor couldn't hide his delight, praising, as expected of Riene, overshot the benchmark by 130 points. In response, Riene's group placed hands on chests and replied, you're too kind, sir. Next up, Sneaky Owen brought his proofs for scoring. Okay, let's score. Total 120, 70 over benchmark. Excellent. The instructor nodded. Hearing that, one of Owen's brown-haired teammates beamed like he'd struck gold, but Owen fumed. The result left his face dark as the bottom of a pot. Because compared to Riene, he was 60 points behind. That was half his total. He shot Riene a freezing glare. Riene, to run, you won't strut around forever. Whatever happens, just handle it like we did, Zeke. Thinking that, he smirked evilly, probably figuring Zeke was dead somewhere in that deadly dungeon by now. Weaklings could only resort to dirty tricks to trip others up. But Owen never saw it coming. Zeke's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Man, how long's it been since I saw sunlight? Hearing the familiar voice, Owen's face twisted in horror. He whipped around and sure enough, his worst fear happened. Zeke and Liam had returned to the gathering spot safe and sound, without a scratch. Even Big Liam was dragging the giant worm's head out since their sack got sliced in half by Zeke earlier. Staring at the head Liam hauled behind him, all the trainees' eyes bugged out. Am I lagging or what? No way, that's a dungeon worm. Wasn't Orc the highest scorer? How'd that show up? They took down a dungeon worm? Doubts erupted everywhere. Next, Liam dragged the worm head to the instructor's check station and dropped it with a heavy thud. Meanwhile, Zeke turned to Owen with dripping sarcasm. You look pretty shocked, Owen. Happy to see me back. Where's that icy poker face from before? Hey, this might be even better, Zeke said, grinning as he watched Owen's face. The guy was pissed purple-black, veins bulging, teeth grinding, fists clenched in fury. But without letting Zeke taunt more, Owen spun and stormed off. Zeke felt a twinge of regret and jeered, hey, leaving so soon. In response, Owen cursed silently, fuck, you damn purebloods, you'll pay for looking down on me. On the side, Owen's hounds saw their boss fume off and scurried after. Watching their backs, Zeke shrugged disdainfully, haha, looking real tense there. At the same time, swordsman Andre ahead of Zeke chimed in, verbal sparring over trainee. Zeke quickly turned forward and replied, yes, long time no see, Instructor Andre. To the greeting, Andre skipped chit-chat and got to business, scoring now. Nearby, Zeke glanced at the giant worm head and explained, nothing else besides this one. Do you need to score it separately, sir? In response, Andre pulled on a pair of gloves and declared, I'm the judge, so don't think you can half-ass this. His words piqued Zeke's curiosity. Didn't the worm swallow the recovery sack? Yeah, exactly. That's why I'll inspect it real close, Andre nodded. Next, he started examining it with his hands super carefully. Blood splattered everywhere, grossing out the watching trainees who scattered in disgust. From Zeke's view, seeing Andre so dedicated to his job, he couldn't help but silently thank his luck. Lucky break. That damn dungeon worm attacked and swallowed all the heads I'd collected over 3 days. Couldn't afford to fail, so I grabbed its head as a substitute. But besides Instructor Andre, who else would check every scrap of meat stuck in these teeth? Time flew by and soon Andre finished his inspection. He tossed his gloves aside and announced the results. Confirmed monsters include Gremlin, Goblin, Hobgoblin, Hellhound, Orc, and finally Troll. What, even a troll? The trainees buzzed with pale faces. The giant worm was already terrifying, but now a troll too. It freaked them out about Zeke's dungeon. Ignoring their reactions, swordsman Andre wiped blood off himself with a handkerchief and continued, judging by the blood volume, it's dozens. but counting all that wouldn't be fair to others, so I'll score 1 per type. Plus, even though Troll and Dungeon Worm aren't on the scoring list, Intel shows they're equal to a trio of orcs and a half-dozen orcs. So 90 for the Troll, 180 for the Worm. Total 368. Congrats, you passed. Nearby, the other 2 instructors heard the score and were floored. Hey, what we get back when we were trainees? The left one asked. The note-taking guy confirmed, in our day, they didn't even count hellhounds. Elsewhere, the trainees stared at Zeke like he was a monster. 368 points, no way. In another corner of the gathering field, some dumb, black-haired trainee couldn't accept it and yelled, cheating, it's just the dungeon worm carcass. Another trainee eyed him like an idiot and schooled him. Dude, the worm alone scores 180. But what does that mean? Think about it, you guys, worm or troll. Could anyone survive and come back? Zeke Draker's that strong already, the group sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Zeke eyed the weaklings around him and smirked to himself. So noisy, feels way different from before when they mocked me. Not bad, but I just pulled off another big stunt. In this test, the Zims clan rigged the dungeon, cranking up the difficulty to boot him out. But was it just Owen's solo act? Nah, even he wouldn't dare mess with the academy exam. Probably the Zims head honcho. Guess I'm under more scrutiny than I thought. Hiding power too obviously backfires. Better play it moderate and watch the situation. Zeke reminded himself quietly, his face beaded with sweat, feeling the pressure of being targeted. Then, while he fretted about the future, swordswoman Renee and her crew passed by and spoke up. Zeke Draker, you win this time, she said with a sour face, then quickened away, leaving Zeke behind, kinda stunned and confused. I win, but win what? What's her deal? Time zipped by, cut to the familiar training yard where Zeke prepped to test a new skill he'd never used. Guess we start here, huh? As he said it, Zeke eyed the system screen. The skill was Dragon Skill Level 1 Devour. It let the user eat more and digest faster. 50 points to unlock, and Zeke had 780 karma now. With this quick riches in days, Zeke decided to unlock it. A useless skill I skipped before, but now 50 points is pocket change. With that, Zeke swiftly unlocked it. After rereading the description, his eyes bulged. Hold up, the skill desk changed. Right then, per Zeke's gaze, the system showed. Dragon Skill Level 1 Devour. In Devour state, you can digest anything and convert it to energy. Plus, digesting a monster with bloodline skills lets you absorb their powers. Reading that, Zeke's face dripped sweat as he regretted silently. Absorb monster powers, should've activated this before the exam. Energy conversion, gotta test it. He pulled fresh meat from his inventory and activated Devour. Instantly, something like black smoke shot out, piercing the meat, startling Zeke a bit. Looking back, he saw black smoke with faint golden glow spilling from his shadow. Now the fresh meat slowly sank into the smoke. What the hell, like sinking in quicksand? The meat shriveled and vanished into the darkness. Zeke frowned thoughtfully. Once fully submerged, the system notified, confirmed, energy absorbed, restoring depleted stamina. Right away, Zeke felt cool energy flow through him, boosting his state like a quick nap. Headache eased, though minor brain fatigue dropped too. Not just that, his whole body brimmed with vitality again. Even Ether Hall partially refilled. Those 50 points were worth it, Zeke thought excitedly. This skill nullifies risks from my current ones. Mental fatigue, Devour handles it. Infinite stamina fights physical exhaustion. So 24 hours no eat, no sleep, I can grind training nonstop. Zeke acted fast. Let's go. He felt his future widening hugely. But before joy settled, his smile faded, followed by Zeke's grumble. Hey, Dexter, told you last time, no bothering me in the training room unless it's urgent. Butler Dexter bowed apologetically. Sorry, young master, but I have important news to report right now. Zeke frowned. Important news? What? Dexter's steady voice continued. Your sword's finished. Hearing that, Zeke grinned again. He needed Galleon's sword to hide his aura inability. Without hesitation, Zeke bolted to Galleon's forge. Stepping in, he asked eagerly, Galleon, sword's done, right? Galleon nodded. Yeah, gimme a sec. He dashed inside, grabbed a wooden box with the sword, and tossed it to Zeke. But eyeing it, Zeke stroked his chin thoughtfully. In my past life, Galleon gave me a mithril and pure steel blade. The solar sword Graham, one look anyone knows is top tier. This time, even with dragon fang material, I figured it'd be like Graham. But Zeke inhaled deeply, eyes disbelieving. What is this thing? Right there in the box was a bluish-black sword with an ugly look. Then he reached out, gripped it, and held it up for closer inspection. But after staring, Zeke just shook his head. Outwardly, it looked totally ordinary. You didn't sharpen the blade on purpose, Zeke asked. Galleon explained, that's how it's supposed to be. His words made Zeke's eyes narrow slightly. But thinking of Galleon's skills, Zeke smiled and asked, this the form you think suits me best? Yes, Galleon nodded. Seeing Zeke not question the sword much, Galleon was surprised. Normals would be baffled, but he saw right through my intent. This guy's perfect for it. Thinking that, he pointed at the sword. Actually, it doesn't have a name yet. Tried nomming it, but nothing fit. Can you name it? Me, Zeke said, pointing at himself. At the same time, past life memories surfaced. Holy Solar Sword Graham was Galleon's name, now he can't name one. Thought it was still Graham, just reskinned with Dragon Fang. but this is a whole different sword from Graham. With that in mind, Zeke, who knows what got into him, pulled a dagger from inventory and slashed his wrist hard, blood gushing nonstop. Across, Galleon panicked. "What are you doing? Quick, stop the bleeding!" Ignoring the freakout, Zeke focused to halt his wound healing. Healing factor always on, but with my skills I can control it, Zeke thought. And like hearing his thoughts, the system helped. Admin request confirmed. Pausing continuous job skill healing factor. After the notice, Zeke's regen stopped. "All right, done. Now let's do this." He aimed his hand at the sword, letting blood drops fall on its blade. Seeing that, Galleon guessed, "No way, sword naming ritual." Sword naming ritual, a dwarf tradition. Owner drips blood carrying aura or mana onto the sword, activating the rite. Once started, the performer sinks into deep subconscious, wandering endlessly till finding the sword's name. But too risky, so mostly forgotten. How does he know ancient dwarf rite? How? Galleon thought, eyes wide in shock. Back to protagonist, as Galleon said, Zeke plunged into his mental world, a deep lake with names floating everywhere. Amid countless names flooding in, pick one to advance with me. One to advance with me, a new name for a new sword, Zeke told himself. Zeke told himself, so he swam the lake till finding the fitting name, Black Sword Bahamut. At once, system notified, Black Sword Bahamut registered as equipment. Seeing that, even Zeke doubted his life choices. The name I picked, is that evil dragons, is my subconscious okay? Back to reality, Zeke just bandaged his left wrist. Blacksmith Galleon raved, "You're incredible, even dwarves rarely know the naming rite." In response, protagonist waved it off, saying he stumbled on it studying dwarf history. Across, like remembering something, Galleon blurted, "Wanna rest? Got something I must give you." His words sparked Zeke's curiosity, but he nodded, "Sure. Yeah, take your time." So Galleon hurried off somewhere, while Zeke eyed his wrist wound. Controlling his regen let him hide his uniqueness. Mastering it even when passive meant huge. If I'd known earlier during the bet with Master Duke, I could have hidden my powers. Without showing everything. "Sorry Galleon, but I'll unwrap when I get home. Right now priority's testing this thing," he said, glancing at the sword beside him. Next, full sword info popped up via system for protagonist. Black Sword Bahamut forged by Master Smith using Heavenly Eye and Cyan Flame mana from Cursed Dragon's Hardest Fang. Bahamut unique skill, indestructible, aura conversion. Note, sealed, unlocks gradually with user's growth. Reading that, Zeke with past life's weird sights still jolted. Seal unlocks with user growth, never heard of a sword like this. Plus indestructible trait, Dragon Fang or not, that's ridiculous. But anyway, he is aura conversion power. Pushing to make mana battery for Galleon and Forge, the sword was partly his talent and Graham's core function. Aura conversion. Special ability to turn ether mana or any energy into aura. This power let me, aura deficient by birth, reach red rank. Thinking that, Zeke closed eyes, channeling energy into the sword to convert to aura. At the same time, Blacksmith Galleon came back holding a scabbard, looking a bit flustered as he said, "Ha, finally found it. Sorry about that, Zeke, did I keep you waiting long?" As he spoke, he noticed Zeke's sword enveloped in a faint blue glow and froze in shock. A sharp aura wrapping the blade. Has he already broken through to purple night level? Up ahead, Zeke saw the blacksmith standing there stunned and grinned, praising him. "You're back. This sword is seriously incredible." "You've worked hard, Galleon." In response, Galleon held out the scabbard and replied, "Compared to the forge, this is nothing. But could you take a look at this? This scabbard was made by my master himself." Hearing that, Zeke frowned and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "In my past life, I never heard about Galleon's master. Let's see." The name engraved on the scabbard read, Gallen Jober. Zeke muttered it out loud. But then his eyes widened as he suddenly realized what it meant. What? Gallen Jober, the greatest blacksmith ever praised. Gallen Jober, a legendary dwarf smith hailed as the continent's finest blacksmith right now. His works were flawless masterpieces with unique properties, fetching tens of thousands of gold from collectors. Thinking about it, Zeke's respect for Galleon shot up another notch. "Didn't expect you to be Gallen's disciple." Hearing Zeke say that, Galleon looked surprised. "As expected, you can even read dwarf script." Setting aside the dwarf language thing, Zeke probed further. "If it's Gallen's, this can't be an ordinary scabbard, right?" "Of course not. If you twist the roller next to the mouth like this, it turns into a shield. Made from mithril and wyvern bone, it can take any attack without a scratch. Twist the roller on the handle back the other way, and it reverts to a scabbard. Compared to the favor you did me, this gift is still lacking, but please accept it. It's what I wanted to give you," he said while offering the scabbard forward. Seeing that, Zeke awkwardly took it, then asked in embarrassment, "But if you sold this, you could build your own forge, right?" "Haha, I can't just sell my master's work to anyone." Galleon laughed brightly. "But it's worth tens of thousands of gold," Zeke pressed. Hearing that, Galleon broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't realized its value was that high. "What, for real? Anyway, I'll take it. Thanks so much," Zeke said with genuine gratitude. Then he looked at the scabbard and his oversized sword. Compared to the sword, this scabbard seems a bit small, huh? But if it's Gallen Jober's work, it's gotta be special. With that thought, Zeke tried sliding the sword in. Sure enough, the scabbard immediately reshaped itself, wrapping perfectly around the blade and forming a completely different sheath. As expected, it exceeds even my imagination. I've received an incredibly valuable gift, thanks Galleon. Zeke smiled brightly, and for some reason Galleon looked just as thrilled. Glad you like it. Time flew by, cut to the familiar training yard. Right now, Zeke was inspecting a new pair of gloves he'd received. Glove info, forged from cloud iron, extremely tough yet lightweight. Special ability, none. Feature, when a full set of cloud iron gear is equipped, the special ability activates. Reading that, Zeke couldn't help but marvel. Cloud iron, that's ultra-rare material. This came from a random loot box, sudden quest reward. Thought it'd be like a treasure chest, but the stuff inside was way more valuable. Alright, time to check the second box. With that, Zeke glanced at the remaining box and slowly opened it. But what was inside only made him more curious. What Zeke pulled from the second treasure box was a tattered, incomplete map that made him question if it was even a map at all. But before he could think too much, the system popped up a reminder. You have discovered a map bearing traces of the great sword saint Kaishir. Seeing that name, the protagonist's interest skyrocketed. Kaishir was way too famous. If it's Kaishir, don't tell me it's the hero King Kaishir. Hero King Kaishir and the Knights of the Clock Tower was the continent's most famous book, chronicling Kaishir's journey and his knights from founding the glorious Chronos kingdom. But its contents were so fantastical and lacked any proof, so it was treated as pure fiction. Realizing he'd gotten a map tied to that hero, Zeke's hands trembled with excitement. Hero King Kaishir really existed, he muttered shakily. Meanwhile, the system began analyzing the map and notified, restoring and decoding damaged sections of the item. Decode complete. Location marked on minimap. At the same time, a minimap appeared in front of Zeke automatically. After checking the markers, the protagonist quickly recognized the spot. The giant mountains, that's Man tribe territory. Looks like this might be easier than I thought. Before he could dwell on the marked location, the system dropped another notice. Guidance will conclude based on user's level. You have found an item linkable to an achievement quest. Achievement quest, Vision of Hero King Kaishir. Search for Kaishir's vision at the ruins holding his traces. Time limit, none. Quest reward, system admin writes upgrade junior admin to mid-level admin. Reading that, even a cow could get it, let alone Zeke. So that's how it is. The guidance was just to get me to a certain level. Everything now is the real start. The actual game begins here. Rewards are on a whole different level from the tutorial. Alright, got it, I'll sweep through everything, no leftovers. First, let's burn through accumulated points. The protagonist grinned, then went all in on a big skill upgrade. You have used 50 points to unlock Dragon Skill Level 2. You may check Dragon Skill Level 2 info. Opening Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor. Crystallized dragon scales form tougher armor, granting superior magic resistance. Unlock 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summon powerful dragon claws to obliterate enemies with one swipe. Unlock 80 points. Seeing those two lines, Zeke felt tempted to unlock more, but he held back. I've still got plenty of points left, but who knows when I'll farm this much again. Shame. For now, invest in some potions and these two skills. Keep 400 in reserve. With that, he unlocked Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zeke immediately tested them, starting with Dragon Claw. He whispered and activated Dragon Claw. Right away, energy surged from his palm, forming a massive dragon hand. Then Zeke spun and swung hard forward. With just that simple swing, deep gashes tore across the solid floor dozens of meters away. Seeing the damage, Zeke let out an awkward laugh. Ha ha ha, this skill is insane. Alright, next one. He activated Dragon Scale Armor and faint golden dragon scales appeared as an illusion over his left arm. To test its defense, Zeke pulled out the black sword without hesitation and slashed hard at his own arm. But what shocked him was the sword getting repelled by the armor. The defense was so strong it left the protagonist in disbelief. Without aura, my slash can still tear through anything, yet the blade bounced off. Even bare skin feels like wearing full heavy armor. Dragon Claw for offense. Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple but insanely effective. Bodies warmed up, let's keep going. Zeke laughed, diving into his usual training routine. Time flew by, cut to the central arena of Draker Academy. Today was the semester evaluation exam. Dummies lined the training field above, while trainees stood at attention below. Seeing that, an instructor's voice rang out. Today is the semester evaluation exam. Before we start, quick rules. See those dummies behind me? Specially made. If you use normal strength, you won't even scratch them. But channel aura into your strikes, and you can destroy them easily. However, if you can't leave even a scratch, you're disqualified on the spot. All prior evaluations get voided, and you'll repeat from year one. The instructor said it stone-faced, making the trainees below suck in cold breaths and whisper worriedly. Repeat from the start, that means no advancing. Ignoring the chatter, after the warning the instructor barked, quiet, called names, step forward. First Aaron, here, Aaron replied and hurried up. Meanwhile, sneaky Owen in the crowd smirked inwardly. For first-timers, nerves are normal. But for me, the Academy's aura training is basically the same as our Zim's family system. The Academy's aura system was set up by us Zims anyway. Even pureblood awakeners can't match my aura control, he thought while glancing back at Zeke and Riene. Soon after, the instructor called him. Next, Owen, if ready, begin. In response, the Duke confidently drew his sword and assumed a striking stance. Notably, his body was wrapped in blue aura. Seeing it, trainees broke into cold sweats and shouted, "Sword resonance." "Only 13 and he can use sword resonance. Amazing," the instructor said while glancing at his bearded colleague behind, who nodded in agreement, as expected from a clan heir. Then under everyone's eyes, Owen dashed forward like lightning, unleashing a barrage of slashes on the red dummies. Each strike left huge gashes. Below, other trainees paled, mouths agape in shock. After Owen finished, an instructor checked the dummies and praised, "Incredible, truly Zims. At this rate, surpassing Sir Abel is just a matter of time." He smiled, but Owen, unaware of the comment, had a face purple as pig liver. Owen bit his lip lightly, swatting the instructor's arm away in annoyance. "What a rude brat, what's his problem?" the two whispered while Owen's face twisted in rage. Ignoring him, the exam continued normally, but results weren't great overall. After checking dummies, instructors shook heads and muttered, "Looks like everyone's struggling." Probably shaken after Owen dominated. Still, no one's failed yet. Even tiny amounts, everyone could channel aura into their swords. Special class is something else. But even in a genius hub like this, the weak get weeded out. Now it was swordswoman Riene's turn. She bowed to the instructors and made her request, "Please assist me." "Sir, I have one request. I want to be evaluated with Dragonslayer strike." Her request made the instructor's eyes flash in surprise, then he cautioned, "That's the standard for advanced trainees." "I know," Riene nodded firmly. Below, Owen heard and sneered inwardly. Pureblood awakener and already arrogant to the skis. Channeling aura into a sword and executing Dragonslayer strike are totally different levels. Maintaining aura on the weapon already demands insane focus, but Dragonslayer strike, it requires controlling aura expenditure per motion. She'll swing a few times and her aura will fizzle out. Her competitive spirit just dug her own grave. Riene Tirun, thinking of her humiliating fail, Owen grinned ear to ear. Up top, the bearded instructor asked again, "Dragonslayer strike means stricter fail criteria. You sure?" "I'm sure." Riene nodded once more. Seeing her resolute eyes, he didn't Chinese letter anymore. "Haha, your call." "Thank you, sir." Riene bowed slightly. Next, for such an over-the-top difficult test, the whole arena fell dead silent. Everyone swallowed hard, eyes glued to Riene so as not to miss a single move. Following their gazes, Riene enveloped herself in aura and slowly raised her sword overhead. Then in a flash, her wind-tearing slashes unleashed like a storm. The attacks were so fierce they didn't just mark the dummies, they shredded them into pieces. After finishing her Dragonslayer technique, Riene slowly sheathed her sword while the dummies lay in ruins. Seeing that, trainees could only gape, no words left. Wow, even competitive spirit's gone. Thought Owen was top in aura control, turns out he's not even close. Those whispers kept hitting Owen's ears, making the idiot bite his lip hard, eyes bulging like he was about to seize. But then his gaze locked when Riene lowered her sword. "What the hell, damn it, is she mocking me?" Owen wondered, but then his face went blank. He whipped around in panic. "No, from the start she wasn't even paying attention to me." Where Riene pointed her sword was straight at Zeke. It seemed this swordswoman was dead set on rivaling the protagonist. Back to Zeke, seeing Riene challenge him like that, he just scratched his head awkwardly, sweat rolling down his forehead like he'd run a marathon. In his mind, he thought, "This is so awkward, getting stared down like this. How am I supposed to ignore it? Fine, I'll give her a little something to live up to, or it'll be too embarrassing." With that, Zeke took a deep breath, raised his hand with full determination, and shouted loudly, "Sir, I also want to be evaluated with Dragonslayer technique." Someone nearby went pale and grimaced like they'd bitten into a rotten lemon. The nearby instructor eyed him suspiciously, stepping closer with a low voice. "You're Zeke, right?" Saw Riene pull off Dragonslayer technique easily and thought it's no big deal. Trainee Riene is a pureblood awakener, but before he could finish, another instructor waved him off and cut in firmly. "Same conditions as trainee Riene, no issue, right?" Hearing that, Zeke flashed a confident grin bright as an angel descending, replying, "Of course." Then Zeke stepped to the center, ready for his impressive show, ignoring the non-stop buzzing chatter around him like a hive of angry bees. "Why approve him, sir? His name's on the roster, but I've never seen him show up to class once." A puzzled voice rang out. The instructor replied calmly, tone flat like telling an old story. "That's from a bet between him and instructor Andre. Ah, you're new to the job, so it makes sense you don't know. A never-before-seen pureblood golden awakener. A freshman who broke Sir Abel's dungeon exploration record. That's Zeke Draker." Over here, Zeke closed his eyes tight, focusing on the powerful aura surging from his body. Suddenly, the system voice rang out coldly and decisively. Black Sword Bahamut detected. Activating unique ability, Aura conversion of Black Sword Bahamut. Conversion, sensing radiant energy. Instantly, that radiant energy erupted, enveloping the sword in his hand. Seeing the blade glowing brightly, even Zeke was stunned, muttering, "Holding back power is harder than going all out. Alright, this should be enough, right?" Then the kid raised his sword high, gripping it tight, hands trembling slightly from excitement. Riene stood there witnessing it, unable to believe her eyes, her pupils wide as saucers, mouth agape. That. The first form of Dragonslayer technique, Heavenly/Prelude. Not just better than me, it's on par with instructor Andre. At the same time, Zeke's blade cleaved the dummy in front in a single lightning-fast slash, wood splintering with a dry crack. Without stopping, Zeke moved like he was dancing in his own world, each sword stroke smooth and decisive. In his head he thought, I drilled Dragonslayer technique for 2 straight years before regressing. Even the sword path, foot placement, even the radiant energy flow, my body reacts automatically without thinking. A sword art I used to hate, but revisiting the basics isn't half bad. After the performance, Zeke stopped, scanned around, and thought to himself, this should rile Riene up enough, right? But the crowd started buzzing louder, whispers spreading like waves. Did he just wrap the sword in radiant energy? Yeah, I saw the whole greatsword, so Zeke's reached Purple Knight realm. The protagonist overheard and jolted, sweat dripping down his forehead. He'd been trying to hide his strength all along, but apparently slipped up. Zeke panicked inwardly, maybe I focused too hard, and radiant energy leaked out unconsciously. I was just trying to dial it down to normal human level. Damn, that smile making me stand out again. Even the instructors were floored by Zeke's display, eyes bulging, muttering, a first year hitting Purple Knight, how the hell does something this absurd even happen? This unintentionally dealt a heavy blow to someone's psyche. Owen stood there seething helplessly, heart pounding, shame surging like ocean waves, his confidence crumbling to dust. But unlike Owen, Riene was thrilled by Zeke, eyes sparkling as she thought, as expected, I didn't misjudge him. Cut to a bit later in the principal's office. The principal picked up his teacup, took a sip, then spoke in a low tone. I've heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. Truly astonishing results. Zeke was there too, replying casually, just got lucky, sir. He chuckled softly, set the cup down, and continued, reaching Purple Knight at 13 and calling it luck. So Zeke, what do you think about taking the grade skip exam? The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Grade skip exam, like jumping a whole year. The principal nodded, explaining, yes, could be 1 year or more, it's for exceptional students like you. Zeke stayed silent, thinking inwardly, faster than planned, huh, makes sense though, I did way too much to stand out. With that, he flashed a confident smile and declared loudly, I'll do it. After that, Zeke quickly left, closing the door gently behind him. He mused silently, looks like he's plotting something. Then the protagonist smirked slyly, fine, I'm game. Inside, the principal sat stunned, reaching into his pocket for something. Then muttered to himself, Riene Draker and Zeke Draker, 2 pureblood awakeners both taking the exam. A voice rang out clearly, understood sir, I'll proceed as instructed. This is getting more interesting by the minute. Cut to the advanced aura training room at the academy. Riene and Zeke were both there. The atmosphere was thick and tense for no clear reason, like everyone was holding their breath waiting for an explosion. Riene's face paled with embarrassment as she thought, at least pretend to glance my way. Suddenly the door in front slowly opened, accompanied by a deep, authoritative voice. So you've all been waiting here, huh? The figure stepped in and continued. This person will oversee today's grade skip exam. Upper Knight of the clan, Sir Owl Draker. He was a strikingly handsome young man with an icy, irresistible charm. The moment Zeke saw Owl, he couldn't believe his eyes, heart trembling involuntarily. That's Woodflow Sword. Right then, past images flooded back. A gloomy day matching the mood, Owl carrying someone who looked dead on his back, steps heavy with sorrow. Zeke had been there too, staring in shock and blurting out, Draker, that damn Imperial dog, why are you here? But when Zeke looked closer at the dead man's face, he was stunned. While Owl said nothing, just silently digging grave after grave. As if realizing something, Zeke stood quietly. Around them were countless cold tombstones. Suddenly Zeke grabbed a shovel, startling Owl. He said, need a hand. Without waiting for an answer, Zeke started digging while continuing. Even if you refuse, I'll help anyway. While digging, Zeke introduced himself. I'm Zeke Morida from the Northern Alliance, you're Draker, right? Owl replied dazedly, no, I've discarded the Draker name. Zeke felt even more sympathy, chuckling softly. Oh, same as me then, so what should I call you? He stammered, just call me Woodflow Sword. Back to the present, hearing that somewhat unfamiliar name in front of him, the protagonist was stunned, thinking, Owen, a name that fits Woodflow Sword's cold vibe perfectly. Anyway, a first-year grade skip exam supervised by an Upper Knight. Then both quickly bowed politely, saying in unison, greetings, Sir Owl, Upper Knight. A noble rank, the true pillar supporting the Draker clan. Only those with exceptional power, fame, and experience could earn it. The instructor spoke decisively, sword combat format everyone's familiar with from the cradle. As long as you're not unconscious or forfeit, keep challenging. Give it everything you've got. Hearing that, Riene stepped forward confidently. Then I'll go first. But Owl replied arrogantly, no need to go one by one. Come at me together. At that provocation, Riene's blood boiled, eyes flashing with determination as she prepared to charge like an enraged beast. But right then Zeke quickly reached out to stop her, his move swift like swatting a fly. Don't rush in, he shouted, voice urgent yet teasing. You know the gap in skill already, right? Plus the test started ages ago. If you'd lost control and charged just now, we'd probably have gotten deducted points hard. Hearing that, Riene glanced aside, her sharp gaze toward the overseer. He was scribbling furiously on a clipboard, quill dancing like casting a spell. She took a deep breath, white mist puffing in the cold air. Though reluctant, she finally lowered her voice and grudgingly asked, so what do I do, Zeke Draker? The protagonist turned, flashing a half-smirk full of confidence, thinking, that's Riene for you, the genius judgment type, reacts like lightning. With that, he nodded firmly. I've got a perfect plan for this. Let's give him a real killing blow. After the two agreed on the plan, the real fight officially began. Eyeing the supervising knight's sword, Zeke narrowed his eyes, analyzing inwardly. Strange blade, one-sided edge, classic Eastern Empire style, a ring saber. He's always used it, he muttered. Riene beside him looked tense, treating this as a matter of honor. But Zeke just smirked, thinking, honor and pride mean nothing to the weak. Drop the personal stuff, focus on the plan. A second later, both swung their swords simultaneously, charging forward like arrows from a bow. Metal clashed with a sharp clang, their blades crossing in lethal arcs from different angles, tearing through the air. But the knight merely tilted his body gracefully, moving like a dance in the wind. His blade slipped through the gap between their attacks, then countered lightning fast. In an instant, he swung down. Riene dodged back just in time, the slash grazing a few stray hairs on her forehead. Zeke stayed pumped, eyes blazing, charging without hesitation. The two kept up the barrage, swords raining down, but the knight didn't budge an inch. Sword clashes rang out clang-clang everywhere, drowning even the wind. Then with one powerful strike, the knight sent both Riene and Zeke flying back. Riene glanced at Zeke, thinking, this is upper knight power. Even following Zeke's instructions, constantly aiming for his blind spots, we couldn't land a hit, not even a scratch. Gritting her teeth, Riene unleashed Dragonslayer technique, Chapter 3, First Form. She told herself resolutely, fight with the intent to kill. With that, she swung hard at him, blade roaring like a dragon's cry. It seemed like the slash would connect, but at the critical moment, the knight tilted aside smoothly, flowing like water. Off balance, Riene lunged forward. Before she could recover, the knight swung his arm hard. Bam! Riene was flung like a kite with cut string, spinning midair before slamming into a stone wall. Crash! The terrifying force shattered the wall into rubble, dust clouding everywhere. Nearby support staff rushed over, worried. You okay, Riene Draker? Riene coughed harshly, groaning in pain, blood trickling from her lip. Her legs trembled as she tried to stand, arms numb and senseless. She stammered, I'm fine, dangerous, stay back. In her mind, in a blink, my consciousness got knocked out, creating an opening. With my strength, no chance at all. But can you really pull it off, Zeke Draker? She recalled the moment before the fight. Zeke had laid out his strategy, but Riene protested fiercely. I can't agree to such a dirty tactic. You want to tarnish an honorable duel, Draker? But Zeke just countered calmly. Does honor fill your stomach? He continued. This isn't a knight's duel, it's a test. It evaluates your ability to kill the opponent. After thinking it over, Riene gave in helplessly. Fine, since I asked you first anyway. But you really think this tactic will work? The opponent's an upper knight. While Riene remained skeptical, Zeke was absolutely confident. Then just create a situation where it can work. He added, when we fought at the cradle, why couldn't you dodge that rock? Riene flustered, because I didn't expect you'd resort to tricks like that. Zeke replied nonchalantly, exactly, an upper knight isn't any different. Just wait for my signal, it'll work. One tiny opening is all we need. Back in reality, the fight was still raging. Zeke stood there applying the Dragonslayer human technique. His body suddenly split into multiple afterimages, appearing in various positions all around the knight, surrounding him completely. Just looking was dizzying, no one could tell which was real and which was fake. An ultimate move he'd never used before finally got its chance to shine today. Swift wind step phantom shadow technique. But the knight wasn't a rookie, he knew it deep down and quickly recognized it, exclaiming, that's Duke's technique. He glanced left and right, observing carefully. Suddenly Zeke lunged with his sword, but the knight blocked it instantly. Zeke grinned confidently. From now on, you'd better brace yourself, sir. Right then, the blazing overhead lights shut off abruptly, plunging everything into pitch-black darkness. The knight was surprised, lights out. So that's it, exploiting a pureblood awakener's mana interference property. Realizing that, he swung his sword, knocking Zeke back, then performed a dazzling sword display in the dark. Wherever Zeke slashed, he parried effortlessly, like savoring candy. He smirked inwardly, such a childish idea. Thinking blinding vision would create an opening for an upper knight. But what's this uncomfortable feeling? In the thick darkness, even he could only vaguely make out shapes, yet Zeke moved as if he could see everything clearly. Perfect timing, I wanted to test a new dragon skill anyway. This is the ideal chance. After all, Owen's not the type to blab everywhere, he thought. Right then, Zeke activated Dragon Skill Dash Dragon Claw at lightning speed. The protagonist toyed with the knight casually, putting him on the defensive. The knight was stunned. Is this really a first-year swordsmanship? Calling it swordsmanship doesn't even fit. It's too different. Either way, Zeke Draker's already way beyond trainee level. Rene Draker seemed able to move in the dark just like Zeke. Did he eliminate unnecessary energy sources and impose limits on me? That tactic only works against opponents of similar strength. Thinking that, the knight chased Zeke, unleashing relentless attacks in the darkness. Now only the flashes from clashing blades lit the room. Swords met at blinding speeds, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Before the sound arrived, metallic glints sparked midair, sharp and cold. Sparks flew like fireworks in the night, then faded quickly, leaving the acrid smell of scorched metal. Watching the knight's reactions, Zeke smiled inwardly, his movements almost unchanged from before the lights went out. Adapted to darkness that fast. Suddenly the knight sensed something off. On instinct, he swung hard forward, but the slash hit nothing. The knight frowned, irritated, disappeared. I can only vaguely see shapes, it's like fighting a shadow. He kept slashing blindly into empty space, all missing. It seemed Zeke had vanished from his sight. Right then, a light fixture from above crashed down in front of the knight. But it didn't stop. Zeke kept cutting more, sending bulbs raining down like a storm. All part of his plan. The noise completely masked Zeke Draker's presence and the knight lost track entirely. He looked dazed, a bit flustered. Instantly, Zeke appeared right in front, flashing a bright but sly smile. "This is the moment," he shouted, voice echoing. While the knight was still confused, another bulb plummeted toward his position. Zeke recalled what Professor Fan Nong once said. The structure and materials are simple, but as is it'll only work once. What magic are you planning to store in there? Explosive magic, Zeke just smiled casually. Nah. Flash magic and a loud bang are enough. As expected, a massive explosion erupted. Boom, perfect timing. Rene, the protagonist, stood calmly covering his ears, waiting for the miracle. The knight flinched at the blast. The deafening crack tore through the air, shaking everything around. On reflex, his body jerked back, crouching low, heart pounding like it was squeezed in a vice. Only then did he realize he'd been tricked. He thought inwardly, looks like I was wrong thinking that was excess energy. Seizing the opening, Rene and Zeke charged together. But an upper knight was still an upper knight. At the most critical moment, he unleashed Dragonslayer Technique Chapter 4, First Form, Moon-Cleaving Slash. The strike came at blinding speed. Zeke and Rene couldn't react in time. Their bodies took the hit and were knocked flying back. Next came a terrifying explosion, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Still, forcing him to use that move was already a huge success. In the end, Zeke and Rene couldn't beat Owl. They ended up floored, faces bruised and battered like they'd been run over by a carriage. Medical teams rushed in quickly, carrying Zeke and Rene off for treatment, footsteps clattering like an urgent rescue tune. The knight stood unscathed, posture as steady as if he just strolled through a park. An instructor approached Owl, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your efforts, sir." Suddenly, a furious roar thundered from afar. "That damn Owl, you beat my disciples to a pulp like this." Following the voice, Owl turned, eyes narrowing as he recognized Duke. He bowed politely, voice low. "Greetings, Gale Knight." Duke strode over, slinging an arm around Owl's shoulders casually, grinning mischievously as always. "Still stiff as ever, huh? All right, hire my disciples," he said while patting Owl's shoulder enthusiastically, making Owl lean slightly. Owl pondered, eyes flickering with recollection of what just happened. The moment Zeke Draker's sword reached him, Owl had deliberately let go of his blade, holding pure defense. Why didn't he counter when he had the chance? Was the goal not victory but passing the test, only showing strength when necessary? With that, Owl spoke evenly. "Zeke Draker has already surpassed my evaluation range." A while later in the meeting room, the grade promotion review for trainees took place. After hearing everyone's opinions, the academy head sat straight and concluded, "So we're all in agreement on this resolution." Everyone responded in unison, voices echoing, "Yes, headmaster, no objections." And the result was Zeke and Rene promoted to Year 5 and Year 3 respectively. After that, Zeke tried to live as quietly as possible. Like a lazy cat curling up in a corner. After inheriting all of Duke's secret techniques and style, Andre took over Zeke's position. He still kept a good relationship with Professor Fanon, but gradually drifted apart when Zeke was selected for the Royal Magic Research Institute, donned gloves, and left the academy. From then on, Zeke avoided the children of powerful clans like the Plague, steering clear of trouble. But interestingly, Owl still showed up every quarter to request sparring, like a hunting dog refusing to let go of its prey. Then it seemed he had some epiphany, eyes lighting up like he'd found truth. Owl requested leave, packed up, and joined a martial training hall, leaving behind his glorious upper knight title. Time passed. 2 years later, Zeke graduated from the academy. In the dorm, old butler Decker's joyful voice echoed excitedly. Congratulations, young master, the youngest student admitted to Valhalla. The family head must be so proud. At this point, Zeke was no longer the naive 13-year-old boy. He'd grown taller, more handsome, a full-fledged 15-year-old Zeke Draker in his prime. The headmaster had personally written a recommendation letter for admission, something extremely rare, a true privilege. He sighed inwardly, but this youngest student title makes my 2 years of peaceful living pointless, huh? Thinking that, he spoke casually, about 3 months until enrollment, right? Decker nodded beside him. Zeke continued, Decker, head to Atlas ahead of me. Hearing that, Decker's eyes widened like he'd heard the sky was falling, but he reluctantly agreed, yes, sir. But what about you, young master? Before he could finish, Zeke cut in firmly, I'll rest quietly alone. I don't want anyone disturbing me, you understand. Decker didn't dare disobey, bowing, yes, young master. Then Zeke looked at the map in front of him, mind swirling with private thoughts. Kaishir's ruins are in the giant mountains. Using the rest excuse, I'll go through the Argus Kingdom Adventurers Association for the expedition. No reason to reveal my destination to suspicious people. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Zeke quickly said, come in. Liam entered, bowing deeply. This humble servant greets Master Zeke Draker. Zeke turned, frowning. Liam, didn't I tell you that greeting's too formal? Just a simple one is fine. Decker caught on and spoke up. Then I'll take my leave, young master. Zeke nodded. Yeah, handle the Valhalla enrollment with the black card. After Decker left, Liam asked curiously, what is it that you summoned me all the way to the Platinum residence for? Zeke replied nonchalantly, heard you're transferring to the special class this time. As your master, how could I just sit back? I've compiled everything you'll need during your academy time, predicted exam questions for semester evaluations, training curricula, and essential gear for tests. He handed Liam a stack of papers. While Liam stood stunned, Zeke continued, just go to Papner's Breath, show them this list, they'll deliver everything. Also, when you hit 4th year, you'll probably need a sword that really suits you. Head to Papner's Breath to commission one. I've already paid in full, no worries. I believe you won't let me down, Liam. Hearing that, Liam was so moved tears welled up, eyes glistening as they threatened to spill. He immediately bowed, voice choked. I will absolutely not betray Master's expectations. Zeke sighed, muttering, I just said not to overdo it a minute ago. Liam smiled awkwardly. I'll fix it right away, sir. The kingdom of Argus sat at the far north of the central continent, alongside Delpoa, Tebia, and Alentia, one of the 4 central kingdoms. The giant mountains marked the boundary between beast territory and the continent, riddled with countless large and small dungeons that drew hordes of adventurers dreaming of striking it rich. The founding king of Argus, now just a faded name in history, had linked adventurers with dungeons, turning it into the kingdom's core industry. With royal support, they divided the giant mountains into hundreds of zones, set up transport routes and relay points. That was the precursor to the Argus Adventurers Association, now spread across the entire continent. At the registration counter, a monotonous announcement rang out. Next, number 546, number 546. No show for 546. Moving on, number 547. Congratulations, you're now an adventurer, Zeke Murray. Submit these documents to the licensing office for your registration card. Zeke, disguised with a wig and magic glasses, had become a completely different person. He smiled gently, thanks, and walked away. A version of Zeke with fake hair and enchanted glasses looked so unfamiliar he almost didn't recognize himself in the mirror. Ha ha, good luck spotting me now. Looking at the papers in hand, Zeke was extremely satisfied, thinking, if I want to move freely, best to have an adventurer identity. Can't just strut around openly as Draker. Soon, the horse-drawn carriages carrying adventurers set off one after another. Sitting in the carriage, he thought, peak season and I still got a shared seat, lucky. Suddenly, a friendly voice rang out, hey buddy, you an adventurer too? Zeke slowly opened his eyes. The guy opposite grinned, you look so tense, first time in a dungeon, right? Another leaned in eagerly, so buddy, wanna join our party? We may not look it, but we're veterans. That area nearby's super dangerous. Soloing makes you easy monster bait. Zeke said nothing, thinking inwardly, no matter where you go, these kinds of trash always show up, huh? They kept pushing, they say the first party you join in a dungeon decides half your fate in the adventurer world. Heard that one before? Zeke sighed wearily inwardly. Classic script from newbie dash baiters used them as monster fodder or sell to slave traders. What a mess, thinking that, but Zeke stayed silent. No agreement, no refusal. Meanwhile, their eyes all locked on him like starving wolves eyeing fat prey. Helpless, Zeke stood up abruptly and snapped, shut your mouths. The words stunned them. One stammered, what? What's wrong, buddy? Did I say something? But the protagonist said nothing more, just walked forward. He poked his head through a small window and told the driver, 500 meters left rear, monsters, looks like orcs, so this area's a spawn zone. The driver was shocked. What are you saying? This is the safe route. Immediately laughter erupted around. Haha, newbie nerves kicking in hard, buddy. Don't you know the main association routes directly managed by the kingdom? Even wild beasts can't get in, let alone monsters. But Zeke's next words chilled him to the bone. Then what's that right behind you? The driver's eyes bulged in disbelief. In truth, behind him stood an orc with blood-red eyes and razor fangs, roaring hungrily, craving fresh meat. Right after the carriage was swarmed. As expected, life's full of surprises, not just one vicious monster, a whole pack of them, axes swinging wildly. Chaos erupted instantly. They were massive, muscles bulging, skin rough like stone scales, eyes glowing red with frenzied bloodlust. They raised heavy axes and rusted hammers, smashing the carriage to splinters. Horses neighed in panic, backing up, but too late. They screamed a few times before collapsing, blood pooling dark red. Now only splintered wood and clashing weapons filled the forest. The guy who'd been mouthing off about teaming up still didn't get it, stupidly poking his head out of the wreckage. But he never expected an orc had noticed him and was approaching. The moment he realized, the massive shadow loomed right in front. His face drained of color. In his final moments, he hoped for mercy. But life isn't that kind. Thud. One swing, his head exploded everywhere, blood splattering the ground. What a bitter end for the poor bastard. Zeke thought silently, quickly jumping out and hiding behind a nearby thick tree, watching the orcs feast on their fresh harvest. They chomped and gnawed greedily, sickening slurping sounds echoing. Seeing that, Zeke mused, orcs rampaging in the safe zone means the outpost's no longer functioning properly. How much time has passed? The monsters ate their fill and left quickly, leaving a stinking battlefield. Zeke stepped out, surveying the carnage, bodies piled like trash. Looks like Zeke's the only survivor. He stood there, muttering, as predicted, total unimaginable chaos. Even Argus soldiers got taken down, but with this force, normal monsters shouldn't be a match for them, right? But looking closer, Zeke's eyes narrowed in irritation. Across their bodies were long, slashing wounds, not something ordinary monsters could inflict. In his mind, the bloody scene from moments ago replayed. Zeke thought, not monsters, this was done by humans. Looking at that, Zeke's face suddenly darkened. He thought to himself, the bodies are heavily mutilated, clearly staged to look like a monster attack. But if monsters really did this, the cuts wouldn't be this clean and precise. Plus, most victims died instantly with no signs of resistance. This was definitely the work of a squad full of purple knights. But then he frowned, muttering, if I linger here any longer, I'll just make things more complicated. Right now, top priority is finding Kaishir's ruins. With that thought, he pressed on with his journey, footsteps filled with determination. After walking a bit, he reached a spot where skulls and crossed bones were piled up like a small mountain. Zeke stopped and scanned the area. He thought, man-tribe territory marker. According to the minimap, I'm almost at Kaishir's ruins. But he paused, a chill running down his spine. Looks like I'm being tailed from behind. Zeke frowned in confusion, gritting his teeth. How the hell are those Imperial hounds here? Hounds, direct unit under the Emperor, recruiting only the elite among Imperial trainee knights, specialized in tracking and assassination. At this point, the Hound Squad was still a mystery. Even inside the Empire, few knew they existed. But soon, when the Empire ignited the Continental War, they'd rise as a core force. I observed their movements closely on the minimap all the way here. I could never forget this signature pursuit technique, Zeke muttered. Because before I regressed, these bastards were the ones who killed me. His eyes turned icy cold. Moreover, Duke once said that Emperor obsessed with immortality was scouring the continent for something. Right, even before my regression, the Emperor was already fixated on ancient artifacts. His ambition to unify the continent was mad enough, yet he greedily chased the delusional dream of immortality. Zeke smirked, wondering, so does that mean the Empire's already found Kaishir's ruins here? Guess I'll have to confirm it myself. With that, Zeke vanished in the blink of an eye, so fast the trailing hounds looked around in confusion, exchanging stunned glances. One with a long scar on his face sensed something off and quickly reached into his chest pocket. He pulled out a gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Zeke struck unexpectedly, too fast for him to react. The gun fired a meaningless shot, and right after, a hand said goodbye to its owner. Zeke's clean slash left the guy wide-eyed. Zeke spoke coldly, yellow flare signals an unexpected situation. As expected, you're the squad leader. Only 3 of you, so this is an outer patrol team. Normally a squad has 12, right? Hearing Zeke, another from afar stepped forward and shouted, who the hell are you? Who sent you to do this? Zeke didn't bother answering. He sent the squad leader straight to the afterlife in one swift motion. Head separated from body in an instant. Done, he said, still don't get the situation. I'm the one asking questions here. Think carefully, you've got 2 mouths left. If one goes silent forever, the other won't last long either. Make the smart choice. And in the end, they were all dispatched cleanly by Zeke. From then on, they never saw sunlight again. After the slaughter, Zeke pulled out the map to check, muttering, "This is their temporary base, packed tight. They're the ones who turned the outpost into that pile of mangled corpses, daring to touch Kingdom soldiers too. Did they really find the ruins?" He smirked, "Whatever, I'll go see for myself. Anyone who dares raise a sword against me won't leave in peace." Over at their once peaceful base, a guard yawned hugely, eyes watering like he'd just cried. But then he looked down and sighed, "No way, right? What lunatic would charge into man-tribe territory with guards this lax?" The one beside him nodded. "Yeah, super weird." But before they could figure it out, one was ambushed out of nowhere. The other met the same fate. In less than a minute, both guards were down, dead before they could even finish yawning. Someone had swept past like a gust of wind. Inside, a black-cloaked man just noticed something wrong. Another saw him standing frozen and snapped. "What are you standing there for? Get in," he replied. "Hold on, didn't you hear that noise from the gate just now?" The other glanced toward the gate. "I didn't hear anything." But he didn't know his comrade had already been taken out. Suddenly blood sprayed, the sound drawing his attention. But he only got a glimpse, watching his comrade's head get cleaved off by a stranger. He freaked out and yelled, "Intruder!" But before another word, Zeke flashed forward and punched him square in the mouth, silencing him instantly. Without pause, Zeke sent him to join his ancestors. In moments, blood drenched the blade red. He muttered to himself, "Seeing them reminds me of back then, when I got orders from the boss, exhausted after 5 years of faction wars, and raided Pavla cartel. The feeling was exactly like now." By then, Zeke was surrounded. From above, a leader spoke, "Southern assassin dagger techniques. Mecking or Pavla doesn't matter. Once you're in here, you don't leave alive. Surrender now and I'll kill you quick." Following the voice, the protagonist looked up, thinking, he's the commander here, barely touching Blue Knight level. "These small fries are nothing compared to the hounds I faced in my past life. You're still green." With that, he shot back fearlessly. "Ridiculous, huh? Kill me gently. That's what someone who just slaughtered their comrades says. You should tear me apart alive and wipe out my bloodline for revenge. The central continent really is full of weak cowards." Hearing Zeke's taunts, they fumed. The leader roared, "Damn it, give him what he wants. Rip him apart while he's still breathing." With that, they launched the attack. Swords swung at Zeke from all sides like chopping wood. But the protagonist thought, something's off. Are the hounds really this weak? Or have I just gotten that much stronger? No need to observe anymore. Instantly, he activated Mana Reflex skill. The surrounding light snuffed out, plunging the cave into pitch darkness. The leader above looked dazed. "Power outage right now. Is this Dragonslayer humans' mana interference? Wait, he's been fighting barehanded from the start. No aura at all. The sword style is Southern Ring Saber. Definitely an assassin, so just a technical glitch." After thinking, he shouted to calm his men, "Don't panic. It'll come back soon. Focus on defense until then." But surprise, motherfucker, when the lights flickered back on, horror unfolded. In mere seconds, all the hounds below had been dispatched by Zeke. Bodies littered the cold ground, blood pooling dark red. He couldn't believe his eyes, sweat pouring like rain, utterly shocked, muttering, what the hell is this?" Zeke had appeared behind him at some point, speaking, "The Emperor's got some guts, daring to target hero King Kaishir's ruins, huh?" He trembled all over, stammering, "Kaishir's ruins? What the hell are you talking about?" But as he turned, Zeke had vanished. Only his ghostly voice echoed, "Don't worry, even if you don't spill, I'll find out myself." In the darkness, a murderous hand pressed a razor-sharp blade to his throat. Only then did he realize death was imminent, panicking, "Wait, we really don't know anything." Zeke smirked, "Yeah, you don't know. Blood sprayed. The commander's miserable end couldn't be avoided. After finishing, Zeke quietly headed toward the cave exit where blinding light poured out. He left a sword behind, thinking, what happened here will be framed as Meckin's doing. Meckin Cartel, the Southern Continent crime syndicate I was part of in my past life. A gang that does anything for money. After the Gusco Kingdom in the south collapsed from civil war, the lawless wasteland split between Meckin and Pavla cartel. I could have just used dragon skills to hide my identity, but I deliberately used Southern Ring Saber techniques, and even left Meckin's signature warning. Giving them a clear target is the safer choice. He smirked, "The Empire will definitely think it's Southern gang work. Even if they act on it, it'll just help me wipe out Meckin. Win-win for me." Based on the letter found inside, the Emperor was even crazier than he imagined. The Emperor's orders were basically to search for ancient ruins, but the shocking part was the attached campaign map. Not just the central continent, also the east where the truce still held, even the mysterious Black Sea. He'd sent hounds anywhere suspected of holding ancient ruins. That means their forces are already at past life scale, but looks like they haven't found Kaishir's yet. Best to move fast. Suddenly, from the hound base, a red flare shot into the sky. Zeke had already left the area, smiling as he said, "Red flare. So that's the signal for Heaven and Earth net." Time flew by. After spotting the signal in the sky, Zeke picked up his pace, sensing the Emperor's hounds seemed to have pinpointed Kaishir's ruins location. But he hadn't gone far when he suddenly felt presences appearing behind him. He glanced back thinking, caught up already. The red flare splits into 5 branches. That's Heaven and Earth net, meaning eliminate the threat at all costs. Using the flare as center, they sweep the area to locate the target, then tighten the encirclement. Pursuit order for the hunters. Every hunter in the zone maintains the net until the issuer recalls it. Basically a death sentence. Last time, even when I stole the artifact the Emperor wanted in the northern continent, I died under heaven and earth net. But now I have the system. With that thought, Zeke immediately pulled 2 short swords from his inventory and gripped them tight. But now I have the system. With that thought, Zeke immediately pulled 2 short swords from his inventory and gripped them tight. Their blades slashed towards Zeke at wind-tearing speeds, but instead of fear, the protagonist felt a thrill inside. He thought, worth a good fight, huh? With that, Zeke's hands blurred like machines, leaving afterimages in the air as he deflected every incoming strike. Right after, the protagonist leaped back, breaking out of the assassin's encirclement and keeping safe distance. Then, after carefully observing their appearances, Zeke confirmed his suspicion. As expected, these guys are on a whole different level from the ones in the cave. Just as that thought crossed his mind, countless footsteps echoed behind Zeke. More assassins had just arrived. In seconds, countless black-cloaked figures surrounded Zeke. Looking at this, even Zeke felt a headache coming on. This is really troublesome. He let out a sigh and scanned the system map in front of him, where countless red dots had completely surrounded the area and more kept rushing in non-stop. He muttered under his breath, "If I really use it, I could still get out of here, but doing that would basically mean throwing away the mech in disguise I worked so hard to build. Is there really no other way? I wasn't planning to use it in a situation like this." With no other choice, Zeke pulled out a small whistle. Under the curious stares of the assassins, he took a deep breath, then poured all his strength into blowing the whistle, unleashing a piercing, ear-splitting sound that echoed in every direction. Hearing it, the assassins grew wary and started scanning around. What the hell? Is he calling for backup or something? On the other side, the scarred assassin spotted Zeke suddenly pulling out several small orbs in his hand and immediately shouted, "Smoke grenade." That sound was just a decoy. Grab him right now. At the command, the pack of hounds charged in to block him, but unfortunately they were still a bit too slow. Right at that moment, Zeke hurled the orbs hard to the ground, making them explode and unleash thick clouds of black smoke that blanketed everything around. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zeke's figure vanished instantly. Seeing this, although the assassin team leader was annoyed, he still calmly gave orders. "Don't panic. Once the heavenly net earth web is set up, no one can escape. Stay in position and watch for any unusual movements in the smoke or shadows." After saying that, he also scanned the surroundings, but all he saw were the figures of his own teammates. This made his eyes fill with confusion as he thought, not a single trace. Does he really think just blocking our view will make us back off? Or does it have something to do with that whistle earlier? That was what the team leader was wondering. And as if answering his question, right after that a sudden scream from one of the assassins echoed everywhere. His body was sent flying into the air like a torn sack, leaving even the team leader stunned. "What the hell is going on?" he shouted while hurriedly looking around everywhere, and finally spotted the source of the sudden attack. It turned out to be a group of shirtless, hulking figures built like grizzly bears charging in and starting to smash and crush his entire group of subordinates, the barbarian tribe. What's happening? We clearly didn't do anything to provoke the barbarians. If it was just 1 or 2 hot-headed ones, that would be understandable, but attacking in a full swarm like this. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled the team leader became. On the other side, one of the assassins in the group angrily yelled, "You filthy lowlife savages, you dare attack us." As he spoke, he wrapped his sword in aura and slashed straight at the waist of a barbarian right in front of him. But when his blade collided with that massive body, it felt like hitting a solid block of steel. Even his sword got knocked back and trembled. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes went blank in disbelief as he stammered out, "This." However, before he could think any further, the bald barbarian delivered a devastating fist of destruction, smashing his head into a bloody pulp. Just like that, the assassins began getting literally crushed. Meanwhile, the team leader watching from the side felt his heart pounding in terror. "This is bad. This is the first time I've seen them this worked up. With our current forces, this is way too dangerous." Stopping his thoughts, he immediately drew his gun, realizing that to keep the remaining subordinates rushing in from turning into fresh meat for the barbarians, the team leader pulled out a signal flare gun, fired it into the sky, and shouted to the others, "Withdraw the heavenly net earth web." Meanwhile, the barbarians behind them kept chasing relentlessly, refusing to let go. "Retreat, retreat immediately." Hearing this, the assassins felt like they'd struck gold. They hurriedly turned tail and ran with every ounce of strength they had, fleeing like their lives depended on it. Only after they completely disappeared did Zeke reappear, crawling up from a hole he'd dug to hide in, and grinning, "More effective than I thought." Then he looked at the cracked whistle in his hand. This is a barbarian horn made to deliver commands quickly on chaotic battlefields. It's one of their tactical tools. In my previous life, I happened to build a friendly relationship with the Mohican tribe of the barbarians, so I learned how to make this horn and their signaling system. The signal I just blew means foreign intruders have violated the ancestral Holy Land. The barbarians are often seen as crude and barbaric savages, but in reality, they have their own distinct cultural traditions and civilization. With craftsmanship this crude, it can probably only be used once. With the assassins no longer bothering him, Zeke quickly moved forward following the map's guidance. Not long after he reached the ruins of Kaishir, however, once he stepped inside, he realized the assassins weren't the only obstacle. There was something far more dangerous and terrifying lurking within these ruins. At this moment, Zeke was hiding behind a wall, quietly poking his head out to observe ahead, one hardship after another. What he saw was a gigantic monster with 9 heads constantly scanning the surroundings, accompanied by a system notification. Detected fallen dragon species corrupted by foul demonic energy. Reading the notification, the protagonist froze. What the hell is a fallen dragon species now? According to the minimap, that door up there. System, can that door be opened? He asked himself and the system responded, confirming administrator request. Connecting to control system, connection established with the resting place management system of hero King Kaishir. Proceeding to open the entrance. Following the notification, the stone door rumbled open, revealing the passage behind it. But the moment the gigantic monster noticed, it immediately went berserk. Seeing that, Zeke could only force a bitter smile. Sneaking past it quietly doesn't seem possible anymore. With that thought, Zeke took a deep breath and charged straight toward the monster. Activating Wind Technique, Phantom Step. His body shot forward like an arrow and began dancing between the terrifying attacks of the gigantic monster. The protagonist's plan was to use Phantom Step to disrupt its vision and quickly reach the entrance. Just a little more, Zeke told himself silently as the entrance was now right in front of him. But of course things weren't going to be that easy. Before Zeke could reach the entrance, one of the giant serpent heads lunged right beside him. It opened its maw wide and slammed down from the side, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Fortunately, Zeke managed to dodge the attack in time, even feeling a surge of rage inside. Time to teach this snake a lesson. He immediately unleashed Chapter 7, first form of dragon slaying art, Dragon Severing Hand, creating countless slashes across the giant serpent's body, making it roar in agony. Its blood sprayed everywhere, some landing on Zeke, and wherever it touched it sizzled with a burning hiss and kept smoking. This forced Zeke to pause, not daring to attack recklessly anymore. Its blood is acidic. A 9-headed monster with acidic blood, even my master in the previous life could barely take it down. 9-headed Hydra. Alright, let's give it a shot, Zeke thought as he gripped his sword tightly, while on the opposite side the 9 heads of the dragon stared at him with dangerous eyes. The moment the 9-headed Hydra opened its venomous jaws and lunged straight at Zeke, he could only grit his teeth and swing his sword to block. Kang. Steel clashed against fangs, the piercing ring echoing like a death knell. Before he could catch his breath, another head roared, its green eyes glowing like cursed gems, exhaling killing intent that made the air feel thick and suffocating like sludge. He skillfully stepped back a few paces, regained his footing, and muttered like he was arguing with fate. Damn it, what's so great about this dragon-slaying skill anyway? Dragons are extinct, and the closest thing now is some corrupted dragon species monster. But it doesn't do jack against them. No matter how much I slash, it just regenerates instantly. This is so freaking annoying. Zeke bitterly admitted that his current strength still wasn't enough to take down this monster. Right in front of him, the gate to the sanctuary loomed, only about 30 meters away. Deciding on the spot, he shouted loudly, "System, close the gate." The system replied in its flat, bored office worker tone, confirming administrator request. Closing the gate to hero King Kaishir's sanctuary. Boom, the gate slammed shut, shaking the entire cavern like the sky was collapsing. Zeke slammed his sword into the ground, cracking the stone like a divine hammer strike. A burst of energy exploded outward like a tsunami, applying dragon-slaying aura and making the snake heads freeze, their eyes flashing with fear. He roared, "Martial secret technique, Wind Sever." A blinding sword beam tore through the air and slashed into the cluster of snake heads like the Reaper's scythe. Fap. One head flew skyward, purple blood spraying like dazzling fireworks. The Hydra's agonized roar echoed as if the whole cavern was crying in pain. Not wasting the chance, Zeke dashed like lightning toward the gate, thinking to himself, "Good. It's disoriented from losing a head. Time to bolt, killing can wait." But the Hydra wasn't stupid. Its eyes flashed like monster spotlights in a sci-fi flick and instantly saw through Zeke's plan. One head shot forward, neck stretching like rubber, razor-sharp fangs snapping from every angle, trying to turn him into living sandwich meat. Zeke was only a few steps from the gate, thinking he'd made it, when suddenly he panicked. What the? Boom! A lightning-fast bite tore through his left arm, red blood gushing like a fountain and splattering across the now-closed gate. He staggered inside, face twisted in pain, but still hissed through gritted teeth, "Motherfucker, you damn snake. You chased me all the way here." Rage erupted like a volcano. Zeke roared with bloodshot eyes, pointing his sword straight at the Hydra. You want my arm that bad? Then take it all? He leaped up, charging the nearest head and slashing wildly like a steel storm. Blood poured from the wounds, soaking his clothes like he'd bathed in a pool of gore. But his immortal body began regenerating, a new arm growing back as bones and joints condensed like living magic. The Hydra roared in madness, not just from pain but from pure fury. It spewed a thick green poisonous mist like the fog of death, choking the air like hell itself. Zeke frowned and muttered, "Poison gas now, you out of tricks yet, buddy?" The system coldly announced. "You have been poisoned by Hydra venom." Without hesitation, Zeke poured everything into a lethal strike. His sword blazed like a torch and sliced through the air in a flash of lightning, cutting across the Hydra's body. Slash! Another head flew off, purple blood raining down like toxic downpour. The monster's eyes stared wide, helpless, almost regretting ever crossing paths with an immortal. Zeke was drenched in sweat, face pale and lips white from the poison, but his grip on the sword stayed iron-tight, eyes burning with unyielding will. Not done yet. The last head roared and charged at terrifying speed, as if trying to drag them both to hell. One life left, one chance. Zeke gritted his teeth. All or nothing, I'm not dying here. At the critical moment, he activated Dragon Might. An overwhelming pressure exploded like a meteor strike, crushing down on the Hydra and shaking the air violently as if the cavern was about to collapse. He glared and said coldly, "I'm not playing around. Get lost unless you want to be chopped up and turned into sausage." The Hydra growled, but a second later it was trembling violently, sweat pouring like beans, its whole body convulsing, eyes filled with panic. Then whoosh, it bolted straight away like a dog running from its predator, not daring to look back. Zeke let out a long sigh of relief, plopped down on his butt, panting like an old man after a full day of hard labor. Didn't expect Dragon Might to actually work on a fallen dragon species. Should have used it earlier and saved myself the hassle. But before he could even celebrate, his body suddenly felt heavy as hell, like someone had strapped boulders to his legs. Wait, why am I still exhausted? Didn't I have infinite stamina? The system popped up right on cue, almost like it was trolling him extra hard. You have successfully imprinted fear into the fallen dragon species, but you have been contaminated by its corrupted energy. Would you like to activate Dragon Species Dominion Authority to subjugate the target? He recalled the scene from moments ago, how he'd terrified it so badly, probably thanks to that last-second burst of draconic majesty. Whatever the reason was, could he really tame that absurd monster? Screw it, let's give it a shot. He opened the interface, but the moment he saw the notification, his whole body froze like he'd been struck by lightning. Insufficient administrator privileges to subjugate the fallen dragon species. Subjugation of target has failed. He choked, then roared, "Insufficient privileges? For real, you got me hyped thinking I was about to get a free op pet." Whatever, from the beginning, it's always been weird for a top-tier skill to have literally zero restrictions. Zeke was about to curse some more when a splitting headache slammed into him like a dragon, kicked him straight in the skull, pain so bad he wanted to roll on the ground crying. His face turned purple. Clutching his head, his whole body trembled like a wet puppy in the rain. The system coldly announced, "Warning, Hydra Dragon Venom toxicity has exceeded critical levels." Zeke hissed through gritted teeth, "Damn it, this monster's poison is insane. Healing doesn't work on this venom, there's gotta be some other way." Suddenly, in the midst of the dizzying pain, a flash of inspiration hit him. That's it, Dragon Skill Devour at level 1. In Devour state, anything can be digested and converted into energy. If I swallow this thing whole, I'll definitely absorb some kind of poison resistance. A monster carrying venom this potent has to have some bloodline ability tied to poison immunity. Without hesitation, Zeke activated Dragon Skill Devour. The Hydra's corpse began to melt, steaming violently like it had been tossed into the forges of hell. The system updated non-stop. The head of the corrupted dragon species has been invaded and digested by foul energy in a state of violent consumption. Upon fully absorbing an already destroyed target, Gluttony skill has been upgraded from beginner to proficient, recovering depleted energy using absorbed power. The system kept going, has absorbed a portion of the digested creature's bloodline power. Partial absorption results in an incomplete physique 100 poisons immunity. In an instant, Zeke felt his body lighten up like he just soaked in a divine cool spring. Every trace of poison vanished as if swept away by mountain winds. His muscles tightened back up. Eyes sparkling like stars, skin smoother than a high-end skincare model. The system confirmed, detected 9-headed Hydra venom. 100 poisons immunity physique has neutralized the detected toxin. The status window flashed brilliantly like an honor roll award plaque. Low-level administrator 1 name. Zeke faction, immortal supreme poison rank title. One blessed by the ancient dragon heir of Terrakin physique. Heavenly bone body, complete poison immunity authority. Dragon species dominion system functions. 100 slot inventory minimap beginner quest log breaking skills. Auto heal strong mental defense, infinite stamina, combat sense normal skills. Martial Strike A proficient, Spirit Rebound A rookie, Wide North Face A rookie, Dragon Skills level 1, Dragon Eye proficient, Dragon Might proficient, Devour proficient, Dragon Language locked, Dragon Skills level 2, Dragon Scale Armor proficient, Dragon Claw proficient, Dragon Skills level 3, not unlocked, requires 300 points Karma points, 465. Special trait Complete Poison Immunity, resists and neutralizes most types of poison. Zeke smirked smugly, so from now on anyone who tries poison on me is just gonna poison themselves. He glanced at the new info, frowning. That most part is still kinda worrying, but with this skill, poison's no longer an issue. He stared in shock, muttering, Devour jumped from rookie straight to proficient? No way, this thing almost never levels up unless. He nodded, eyes lighting up. Right, it must be because I killed a designated system-marked target. Hitting the monster the system specifically called out really does give premium loot. Oh, that's useful info. So wiping out the exact things the system hates gets you the good stuff. He sprang to his feet, flicked his cloak, striding out boldly like the Hydra hadn't just wrecked him. Zeke muttered, that Hydra slowed me down big time. Gotta move faster now. In his mind, he thought about the hero King Kaiser, half human, half fairy, a living legend etched forever in myth. Son of the wise sage and the fairy king, Kaiser's life was anything but peaceful. A dark witch tore him away from his parents and tossed him into the forest like trash. Luckily, a sacred wolf, definitely SS rank or higher, found baby Kaiser still red and wrinkly, raised him like its own pup. Thanks to that, Kaiser grew up strong, six-pack abs, long wild hair, aura off the charts. Kaiser saved the oppressed humans and founded a kingdom just for them in the central continent, called the Kingdom of Kronos. This is the part of the story everyone on the continent knows, the origin of Kaiser's legend. In modern times, almost no real records remain. It's truly become pure myth. But proof that hero King Kaiser and the Kingdom of Kronos really existed. Standing before the ruins of Kronos, Zeke was stunned. Crumbling walls stretched endlessly, silent yet majestic, whispering the ancient epic through the stones. It's right here, right in front of me, unfolding before my eyes. Looking around, he felt it was way smaller than what he'd read in books. He couldn't believe the remnants of Kaiser's legacy were literally the entire kingdom of Kronos. Walking toward the ancient gate, he kept talking, though now that he thought about it, the old dragon-slaying sanctuary had a really similar vibe. The system beeped like a burglar alarm, analyzing, confirmed Kaiser's imprint, opening the sanctuary of hero King Kaiser. Zeke didn't hesitate and stepped inside. A faint glow emanated from a shimmering green crystal, as if it held the very soul of the kingdom. He reached out and touched it, whispering, "Is this the vision of the hero king?" The system immediately chimed like a robbery alert, initiating quest chain, vision of hero King Kaiser. Zeke jumped, hello, just throwing a quest at me out of nowhere. Did anybody ask if I agreed? The system continued, cold as a bank teller denying a loan, warning, cannot leave the area until the quest chain is completed. He yelled, hey, what the hell? Who gave you permission to do that? Bam! The gate behind him slammed shut like a mom catching her kid gaming at 2 a.m. Zeke shouted, What's happening? The system displayed the detailed quest, Chain of the Hero King Kaiser's Progress. Objective, within the ruins bearing Kaiser's mark, collect each step of his progress. Time limit, none. Reward, Fairy King's tears. Zeke frowned, rereading the last line, muttering, quest chain, steps of progress of hero King Kaiser. Fairy King's tears, he rubbed his chin, mind spinning. Kaiser's mother, the being who granted blessings to humanity, and I'm gonna get her tears. He looked up at the sparkling crystal like it was an NPC about to drop an impossible quest, whispering, I'm starting to get chills. The mother of hero King Kaiser, the one who can fulfill any wish, and the reward is her tears. Still reeling, mouth hanging open, Zeke muttered like he was in a trance. No idea what this thing's used for, but it's definitely some ultra-tier op treasure. He turned to the system, voice urgent. How do I actually make progress like that? The system beeped once, replying as coldly as a pissed-off AI assistant. Administrator request confirmed. Extracting data from magical recording device. Detected 546 magical videos of hero King Kaiser. 12 videos matched the criteria. Playing the first video. The screen flashed, magical light flickering like a busted stage spotlight. A hazy image appeared, accompanied by an ancient voice from a long-forgotten language. The system announced will automatically translate to the common language of the central continent. Pop, a figure emerged, radiating godly handsome charisma and world-shaking power. The man spoke, what is a sword, you ask? It's just a sword, what else? All these old fogies keep yapping about sword philosophy this and that, but they've never even thrown a proper slash. Total nonsense. From behind came a shout, hey Satin, focus on filming. The screen shook violently like someone kicked it. Zeke held his breath, eyes wide. No way. The one speaking was none other than the legendary hero King Kaiser, and Satin, his loyal guard from the old tailies. Seeing that, he suddenly thought, so this isn't fake, this is real footage. The voice in the video kept going, to use a sword masterfully, what do you do? Nothing grand, just swing the sword diligently, over and over. The footage continued, Kaiser raised his sword in the darkness. The blade gleamed with cold light, slicing through the shadows. Just watching through the screen, Zeke felt his heart stabbed, body trembling, collapsing backward, limbs limp, sweat pouring like he'd showered. One thought dominated his mind, that aura, that pressure, even through a screen it's enough to make me pass out. So this is the true progress of the Hero King. Zeke's eyes blazed like a kid with a new toy. He burst out laughing. I'm hooked. System, replay that video from the beginning. The system replied, administrator request confirmed. Time passed quietly. It had already been 4 days since Zeke got locked in this place. Before him were 3 doors. The first room packed with food enough for a whole month. The second room luxurious like a 5-star hotel, bed soft as clouds. The third room filled with military documents, books, weapons, and training equipment. On the surface it looked like a dungeon, but in reality it was a personal training chamber built for Kaiser's successor. Thanks to that, he could focus solely on practice and swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. Zeke spent whole days swinging his sword, repeating the motion tens of thousands of times, desperately trying to mimic Kaiser's movements. But that heaven-collapsing aura of his, he still couldn't recreate it. Suddenly the system chimed, acquired Hero King Kaiser's progress, basic elemental sword. Zeke jolted elemental sword. Instantly a barrage of notifications hit like a storm. Basic phase completed, entering application phase. The magic stone behind him began glowing brilliantly. He was a bit confused, application phase already. The notification panel appeared, summoning the soul of Hero King Kaiser. From the light, a hazy but immensely dignified figure emerged. The man stepped forward as if resurrected from ancient times, Hero King Kaiser, the immortal king of Chronos. Zeke went pale, muttering, What is this? Don't tell me Hero King Kaiser is seriously standing right in front of me. Before he could recover, Kaiser suddenly gripped his sword tightly, eyes ice cold, as if ready to cleave him in two. Zeke hadn't even figured out what he did wrong. When whoosh, Kaiser charged like lightning, sword swinging down. Pure reflex, Zeke drew his blade to block. Clang, the metal clash shook the entire space. Grinding his teeth, he yelled, What the hell? Suddenly attacking like that, what the actual hell? A second later, boom, Kaiser's storm-like power sent Zeke flying like dry leaves, tumbling across the ground like burnt rice paper. Covered in scratches, he panted like a beached fish. Kaiser's voice rang out, majestic. Get up quickly, you think sword training is just playing whack-a-mole? Zeke struggled to his feet, thinking, so he's teaching me by beating the crap out of me. This feeling was way too familiar, like meeting his master from his past life all over again. Kaiser walked while speaking. Back when I was lectured, they told me you have to train the sword with your own strength. If the old knights saw you like this, they'd probably have heart attacks and rise from their graves. The pressure from Kaiser pressed down like a mountain, but Zeke was still confused. What does he even want? Testing me or just enjoying beating me up? Not giving him time to think, Kaiser suddenly appeared right in front of him. Kaiser swung his sword. A powerful slash tore the ground apart, rushing straight at Zeke. He screamed like a bull was chasing him. What the fuck is this? You're seriously trying to kill me? Sweat pouring, Zeke rolled aside at the last second, thinking, shit, can I even block this guy? This dude is a straight-up monster in human skin. Kaiser's face showed a faint smile, eyes almost like a pervert's. Zeke wanted to punch him just looking at it, but he just swallowed hard, telling himself, don't overthink. Just go all out like always. Radiant energy exploded like a bursting forge. Zeke took a deep breath. Let's go. Kaiser blinked, muttering, are you Satan's disciple? Finally made it. What's that power? Aurora? Zeke didn't answer, charging straight in, sword ripping through the air like thunder. But Kaiser casually swung to block, like swatting grass, sending him flying far away. He tilted his head, still not quite the right style. Zeke tensed up, face red as a tomato, thinking, that hit just now drained me completely, literally and figuratively. Kaiser smirked, counterattacking lightning fast. Doesn't matter. As long as it's fun, come on, show me how stubborn you can get. Boom, boom, the two clashed in an earth-shaking duel. Swords met, light flashing like New Year fireworks. But gradually Zeke ran out of steam, sweat dripping, limbs shaking. He knew he was going to lose. But he didn't expect to get crushed this badly. He cracked a grin, so this is the real power of the Hero King. But I'm not going down easy either. Click, Zeke activated a string of skills. The system rang out like a fire alarm, activating Dragon Skill 1 Strike, activating Dragon Skill Swift Movement, activating Dragon Skill Chain Slash, activating Dragon Skill Dragon Claw. In the blink of an eye, Zeke transformed into a raging dragon whirlwind, his entire body wrapped in radiant energy as his swordsmanship erupted like a volcano. He charged straight at Kaiser, the sheer heat of the clash making the space tremble as if it were about to shatter. But Kaiser refused to fall behind, summoning a massive clawed hand and unleashing a deadly strike. Boom! Rocks and dirt flew everywhere in a blinding cloud. Kaiser stood amid the dust, clicking his tongue. HMPH, not a dragonkin yet somehow wielding dragon techniques. Interesting. But Zeke had already slipped behind him at some point, a flash of light sparking in Kaiser's eyes. He glanced over his shoulder, muttering, HMPH, elemental power 2, huh? Zeke unleashed his soul spirit technique, his body splitting into countless afterimages as he moved like a storm rushing toward Kaiser. Bam, bam, two colossal forces collided, exploding into a chaotic wave of energy that tore through the space, sword chi, killing intent, and dragon aura all blending into a wild symphony of destruction. But after a fierce back and forth, the result was still defeat. No dramatic comeback, no miracle. Zeke lay flattened on the ground like a pancake that never got flipped. After a while, he cracked his eyes open, staring wide in a dazed expression like he'd just woken up in the middle of a battlefield. Who am I? Where am I? Why the hell am I sprawled out in this pile of broken rocks? Beside him, Kaiser sat cross-legged, lounging casually like he was enjoying afternoon tea. Seeing Zeke stir, he smirked. So the weakling finally woke up, huh? He continued leisurely. Still, you've got some talent. Satin's gifts, dragon tribe power plus elemental power. Quite an interesting combo. Kaiser furrowed his brow as if he'd just noticed something even more intriguing, stepping closer and leaning down to stare intently. Wait a second, your soul, it's resonating with the spirit realm. Zeke grimaced. What the hell is the spirit realm supposed to be? Kaiser went on like he was giving a university lecture. You've crossed the boundary between life and death more than once. For a mere human body to pull that off, it's no wonder you can wield elemental power too. Zeke's eyes widened as he thought to himself, another round of mystical logic slamming into my ears. He sighed and winced. From the start you've been throwing around words like satin, spirit realm, elemental power, and I don't understand a single damn thing. Can you just explain it clearly for once? Kaiser gave a crooked grin, eyes sharp as blades. HMPH, pretending not to get it, are we? Aren't you chasing something way bigger than these petty little things? Making you look all confused. What's that supposed to mean? Kaiser pointed straight at him. You're pretending not to understand, but the real progress is mine. He paused, eyes blazing as he gestured with his hand. What you're learning right now is elemental swordsmanship. Elemental power is the purest essence of nature, the foundation that forms everything in the universe: water, fire, earth, wind, the four supreme elements, and elemental swordsmanship is the pinnacle forged from those legendary four. Not just empty words, the hero King Kaiser demonstrated as he explained, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Like a divine storm sweeping the space clean, cracking the ground into deep, jagged fissures. He declared in a voice like rolling thunder, "This is the storm's sword, chief wind power, the wind element among the four great elements." His tone rose and fell dramatically. To wield elemental swordsmanship, the core is nothing other than universal spirit energy, the very thing you've heard about. Zeke stood behind him, face pale as if he'd seen a ghost, thinking to himself, wait, what the hell is this? It sounds like magic, but the way he unleashes it is pure sword technique. Before Zeke could even process it, Kaiser suddenly spun around. Now it's your turn. Zeke froze, mind buzzing like a kicked beehive. So E is the source of elemental power, but I can't sense even a trace of E from him. Or is the secret in how it's converted? He hesitated, then took a deep breath and spoke. In that case, could you show me how to convert E into elemental power? Kaiser raised an eyebrow, scratched his chin, but before he could answer, whoosh. His sword burst into flames, crimson fire roaring as if it wanted to incinerate the entire space. He laughed. Yeah, just do it like that, no need for a ton of explanations. Zeke stood stunned, eyes wide and lost like a puppy separated from its mom. Why do all these future mentors have to be like this? He muttered to himself, it's not that I can't sense E at all, it's just that I sense way too little. Right now channeling it is like trying to catch a weak Wi-Fi signal. I have to focus everything I've got just to grasp the tiniest hint. But he still nodded. Yes, I'll give it a try. Kaiser smirked. Pretty cocky tone you've got there. In another corner of his mind, Zeke racked his brain. Don't believe everything you see. He clearly called my soul spirit technique elemental power, which means. Gripping the sword tightly, he grinned confidently. Soul spirit technique is also a form of power that uses elemental power. At that moment, Kaiser watched Zeke's display with a puzzled look. No sooner thought than done. He summoned his wind element soul spirit technique. But barely 3 seconds in, smack. A heavenly smack from above nearly blew his brains out. The culprit was none other than Kaiser, now sitting there shaking his leg and glaring in dissatisfaction. I told you to use elemental power. Who gave you permission to dance around with that clumsy heretical nonsense? Zeke clutched his head, eyes watering from pain and confusion. Heretical? You mean spirit language technique? Kaiser snorted coldly. Exactly. Spirit language technique is a secret art only the dragon tribe can use. If you were a Dragonslayer, it might be barely acceptable, but for a human, it's absolutely impossible. Every time you use that power, your body takes serious damage, right? The souls of humans and dragons are worlds apart. You can mimic it superficially, but the effectiveness can never come close. Whoever came up with that heretical knockoff deserves ridicule, daring to turn spirit language technique into some cheap imitation like that. Alright, now that you understand, do it again. In his mind, Zeke kept thinking, I already encountered spirit language technique when I absorbed Bahamut's heart at the Dragonslayer's resting place. Back then, I learned spirit language technique, but I also saw the notification that I still couldn't perform it. Dragon technique, spirit language technique, words that carry power locked, administrator maturity level insufficient. Zeke stayed focused in thought. If soul spirit technique was originally built on the foundation of spirit language technique, then once I mature and unlock spirit language technique, I'll be able to freely control soul spirit technique too, which gives me yet another reason to hurry up and grow stronger. While Zeke was lost in philosophy, Kaiser lost patience, raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Do you need another beating to snap out of it? Get up already." Zeke sprang up like a spring. Yes, I'm up. Applied training was indeed far harsher than the basics, but thanks to his heaven-blessed holy body, Kaiser's god-tier demonstrations, and countless unforgettable beatings, Zeke gradually grasped the principles of elemental swordsmanship. It was similar to magic that uses spell arrays to channel mana, but elemental swordsmanship uses E as the bridge to summon the power of spirits. Once he truly understood the principle and how to apply it, performing elemental swordsmanship was no longer an impossible task. After days drenched in sweat, tears, and plenty of nosebleeds, mostly Zeke's, Kaiser finally declared, "Now you look half decent at least. But don't get cocky, the advanced phase will make you wish you could go back to licking rocks instead of continuing. Rest for today." Zeke saluted like a fresh recruit. "Understood, master." Then, as if remembering something, he scratched his head. "Oh, while we're resting, may this disciple ask a few things?" Kaiser nodded lightly. "Go ahead." But as he floated in midair like an immortal taking a break, Zeke hesitated. He noticed the faint glowing motes dancing around Kaiser like they had souls of their own. So that's elemental power too. His eyes lit up as he cut straight to it. "When we first met, you saw me use Aurora and called me a disciple of Saturn. What does that actually mean?" Kaiser raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, then answered slowly in a deep, dramatic tone like recounting an epic legend. "Aurora, yes, that name. I called you that because the technique you used was created by that guy Saturn. He always insisted humans could never comprehend elemental swordsmanship, yet he went and invented a method built on E. Worse, he ignored my techniques and spread only his own version." Kaiser's eyes darkened with bitterness. "That bastard Saturn Draker." Zeke jolted like he'd been shocked. Saturn Draker. His heart felt punched. Isn't Saturn supposed to be the noble knight, the hero king's most trusted vassal? The founder of the aura cultivation method known across the continent. He has the Draker surname. So the Draker family's ancestor isn't Terrakin like everyone thinks, but this ancient figure named Saturn. Why has no one ever mentioned him? Still reeling, Zeke pressed on. "Then what exactly is this spirit realm place where spirits exist? Even though I've sensed spirit power, I still can't picture what it really is." Before he could finish, Kaiser snapped his fingers like a street magician. Instantly, a howling gale roared in, twisting the air into a vortex and forming an invisible wall right in front of them. Zeke reached out to touch it, feeling like he was pressing against wind compressed into solid concrete. He thought to himself, eyes gleaming, "Chief, wind power can be used like this too." Kaiser's voice came from the other side of the storm, rising and falling like an old storyteller. To explain it precisely is a bit complicated, but simply put, the spirit realm is the yin world while ours is the yang. When a person's body leaves this realm and enters the spirit realm, it's a one-way trip across an uncrossable line, no return ticket. Anyone stuck there can forget about coming back. Zeke stood stunned, muttering, "But didn't you say part of your soul is still lingering in the spirit realm? So how are you standing right here in front of me and in a spirit state no less?" He snapped his fingers again. His voice lazy. "Yeah, you're actually the first case like this I've ever seen, but there are ways to bend the rules and cross the spirit realm boundary." He stretched comfortably as he answered. "A prime example would be me, thanks to a dragon lending a hand." Zeke's eyes nearly popped out. "A dragon?" He quickly added, "Is there some kind of issue with that?" He swallowed hard, stammering, "That dragon's helping humans, are you kidding? I've never heard of anything like that before." Kaiser frowned and glared like he wanted to punch him. "What the hell are you talking about? Among all the races, the dragon tribe is the one that values humans the most." Zeke stood there dumbfounded like a fish out of water, mind in complete chaos. "What is this? Dragons value humans? Aren't those apex monsters like Bahamut the ones who nearly wiped out the whole world?" He thought to himself, so the relationship between humans and dragons in ancient times was completely different. What the hell is going on? Kaiser stepped closer, voice full of implication. "I don't need to explain it in detail, because you're living proof." He walked right up to Zeke and lightly placed a hand on his chest. "This heart of yours and even the fang used to forge your sword, weren't they both personally given to you by Bahamut himself?" He chuckled softly, half teasing, half admiring. Sure, his temper's as explosive as a dog in the sun, but he never turns down a sincere plea. Honestly, he's kind of adorable in his own way. Zeke didn't reply, just scratched his head and thought, looks like Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut were actually close. Better keep quiet about that old subjugation stuff. He forced a smile. Yes, that's right. Our family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, so we were rewarded for our loyalty. I guess I misunderstood. Kaiser burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, same old him, always looking out for his people. But you must have had it rough cleaning up all the messes his wild temper caused. That hot-headed side of his even led to plenty of fights with Kronos. Zeke raised an eyebrow, pondered, then asked, "Wait, Kronos is the name of a dragon too?" He continued. "I've heard a lot about Kronos, but as the kingdom of Kronos. Isn't that a country? So the kingdom was named after Kronos." Kaiser nodded, eyes distant with nostalgia. "Exactly, because I was his contractor. Back then, the whole group racked their brains for a kingdom name and everyone threw out nonsense. He just sat there calmly drinking tea. I got annoyed and just named it after him to shut everyone up." Zeke's face twisted into an awkward grin, but inside he was laughing. A dragon drinking tea? Don't tell me he shapeshifts like in the legends. Kaiser crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and smirked at himself. Anyway, Kronos wasn't surprised at all. He probably saw it coming. Honestly, I just wanted his name to live on for future generations. In the distant past, when Kaiser still walked the world, humans and dragons once lived in harmony like blood brothers. That glorious era now exists only in ancient books and stone carvings, but if a dragon with earth-shaking power unconditionally supported humans, the balance of the world would tilt, pushing reality toward annihilation. So the dragon tribe made a historic decision: voluntarily restrain their power, use shapeshifting to become human, and form contracts with those deemed worthy. They no longer intervened directly, only supported quietly like great shadows behind the flow of history. Those chosen who signed contracts with dragons were called contractors. Zeke murmured, "So that's how it is." He thought to himself, no wonder ancient relics are so powerful. It turns out dragons had a hand in them. But if that's true, why did the relationship between dragons and humans fracture, turning friends into enemies and fading into vague legends? I need to reread the history books. Suddenly from the other side, Kaiser's grumpy voice cut in. "Hey, I've been waiting so long, my beard's about to grow another foot." He reminded himself, when I get some free time, I really need to go through the entire chronicle again. Zeke grinned sheepishly and stepped closer. "You've waited 2,000 years for a successor, what's a few more minutes?" Kaiser narrowed his eyes, voice icy. "This cheeky disciple, let's see how long you can keep that attitude." He took a deep breath and declared, "The final phase of advanced training is a direct spar with me." The air suddenly grew heavy, an invisible pressure crashing down like a mountain. But at this level, it wasn't really any different from before. "So I'm adding one more rule to the training." With that, he slammed his hand down, sending dirt flying. "From now on, no eating, no sleeping. The match continues non-stop until I say enough. And most importantly, you can only use elemental swordsmanship with the same element as me." As soon as he finished, Zeke asked, "What happens if I break the rule?" The question had barely left his mouth when Kaiser unleashed his technique at the same time. Elemental swordsmanship, firestorm power, blaze rain. "You asked what happens if you violate it." He turned deadly serious. "If you've got more than one life, go ahead and try." Elemental swordsmanship is divided into 4 schools, corresponding to each element, starting with the one based on the fire element. The firepower school, which incinerates everything with scorching heat and horrifying flames, possessing overwhelming destructive power. Next up is the one based on the earth element, the metal power school, specializing in suppression and restraining foes by controlling hardness and mass at will. Then comes the one based on the wind element, the wind power school, not as strong as fire power, but highly versatile for quick battles, fast movement, and unleashing sword chi. Finally, the one based on the water element, the water power school, excelling in attack, defense, suppression, or even support. It's all around. A flexible power that shifts like water, harmonious and diverse. Right at that moment, Zeke got swept away instantly by the ferocious torrent unleashed by the hero Kaiser, and his buddy took a nasty slash across the chest. Zeke's eyes went wide as saucers, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what the hell just happened? The power and scale are way beyond me. Why is there such a huge gap?" In his head, he started flashing back to the moment he'd successfully used water power to create a massive water pillar. Seeing that, Zeke was thrilled. Too bad his temporary master, Kaiser, wasn't amused at all. He immediately bonked Zeke on the head, making him yelp in pain and grumble, "Ow, what now, master?" In response, Kaiser straight up chewed him out. "You idiot, that's waterfall power, not just any stream." Zeke blinked blankly and asked, "Isn't it just about deploying the attribute?" To explain, Kaiser slowly descended to the ground and schooled the protagonist. "The other schools just need you to unleash the attribute and swing hard for damage, but how many times do I gotta say it? Water power is all about softness. Using yield to conquer the rigid. Don't you get it? Now do it again. At the hero's explanation, Zeke silently cursed in his heart. Damn it, yielding to conquer, what kind of bullshit logic is that? Because I lacked the power to resist, I had to submit. Because I lacked the power to protect, I lost it all. To survive, to hold on to trust, to repay what's precious. My whole life I've chased that power. So how the hell is yielding to conquer supposed to convince me? He just thought that far when, not giving Zeke time to dwell, Kaiser enveloped his sword in a water flow and charged straight in, forcing Zeke to hastily raise his blade to block. In his mind, is this old geezer sleepwalking Mitspar? Next thing, of course, Zeke couldn't withstand the pressure from Kaiser's sword and got flung backward. By now his whole body was trembling, unable to hold back the pain. That's right. After day 15, I gave that up too. It's been over a month since this insane training started. No eating, no resting, just non-stop sword fights. That's how I learned infinite stamina isn't everything. In front of me is a monster way superior in ability. Damn it, my arms have zero strength left, and the ground's all slippery. Right after that thought, as if to prove the protagonist right, his feet suddenly slipped on the ground, sending his body tilting backward. At the same instant, a massive explosion from Kaiser's sword sent rock shards flying everywhere. Luckily, Zeke managed to endure the attack, but his face broke into a thrilled grin. That heavy blow, I slipped right past it. Yielding to conquer. Now I get it. From the strength to grip the sword, to the strength to stand firm. Only by letting it all go did I finally understand Kaiser's words. In the way I'd learned, controlling the sword's path and chaining moves is what binds the sword's freedom. Cut those unnecessary chains, pour down from above like flowing water. Let the sword find its own path. That's right, clearly in his past life he'd felt this too. The moment the boundary between himself and the sword dissolved. The sensation of becoming one with all things. Sometimes fierce, sometimes soft and fluid. Right then, the protagonist began enveloping his entire sword in the water element. Around him, torrents of water started surging violently. And on the opposite side, the hero Kaiser did the same. And so, both broke into excited grins and unleashed elemental swordsmanship water power school. Water flatline. A flash of light streaked across the battlefield. The clash of the two attacks was so intense it shook the air outward. Back in the training room, of course, how could Zeke possibly beat Kaiser? His body collapsed completely from passing out. Standing before him, the hero flashed a satisfied smile and nodded. Well done, the successor has carried on my progress, Zeke Draker. Who knows how much time passed before our protagonist Zeke finally woke up. His head was a bit dizzy, still piecing things together. Did I pass out? How many times has it been? First time was sparring with the dupe. Notification popped up. Overused skill, exhaustion for user safety, consciousness temporarily suspended. But back then I'd overused Dragon Spear and the system forced me unconscious. This is the first time since regressing that I blacked out purely from physical limits. Thinking that, he glanced around and called out to his master, Kaiser. But there was no sign of the hero anywhere, making Zeke guess he'd returned to the spirit realm. What intrigued Zeke though was wondering about that quest now. Pretty sure I nailed the water power at the end. And then, to satisfy his curiosity, a system screen appeared before him. At the same time, a bunch of other system screens popped up simultaneously, leaving him a bit dazed. Linked quest completed, bonus time added to rewards. Quest rewards, Fairy King's Tears, 500 karma points, 3 random skill tomes. Hearing that he beamed, after that hell, success is mine. Achievement quest completed, bonus time added to rewards. Quest rewards, System Admin rank upgrade, 500 karma points, 3 random loot boxes. System Authority upgraded to mid-level admin, new system features unlocked. Rookie quest log upgraded to mid-level quest log. Equipment slot expansion enabled. Teleport gate feature minimap enabled. Admin soul matured, soul growth partially unlocked. Bahamut's heart current seal level 90%. Staring at the swarm of system screens suddenly in front of him, Zeke couldn't hide his surprised expression and muttered, "A ton of them, checking all this'll take a minute." First up, check the seal level. It hit 95% after absorbing the dragon heart. I tried unlocking it right away back then, but the system locked it down. Of course, from experience, I know exactly what power beyond limits feels like. Right now, I can probably handle about 10%. Even Dragon Tongue can't be unlocked with karma points, and Dragon Lord Domination too. Probably all tied to the seal level. For now, I'll keep an eye on it. Next, the random loot boxes. With that in mind, Zeke quickly opened the 3 boxes and all were gear. First, boots made from meteorite iron, strong yet light, no unique ability. Special note, set bonus, activates when full meteorite iron set equipped. Second, rewards personalized too, meteorite iron greaves matching the boots. The final reward was a pair of earrings delicately carved from crystal, unique ability boosts wearer's spirit energy recovery by 15%. Special note, pairs well with red dress. Of the 3 gifts, Zeke was most pleased with the earrings. He grinned, sell these to a mage and I'd make a fortune. Plus now I've got boots and greaves to match the gloves, full set complete. And then he hesitated. Over the random skill tomes too. As the name implies, these gotta be, could it be? So Zeke didn't waste another second and immediately rolled the skill gacha. The system promptly notified C-rank static shock skill registered. Static shock generates electricity to zap the target. Registered as skill. Static shock generates electricity to zap the target. C-rank flashbang registered as skill. Flashbang fires compressed energy upward, exploding into blinding light that causes blindness and obscures vision. C-rank sonic burst registered as skill. Sonic burst emits irritating sound, disrupting the target's hearing. At these 3 skills, Zeke's face darkened with disappointment. All C-rank, man, if they handed out high-rank skills for free, all my suffering would have been pointless. Next, he started testing out the C-rank static shock skill, and instantly his dagger was enveloped in crackling streams of electricity. Seeing that, a flood of ideas suddenly popped into Zeke's head for how to apply it. This is just a C-rank skill. The power is pretty solid for its level, and I can use it in so many ways. If I combine it with Flashbang and Sonic Burst, I could counter debuffs way better than that artifact I used in the promotion exam. Plus the authority upgrade, it said new system features are unlocked, here we go. The protagonist let out a low hum. The new system feature is toggleable equipment slots. You can use equipped items like skills. Faced with this feature, Zeke fell into deep thought, pondering the best way to utilize it. Treating gear as skills could be a lifesaver in a pinch. Since I've got infinite stamina and self-healing, I should reserve these slots for stuff other than spirit potions. That's what the protagonist was calculating. But just a second later, his eyes shifted and he shook his head. No, hold on, even the so-called perfect abilities have weaknesses. Nothing guarantees I won't run into another Kaiser, someone my endless stamina can't handle. I still don't know the true limits of self-healing. There's always the what-if scenario. Next, to ensure his own safety, Zeke bought a few life-saving items. Purchased A-rank healing spirit potion, remaining karma points, 1,465. High-grade healing spirit potion registered to toggleable equipment slot. This is a masterpiece by Jababin Hassan, instantly heals severe wounds and restores vitality. Special note, due to its exceptional performance, it won't affect the same target a second time and has undetermined side effects. Reading those descriptions, Zeke felt pretty satisfied. More expensive than expected, but at this level it's worth it. It could substitute for infinite stamina or self-healing. And now the most important reward. Fairy King's Tears. As he spoke, he pulled a pale blue glass vial from his inventory. Fairy King's Tears, the tear shed when hero King Kaiser fell to the Dark Sorcerer's scheme, can summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm once, using this tear as a medium. After reading the description, instead of joy, Zeke's face turned deathly pale. He'd personally witnessed just how monstrously strong hero King Kaiser was. Summon the Fairy King. According to legend, the Fairy King grants wishes to humanity. If all the myths about Kaiser are true, could I summon the Fairy King and get one wish? But it's a one-shot deal, no way I can use it carelessly. Right then he kept staring intently at the glass vial. Alright, for now I'll hold on to it. There'll definitely come a time when I need it. With that, he tossed the vial back into his inventory and quickly left the ruins. Time flew by, scene shift to some corner of the forest, when suddenly a red magic circle appeared on the ground. Next, Zeke's figure materialized inside the formation. After a quick glance around, he immediately assessed. This is the Adventurer Outpost, so I really teleported here. The system's new teleport gate feature is seriously convenient. Just pick a spot on the minimap and you're there instantly. Aside from longer distances costing extra points, there are basically no restrictions. With enough points, I could even hop between continents. It's not just handy, it could help shake off anyone trying to track me. This'll be huge for future plans. The protagonist nodded to himself, before scanning the area and noticing branches loaded with vibrant, blooming flowers. That instantly sparked a terrifying guess in Zeke's mind. Flowers in winter, don't tell me, no way. Time flew by again, scene shift to Valhalla, the continent's top knight training academy in the central region. Inside the principal's office, the headmaster's voice rang out in exasperation. Good grief, in 10 years as principal. I've never seen a case like this. A new student showing up a whole month after enrollment started. He spoke while trimming a small bonsai in front of him. Meanwhile, Zeke could only cry inwardly. I didn't want this either. I was stuck in there for 4 months, sir. The messenger who recommended me said missing the entrance ceremony could lead to rejection at the principal's discretion. Waiting another year would kill me. I need access to Tarakan Draker's secure archives, so I have to convince the principal no matter what. Thinking that, he bowed and explained. Principal, the truth is I fell into a trance state during solo training to make up for my shortcomings and lost consciousness for a long time. At those words, Valhalla's principal, Flaubert Borgs, turned with a piercing gaze. I don't see any trance. Is that the excuse you cooked up after missing the entrance ceremony? Switching to Zeke's perspective, he started digging up info on this principal, Flaubert Borges, former longest-serving captain of the Tebby Kingdom's Royal Guard, a knight respected across the continent. The story of current family head Arthur Draker personally inviting him 3 times to become principal is still legendary. This is a man who values honor and principles. Showing emotion would be distasteful. With that in mind, he bowed deeper and continued, I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, no matter how many mouths I had to speak with, but it is the truth, principal. On the other side, Flaubert's brows furrowed tightly, as if weighing whether Zeke's words rang true. After a few seconds, he spoke, achieving a trance state isn't easy. For any other student, I'd call bullshit right away because it's absurd. But you're the one recommended by the Academy's patron. I'll arrange a spot for you. If I judge your training results worth more than a month at Valhalla, I'll allow enrollment. At that condition, Zeke actually felt a twinge of annoyance inside. Sure, he hated that bastard Howard pulling strings for him, but now wasn't the time to be picky. Thinking that, he quickly said, Thank you, principal. Then Flaubert lightly pressed the bell on his desk. Instantly, a servant rushed in to receive orders. Flaubert instructed, I want an empty training room prepared immediately. Gather the professors from all departments for a supplementary enrollment evaluation right now. The staff nodded and hurried off to notify everyone. Scene shift to a private training hall at Valhalla Academy. Right then, the professors had all assembled. Just looking at their auras made Zeke break into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, Valhalla really lives up to the name. Every professor here is a renowned knight I've seen at least once in Continental reports. Knowing that, Zeke turned toward Principal Flaubert. Seeing everyone present, he got straight to the point. Everyone's here. Show us the results of the training you've been doing. Up front, Zeke drew the sword from his back, pondering just how much power to reveal. Let's see, what should I show them? I can't casually flaunt elemental swordsmanship here. The pressure's insane. After all, these are the people who train the continent's strongest knights. Half-baked skills probably wouldn't even get a reaction. In that case, maybe I should get a little serious. With that thought in mind, Zeke began shrouding his sword in a layer of pale blue mana. But the moment they saw it, one professor blurted out in disbelief, his face utterly stunned, and involuntarily exclaimed, Wait, isn't that Aura sword? Beside him, the others exchanged incredulous looks. At just 15 years old, he's already reached Blue Knight realm. Before this, the youngest on the continent was Lord Abel at 19, right? Truly befitting a golden awakening family. Their words made Zeke startle and inwardly scold himself. Oh crap, I forgot. After months clashing with Kaiser, I completely forgot to rein in my aura. Good thing they still think I'm only at Blue Knight level. Before meeting Kaiser, his aura had indeed only reached Blue Knight level. But ever since comprehending Water Power School and elemental swordsmanship, he'd shattered his own limits and stepped into the next realm, Red Knight. The clearest difference between Blue Knight and Red Knight is Aura Sword Mastery. Aura Sword is the technique of hunting the blade with aura to razor sharpness, amplifying the power of imagination, while Blue Knights can only maintain the original form. Red Knights excel further, freely sustaining and morphing the shape according to their will and visualization. Good thing I stopped at Aura Sword level, otherwise it'd be way more exhausting right now. Zeke sighed inwardly in relief. Meanwhile, Principal Flaubert now wore a beaming smile as he approached to congratulate him. Outstanding. Compared to a month at Valhalla, these results are beyond comparison. An enlightenment this precious, whether a few months late or even years, it's worth it. His unexpectedly enthusiastic attitude made Zeke's scalp tingle. He thought, he looks like a completely different person. Of course, Zeke didn't dare voice that, so he bowed humbly. No, Principal, allow me to apologize once more for missing the entrance ceremony due to an unforeseen family matter. The clearest difference between Blue Knight and Red Knight is Aura Sword Mastery. His modest demeanor only made the principal feel more refreshed. Haha, I already said it's fine. What about the rest of you? Anyone object to Zeke's enrollment? Not to mention Zeke, the other professors looked a bit flustered at Flaubert's beaming face. They all thought, whenever a prodigy with exceptional talent shows up, he's always this generous. And so the professors fully agreed with the principal's decision. We have no objections. That Aura Sword is so sharp and clear, it's rare even among genius knights. Exactly, no need for further testing. Hearing that, Principal Flaubert smiled brightly and nodded. Then it's settled. Congratulations on your enrollment, Zeke Draker. Midland Atlas, a megacity on the scale of a kingdom, sits right at the heart of the Midland continent. Home to Valhalla, the continent's premier knight academy, and the Draker family's Four Seasons Citadel. Among them, Four Seasons Citadel serves as the residence for the family head and core pillars, making it the true headquarters of the Draker clan. Scene shift to Zeke's private estate in Atlas. Just the sheer scale of the architecture was enough to leave our protagonist dazed. It's ridiculously grand. Zeke's private estate in Atlas. Black card already, and now this mansion too, kinda over the top, Zeke sighed awkwardly. Then the moment he opened the door and stepped inside, a shower of colorful confetti exploded toward him, accompanied by shouts, Congratulations, welcome to Valhalla. The masterminds behind the celebration were none other than Master Duke and his buddy Andre. Their clownish getups caught Zeke off guard. Master, even head Professor Andre is here. Up ahead, the scruffy Uncle Duke stepped forward, slapping Zeke's shoulders in praise. My disciple, you're truly one of a kind. From birth till now, you're the first I've seen who dared skip Valhalla's entrance ceremony. All right, now that the stars arrived, shall we get started? As he spoke, the uncle gestured inside, leaving Zeke puzzled about what exactly get started meant. Right after I stepped foot into the Atlas mansion, I was hit with Duke and Andre already having a full surprise welcome party set up for my enrollment. I kept wondering why these guys who were supposed to be at the academy were here instead. Turns out Duke got summoned back by the family head to the Four Seasons city, casually moved into my mansion, and has been crashing here for over a month now. Andre blushed a little as he explained, I've decided to join Valhalla Academy as an assistant instructor. Sorry about this, but looks like I'll be imposing on you for a while. Just hearing that was enough for Zeke to know these two had already planned everything together beforehand. Watching them grin and chat like nothing was wrong made Zeke quietly seethe inside as he screamed in his head. This is my house. What gives you the right to just decide shit like that on your own? Time flew by quickly, and soon the welcome party wrapped up. After downing more than a dozen bottles of wine, Duke and Andre were passed out like dead pigs sprawled across the dining table. Meanwhile, Zeke quietly slipped away to some random bar. He slid a gold coin to the bartender and said, "One dark ale, I'd like to see K for a minute." The moment those words left his mouth, the whole atmosphere inside the tavern shifted. Then, as if they'd all silently agreed without a single word, every guy in the place drew their weapons and quietly surrounded Zeke. Effacing their move, he just broke into a mocking grin, flashed the family crest on his gloves and taunted them. Well, you got the guts to come at me or what? One look at that crest, and of course the thugs didn't dare make a sound. They awkwardly shuffled back to their seats, while the bartender's face turned pale as he stammered, "I'm so sorry, I should have stopped them sooner." He quickly grabbed a bottle of liquor. "I'll take you to see the branch minister right away." Saying that, he led Zeke toward a hidden passage in the back. As they moved, the protagonist took the chance to scan everything and had to nod in approval. Layers upon layers of high-level security magic sealing the secret door, classic K style. Back before regression, whenever anyone talked about the strongest intelligence organizations on the continent, two names always came up first. The Black Mist platform of the Draker family and the Imperial Intelligence Bureau of the Rome Empire. But beyond those two, there was one more that almost no one knew about, the Syndicate. At first, it was just a ragtag smuggling crew. Then a lowlife errand boy named K used that very smuggling network to build an entire intelligence empire. Before regression, after getting expelled from the academy and drifting into the Mecking cartel criminal organization, I scraped by it until I climbed to the rank of assassin. That's when K, the branch minister back then, approached me and assigned me to clear out the key transport routes. Using those cleaned up routes, K expanded the network and turned Syndicate into an intelligence powerhouse that rivaled Black Mist platform and the Imperial Bureau. Through sheer will and talent, he completely took over Syndicate and made it his personal force. And then, when I lost everything at the hands of the Empire, the man shrouded head to toe handed me a sheet of paper and said, "This is intel on the relic the Emperor's targeting. Be careful, it won't be easy." Hearing that, I figured the one who actively helped me on my path of revenge was K. Even if you call it the price I paid for helping Syndicate grow so massive, without K, I probably never would have touched that relic and definitely wouldn't be standing here now. Information is a weapon. Just like when Abel attended the blessing ceremony, no one knows how the future will twist. The guy's insanely capable. If this deal goes smoothly and we keep a good relationship, he'll definitely become a priceless ally down the line. Lost in that thought, Zeke was finally led into a massive warehouse. He stepped forward, pulled out a chair, then noticed the match still burning on his hand. Some habits never change, huh? Right in front of them, a woman lightly struck another match to light her cigarette. Looked straight at Zeke's face and said, "So, what does the fresh genius prodigy of the Draker family want with me?" On this side, our protagonist didn't feel like wasting time on chit-chat and cut straight to the point. No more beating around the bush. Let's get to it. "I want to do business with Syndicate." Hearing that, Kay shot him a look full of intrigue and curiosity as she asked. "A pureblood awakening prodigy from the noble Draker family, who's already reached Blue Knight realm at just 15, why would someone like you want to deal with criminals like Syndicate?" At her words, Zeke's eyes turned icy cold. In his mind, he silently guessed, looks like she already knows what happened at Valhalla Academy today. Damn, her info network really is fast. With that, he reached into his coat pocket, pulled something out, and replied, "The way you're trying to argue pointlessly like this tells me you're not interested, but at least take a look at the real goods first." With that, he tossed the pair of earrings he'd received from the system onto the table. Still, the item didn't impress Kay much. Earrings, her tone carried a hint of doubt. Figuring she didn't have a good eye for this stuff, Zeke pointed out the effect. "These aren't ordinary earrings, they're a treasure. Put them on and you'll be shocked." Following his advice, Kay slipped them onto her ears and almost instantly felt the effect kick in. Let's see, boosts mana recovery efficiency. This cheap kind of thing. Before she could finish the sentence, the moment she fully put them on, she was so stunned she dropped the cigarette right out of her mouth. Her face flushed red with excitement. It's not a 10% boost, it's 15%. Every treasure out there only gives about 1%, 3% at the absolute max. That means this is 5 times better. If something like this had ever been produced, how could I not know about it? He must have his own private channel, or he personally dug this relic up himself. Just who the hell is this kid? She thought while turning her curious gaze toward the protagonist. Seeing her shocked expression, Zeke gave a satisfied smirk. So, starting to get interested in the deal yet. Next, Zeke laid out his terms. Just use the personal info I'm attaching to open a new account. I've already registered as the representative. Head to the Northern Bank in Atlas and you can pick up the goods. From the red-haired woman's perspective, just hearing the kid's request made her piece a few things together. One look at those earrings and I already guessed. It's another consignment sale of an untraceable relic origin, huh? Commission is 10% per item. If total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, there's a bonus on top. That's exactly my ceiling price for a single transaction. And this guy even knows I'm a mage. He definitely has some serious intelligence network behind him. Thinking that, she quickly bundled up the documents in front of her and smiled brightly. Contract established. Looking forward to working with you, young master. Hearing that, the male protagonist smiled back. Same here. Oh, and there's one thing I'm a bit curious about. Your ghost ship still running smooth? For some reason, the instant Zeke said those words, the air inside the warehouse turned deathly tense. Kay stared at him with razor-sharp eyes while shadows of guards appeared all around, weapons already drawn, eyes glowing red like they'd tear Zeke apart the second she gave the order. Luckily, she kept her cool and asked slowly, "Where exactly did you hear about that?" Zeke answered without a trace of fear, completely calm. "I'm just asking. Why so tense? The intimidation's cute and all. But you really think that's enough to drag me down?" With that, he activated his Dragon's Might skill, unleashing his presence and pressure to the absolute maximum. Just meeting that gaze was enough to make everyone around break out in cold sweat, especially Kay. Even the guards instantly felt the crushing aura pressing down on them. She finally realized Zeke wasn't someone to mess with. Shit, I'm missing intel. Zeke Draker, youngest Blue Knight? No way in hell. Even if the entire Atlas branch know the whole syndicate rushed him, they still couldn't win. Ignoring her racing thoughts, Zeke saw them calming down a bit and continued. "Should we maybe change seats, partner?" Time passed quickly, cutting to the Syndicate Atlas branch minister's office. Unlike that warehouse, this room was insanely luxurious. In Zeke's hand was a sheet of paper that made him feel a little amused. An oath contract. This really screams mage style. The oath contract is the standard way mages form agreements to guarantee mutual safety. Just use blood as ink and sign, simple, but the power behind it is limitless. Once activated, the other party's signature gets engraved on your arm. If one side harms the other, both die instantly. And if it's indirect betrayal, like hearing an assassin, the signature only vanishes from the traitor's arm, then a non-lethal curse descends, putting them at a huge disadvantage. Back to the red-haired woman's view, she still seemed annoyed and deliberately grumbled. "Good that you understand. Hurry up and sign. I need something to protect myself too. Who knows, maybe one day you'll decide to get rid of me." Hearing that, Zeke didn't hesitate. He drew the dagger in his hand and lightly sliced his wrist, to draw blood and signed straight onto the paper without the slightest pause. Zeke said, "As long as it gets your trust, you can make me sign as many copies as you want." Once the signature was complete, a red magic circle appeared above his head. Next, the circle turned into a beam of light that flew toward both Zeke's and Kay's arms, finally forming their signatures. After seeing it appear, Zeke casually sat down on the sofa like he owned the place and continued. "Now I'm officially your partner. So let's pick up where we left off. The stuff you're transporting on that ghost ship is Mechan Soma, right?" The red-haired woman just rubbed her forehead in exasperation and complained to him. "I don't know where you got info about my ship, but yeah, I'm distributing Mechan Soma." Speaking of Soma, it's a banned narcotic, both cultivation and use prohibited in nearly every kingdom. But in the lawless southern continent, after the kingdom collapsed into civil war, it became a massive cash cow. On this side, Zeke spoke seriously in a grave tone. "It's because of that recent guest slaying order the Transcendent family just issued, isn't it?" Kay pulled out a cigarette, gently placed it on her full lips, shrugged, and said, "Exactly. Even Mechan wouldn't dare touch a Transcendent family. The only land route connecting the central continent to the south is the desert controlled by the Ishtar Transcendent family. But a few years ago, Ishtar suddenly sealed the entire border, no outsiders in or out. Contact with the south got completely cut off." Hearing that, Zeke cut in, land route blocked, sea route in Pavla's hands. "So that's why you had to borrow Syndicate's transport network, right?" Kay replied. "Either way, you're paying top dollar to us, you're already a VIP client." To explain a bit more, Mechan and Pavla are the two major crime syndicates splitting the lawless south, using the central jungle as the dividing line. North is Mecking, south is Pavla. Mecking made their profit hauling Soma overland, but since they monopolized the route, Pavla had no choice but to switch to sea. Then when Ishtar closed the border, Mecking lost the land path and desperately turned to sea. But by then Pavla had already taken control of it. Back to Kay, she asked curiously, "By the way, how did you even know about my ghost ship?" Her question made Zeke pause for a second in thought. The Syndicate ghost ship was Kay's brainchild, entire vessel cloaked in invisibility magic. That way it slips past both pirates and naval forces. It becomes Syndicate's single biggest revenue source, kept so secret it's never leaked to the outside world. Of course he couldn't say she herself revealed it in his previous life. Zeke smirked teasingly, an information broker asking about my sources. "Now's not the time for that, shouldn't you focus on Pavla's offer first?" "Yeah, Pavla did approach me recently. They said they'd pay double as long as I cut ties with Mecking. The higher-ups are still thinking it over." Before she could finish, Zeke advised, "Reject it. Don't think Pavla's just playing games to choke Mecking. If you guys give in, Mecking loses all smuggling routes for Soma." "But what if Pavla is actually the same pirate crew the Silver Knights wiped out back then?" Zeke didn't know who exactly the Silver Knights group he mentioned was, but just hearing that intel made Kay's face pale slightly. She shouted back, "Impossible, Pavla values rules, they're nothing like those bloodthirsty pirate scum." Explaining that, Zeke just shrugged and said casually, "That's just the image they built for outsiders. Pavla's real goal is to seize the one secret sea route they still haven't located, Syndicate's route. Unlike Mecking, who keeps the ship around for long-term profit, the second Pavla learns the true identity of the ghost ship. They'll swarm in and take it by force." The more Kay listened, the paler her face became. She hesitated and asked, "But Pavla and the Southern pirates are seen as completely separate forces. How could you possibly?" Before she finished, Zeke slammed the table and shouted, "Hey Kay, first things first, you gotta pay up for the intel I just gave you, right? What I want is simple, connect me with Mecking's big boss. Just do that, and I'll make you the new ruler of Syndicate." Zeke's proposal made the red-haired woman's body twitch for a second. Time flew by until evening, and now Zeke was wandering down a street. In his mind he thought, even though Kay has a pretty strong info network, it's still not enough. Before regression, the fastest way to take over Syndicate's entire intelligence web was to pacify the whole southern continent and swallow their power whole. Just wait, the little spark I just lit is gonna turn into a blazing inferno that burns your whole empire to ashes. A few Academy Knights were strolling back and forth, lounging in the sun across the Valhalla Knight Training Academy grounds. Zeke looked up at the sky with his hands in his pockets. The vibe here really felt way more laid back and free compared to places like the Training Cradle or other academies. He glanced around casually, since the headmaster had said to just wait a bit and someone would come guide him to the meeting. A playful teasing voice came from behind, catching Zeke's attention. He turned around and saw a tanned guy walking up. "No way, are you the Zeke the headmaster mentioned?" The guy had a tribal tattoo circling his left eye and eagerly stuck out his hand toward him. Zeke pursed his lips, hands still stuffed in his pockets, completely ignoring the outstretched arm right in front of his face, leaving the other guy awkwardly hanging. The guy winked, stepped closer, and slapped Zeke on the shoulder. "Yo, our buddy Zeke here still hasn't shaken off that full-on academy energy, huh?" Zeke coldly shrugged off the hand on his shoulder. "You're the guide the headmaster sent." The guy didn't look mad at all, just kept glancing around while mimicking Zeke's words in a mocking tone. "You're the guide the headmaster sent? Why's your voice so tense, dude?" He started throwing up goofy hand signs. "Don't bristle up like a porcupine, man. Peace, let's roll in harmony. Like I said, bro, I'm the one the headmaster personally assigned to show you every nook and cranny of Valhalla." Zeke glanced up, silently judging in his head. This guy doesn't shut up for a single second. The other continued. "Oh, almost forgot to introduce myself." The name that came out made Zeke freeze, his pupils shrinking. "I'm Diego." The guy kept flashing hand signs, opening his mouth to flash a shiny silver tongue piercing. A new age music evangelist blending medieval melodies with southern traditional rhythms. "That's me, Diego Villa. Pleasure to meet ya, bro." Zeke spun around sharply. "Yeah, pleasure's mine, Diego." The guy chased after him. "Oh, the vibe just chilled out, huh? Zeke, bro, you didn't actually walk off for real, you just thought you did." Zeke rolled his eyes, glancing sideways at the non-stop chattering guy beside him, silently assessing. Rhythm Knight, Diego Villa. Never thought I'd actually run into one of the future talents, one who'd later be called one of the 5-star Knights. The 5-star Knights were the title given to the 5 knights who achieved legendary feats in the Continental War before my regression. The Silent Knight Bishop Castique, the Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma, the Illusion Knight Astarella Dopo, the petite girl with short cropped hair and a slender dagger, the Lightning Knight Rene Draker, the tan guy with a face tattoo, and the Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. Zeke rolled his eyes again, pupils lifting to the sky. Speaking of which, I think there's a rumor that all 5-star knights came from Valhalla. Gotta verify if that's actually true. He quietly evaluated the situation. If things go smoothly, I could expand my influence pretty fast. Diego trailed right beside him, chattering away nonstop. Walking around this much makes me hungry. Wanna try some southern dishes, bro? Not really fond of those memories. Nah, that's just cause you haven't hit the right spot yet, bro. There it's like. Zeke took a bite of the grilled meat stuffed bun. His eyes widened in surprise. Damn, that's actually good. Diego laughed heartily. Told ya, bro. The guy's tone was straight up bragging about the steaming hot dishes on the table. Shark dragon meat specialty, exclusive to Valhalla. Even a pure southern native like me has to admit this is peak level. Zeke sighed in admiration. Yeah, gotta give it to him, tastier than the homeland stuff. The guy got curious. Oh, you've been to the southern continent, Zeke answered vaguely, just saying. After they finished eating, Zeke narrowed his eyes and asked, so how does someone from the south end up all the way at Valhalla? Diego stirred his teacup. That's a long story, but honestly my mom and dad used to rule a small kingdom down south. Zeke wondered to himself, a rhythm knight who's actually southern royalty. In his mind, he recalled part of the continent map, all tangled connections. The southern continent was originally an alliance of small kingdoms orbiting around the Cusco kingdom. Most of those probably migrated central after Cusco collapsed in civil war. Diego grinned wide, twirling a small spoon. In other words, I'm actually a noble prince. Zeke's mouth twitched, eyes rolling in disdain. Even if that background still meant something back then, I never imagined royalty could be this shameless about keeping face. Diego sighed dramatically, but the old fogies were dead set on preserving the royal twin-sword tradition. So me, with my natural talent for dual blades, got shipped off to Valhalla. He flashed a bright smile and winked at Zeke, but instead of swinging swords, I just wanna play music. Zeke's face showed clear helplessness. Then what about the people who had high hopes for you? Diego's eyes sparkled like stars as he pitched. How about you join the new age music club with southern fusion style too, bro? Zeke pouted in annoyance. Pass. The two of them were now in a big crowded lecture hall. Is it really okay to just barge into a seniors class like this? Still got that academy vibe, huh? Valhalla's all about freedom. As long as it helps with studies, anything goes. Diego's slanted eyes curved in delight. As long as you want to learn, bro, you can crash any class. Plus, today's not a regular one. Word is something super epic's waiting. Zeke sighed tiredly at him. This guy really never gets tired of talking. Whispers around them caught his attention. That's him, right? Yeah, definitely. Everyone in the hall stared their way, murmuring low. The newest student who just joined Valhalla, the youngest one, Zeke Draker. Heard he's direct bloodline, right? And a genius who beat an instructor too. The rhythm knight guy put on a confused face. What? Bro's a Draker? Zeke leaned forward, voice gruff. What? Zeke frowned, raising the back of his gloved hand, the black glove prominently displaying the golden dragon emblem crossed with two swords. What do you think this is all this time? Diego's face scrunched up worse than his. What is what? Zeke snapped. Idiot, these are pureblood gloves, the emblem of a pureblood awakener from the Draker family. The guy looked stunned. What? His eyes spun, body swaying. What the hell, you didn't take them off even while eating? I thought it was just some cool concept thing. Oh my god, those are actual pureblood gloves. I had zero clue. Zeke smirked, propping his chin as he watched the guy amusedly. You made it all the way to Valhalla and still can't recognize pureblood gloves. Diego looked dazed and shocked, pupils darting while still throwing hand signs. Zeke chuckled inwardly. Well, whatever, in front of a pureblood awakener, that reaction's understandable. Things should quiet down a bit now. Suddenly, the guy burst out laughing like he'd just had an epiphany. No wonder you were acting all high and mighty earlier, turns out that's why. Zeke gritted his teeth in a forced smile, eyes rolling irritably. This guy. Diego got even more excited, slinging an arm around his shoulder. If you're a Draker, you should have treated me to food, bro. Kidding, kidding. Zeke suddenly got pinned down harder, mouth twitching. Thought he'd tone it down, but he's even more hyped now. The man on the podium clapped to draw everyone's attention. He had a burly build and a commanding voice. All eyes here. Every student in the auditorium instantly went silent, turning toward him. Zeke pressed his lips together, silently marveling. No wonder it's so packed. Turns out today's special lecture is hosted by the headmaster himself. The stern voice boomed through the speakers. Just looking at the crowd shows how much everyone was looking forward to this. Diego hid his face behind his notebook and whispered, Hey bro, how's this track? Killer rhythm, right? Zeke deadpanned. If you're dragging me to a lecture, at least pretend to pay attention. The headmaster continued, all right, skipping the lengthy intro, right to the point. As introduced, a very special guest we barely managed to invite, the Black Knight of the Draker family has returned. Zeke watched intently, eyes widening with interest. Back in Four Seasons City already, does that mean the comeback starts now? The red-haired, muscular man scratched the back of his neck awkwardly and waved. Duke Draker. Students in the hall started whispering, it's the Storm Knight, Duke Draker, the Black Knight who vanished without a trace. Lately there were rumors of sightings around Four Seasons City, guess they're true. Duke leaned on the wooden podium, adjusted the mic, and began, I've been away from the front lines for a long time, yet you all still remember me. I'm truly honored. All the students listened eagerly. I hope this morning proves valuable for everyone. And now I, Duke Draker, will tell you how I went from an ordinary class student at this academy to becoming a Black Knight. What? Didn't expect him to be this charismatic. He rambled on about everything he'd been through. The story dragged on so long that most students in the hall were slumped over their desks in exhaustion. Zeke watched the guy with flushed cheeks beaming on the podium and sighed. He's been bragging about himself nonstop for 2 whole hours. When's he gonna wrap this up? He kept going. I told him, think again, but Arthur, just before he finished, the headmaster rushed up, snatched the mic, and shoved him aside. Yes, sorry to cut off while the students were so engaged, but time's up. Good job, headmaster. He gave closing words before letting go of the mic. Our second speaker is someone everyone knows, so no long intro needed. Even though extremely busy as a guardian knight, he still made time to come today. Zeke's pupils suddenly contracted. The Draker family ranks knights in 4 tiers: beginner knight, intermediate knight, advanced knight, and guardian knight. It's structured like a 4-level pyramid, with guardian knight at the absolute top, having equal say with the elder council itself. He fidgeted, leaning forward to watch. That's why there are fewer than 10 guardian knights total. Looks like the second speaker's a big shot too. The headmaster glanced over. He gripped his hands anxiously as the clock ticked slowly. Long platinum hair gleamed brilliantly under the lights. Iron high heels clicked sharply against the stone-inlaid floor. Zeke propped his chin, watching closely. He glanced over in assessment. Platinum hair and full white armor definitely stands out, but still can't place who it is. People around started murmuring nonstop. So lucky we came to Valhalla today, seriously. One of their comments made him freeze in shock. Never thought I'd get to see a silver knight in real life. He whipped around. What? Long platinum hair draped down, so the person is. The figure smiled faintly, hands scratching the back of their neck, hair parting to reveal narrow eyes with mint-silver pupils. The eldest child of the Draker family, Silver Knight Carly Draker. Port City Asen, central maritime trade hub of the continent, Asen in the Dorda Republic. Nowadays, Asen holds such superior geographic value that it controls trade routes not just with the Dorda Trade Republic, but also the southern continent and even routes to the eastern continent. But just over 10 years ago, things were completely different. Back then, Asen was occupied by southern pirates, turned into a lawless zone where every kind of crime ran rampant. Right after officially becoming a knight of the family, Carly Draker launched a pirate extermination campaign. And by the 5th year of her sweeps, not a single pirate remained in Asen. From then on, under Carly Draker's protection, Asen revived and grew into the largest port city in the region. Surviving pirates were forced to retreat south of Dorda, hiding in the Dead Sea. Thanks to reclaiming Asen, Carly was awarded the title of youngest guardian knight in history, a monumental achievement even Abel, who held everything before regression, never accomplished. Carly stood proudly before the entire student body in the auditorium. Zeke was momentarily stunned. I figured it was someone important, but never expected it to be my own big sister. He stared intently at his sister standing at the podium. Moreover, a Direct Line member currently locked in direct confrontation with Abel Draker in the Succession War. Zeke propped his chin, muttering inwardly nonstop. It's understandable I didn't recognize her face, because before my regression, Carly Draker had already. Carly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her fingers tapped lightly on the wooden podium. Her powerful voice boomed, "Order." The students in the auditorium couldn't help trembling in fear. Zeke propped his chin and glanced at the shivering Diego beside him. Weren't they all hyped just a second ago? A guardian knight yelling like that, where's the dignity? Carly cleared her throat. Even with an instructor present, the atmosphere and attitude haven't calmed at all. Valhalla, where I graduated, was never this chaotic. If the seniors saw today's scene, they'd surely shake their heads in disappointment. Each word hit like a psychological hammer, silencing the students. You think the peace you're enjoying fell from the sky? No, it's bought with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She spoke sternly. Understanding with just your mind means nothing. Only through action does true knowledge gain value. Zeke narrowed his eyes helplessly at his sister. Ah, so that's how it is. Carly slammed the podium irritably. Only after enduring bone-deep hardship and strict training are you worthy of being called a true knight. Zeke sighed. She's really long-winded. After leaving the auditorium, the students couldn't stop gossiping. That was terrifying. Told ya, suddenly missed Duke's lectures so much. Zeke rolled his eyes, hands in pockets as he strutted away. Honestly, her advice wasn't bad, these kids just aren't listening. He narrowed his eyes. Anyway, that Diego guy. The image of the irresponsible rhythm knight flashing starry eyes and waving goodbye flashed through his mind. Sorry bro, 5 straight hours of composing lit the artistic fire in my soul. I already showed you a ton about Valhalla. I'll head out first, okay? Zeke cursed inwardly. He really just ditched like that. Zeke pursed his lips, but on second thought, maybe it was for the best. From now on he'd be busy recruiting talents and getting used to life at Valhalla, so while he still had some free time like this, he figured he might as well swing by the secure Terrakan archive and take a look. He thought screw it, just head straight there then, no time like the present. Someone calling his name made him freeze mid-step. Zeke Draker. Carly stepped forward from behind and spoke up. Do you have a moment? The two of them stood facing each other in Valhalla's shared training arena. Carly drew her sword from its sheath, slicing a clean arc through the air. Zeke's pupils dilated wide. He stared intently at her blade. Was that really the mithril sword bestowed by the Holy Kingdom? Back then, the Holy Kingdom bordered right up against Aeson and had been plagued by the pirate raids. But after Carly's extermination campaign cleared them out, the kingdom got some breathing room, and in gratitude, they gifted her a pure 100% mithril sword and armor set. Her Silver Knight title came straight from how she looked in that gleaming white battle armor. She spoke first, but Zeke just casually rolled his shoulders. I hope you won't hold back your true strength. He bent forward slightly, loosening up his muscles. Thought what? Didn't expect a straight-up challenge like this. Guess she heard the rumors I reached Blue Realm after all, especially since I activated Sword Aura. The massive greatsword, almost as tall as he was, slammed down hard onto the ground. Zeke lightly ran his fingers along the hilt. The razor-sharp blade flashed in a blur, leaving only afterimages. You want me to show my real power? He dropped to one knee as dark blue flames erupted fiercely along the sword. Then forgive me, I can't exactly indulge you on that. Zeke narrowed his eyes, silently assessing in his head. It's not just her, there's probably a whole crowd curious about my actual strength right now. Handing everything over on a silver platter wouldn't do me any favors. Chains wrapped around the area as his sword plunged into the ground like a sealing formation. The Draker family's core rule is the strong devour the weak, and reaching blue at 15 is already an unprecedented feat. If I reveal my true Crimson Realm strength, Siemens, the one directly competing with me for succession, would pull every dirty trick to eliminate me, and the family head would try to chain me under his control. If I have to flip my cards, it'll only be after I've surpassed even the family head. A bleak, chilling atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Right now all I need is the title of Transcendent Family Descendant. Don't expect me to just sit pretty and let the clan do whatever they want. Both charged forward at the same instant. Their blades clashed, sparks flying with sharp cracks. Carly powered through with a horizontal slash across his sword. She closed the distance in a flash, pinning Zeke's blade hard against the ground with one strike. Her sword whipped upward so fast it caught him off guard. The sharp edge grazed past his eye, blood spraying outward. He'd already confirmed the admin request to temporarily disable continuous class skill activation. Healing factor. Zeke's eyes darkened with killing intent. Against a Guardian Knight, it's entirely possible she could detect the healing factor. He recalled the red-haired guy's gaze and his arrogant words. How the hell are you recovering that fast? Zeke's pupils widened. I won't repeat the same mistake I made with Duke. The two traded blows relentlessly, one blocking, one parrying. Zeke launched himself into the air. His eyes narrowed as he dove downward. Carly swung at the same time, the impact shockwave roaring like a tidal wave crashing around Zeke. He glanced aside, one shoulder already wounded, blood spraying back in arcs. Sure enough, holding back at blue while fighting a crimson opponent makes countering a real pain. Carly stomped down so hard the ground cracked beneath her feet. She leaped skyward, soaring straight over Zeke's head. Both hovered midair, Carly raising her sword in attack stance. A merciless icy slash cut through the air like wind. Zeke raised his sword defensively across his chest to block the incoming holy blade. A surge of cold pressure exploded violently, triggering a massive blast. Thick black smoke and dust choked the entire arena. Their two swords still ground directly against each other. With a normal blade, it would have snapped in half by now. Carly narrowed one eye, smirking in faint praise. Your swordsmanship is impressive. Zeke sneered back, gritting his teeth as he strained to hold her blade at bay. A flash of light sparked when their swords collided again. Zeke kicked backward. The spot where they'd been fighting was already shattered and ruined. Covered in dirt and grime, he casually wiped across his face. Reckless as hell, going toe-to-toe with a Crimson Rank Knight while deliberately capping my aura at blue level. Her words made Zeke furrow one brow in confusion. His gaze darkened. I almost forgot. Carly swept low with a leg sweep, then swung her sword backward in a reverse arc. Even before earning the Silver Knight title, Carly Draker was infamous under another nickname, Giant Blade, because the aura-infused sword she swung carried the sheer destructive force of a giant's weapon. Her blade sliced across his shoulder, sending pain ripping through Zeke's body as blood sprayed from his mouth. The arena floor around them shattered completely, the sheer power kicking up clouds of blinding dust. The dark smoke slowly cleared, revealing the massive sword embedded in the ground. An invisible shockwave of overwhelming pressure radiated outward, thick and oppressive amid the haze. Carly frowned. Oops, went too far. Suddenly her pupils dilated wide. Smoke billowed upward. Zeke, covered in wounds, staggered out from the rubble. He leaned against the wall for support. Gotta say, this performance turned out pretty decent. Smirking, Zeke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, so satisfied yet. Amid the ruins and rising plumes of dust and smoke, Carly, standing in the haze, sheathed her sword and spoke. Truly remarkable, Zeke. She looked at Zeke, trembling as he rose, and praised him. You actually blocked that strike, way beyond what I expected. Suddenly Carly furrowed her brows and took a deep breath. She hesitated, looking straight ahead, Zeke Draker, actually, there's something I want to discuss with you. But Zeke was already at his limit. He collapsed forward, startling her. Carly rushed over, shouting in worry, Zeke, are you okay? She supported him up, examining him while thinking, serious internal injuries. Did he overuse his aura that badly? With that thought, Carly reached into her belt pouch. She pulled out a vial of elixir and popped the cap. Slowly pouring it into Zeke's mouth, she soothed him. This is a top-grade family recovery elixir. Drink it slowly, easy now. After swallowing it, a red glow enveloped his body, and his complexion quickly returned to healthy color. Suddenly, the system chimed. Admin request confirmed, reactivating permanent healing factor class skill. After observing for a bit, this should go undetected, right? Zeke lay there running through his thoughts. Pausing and then reactivating the healing factor was all part of the act. Even deliberately holding my power back to look like I just barely reached Blue Realm. And when that greatsword came crashing down, instead of fully blocking, I used minimal defense on purpose to get swept into the slash. For some reason, right before impact, there was this weird gap, which let the rest play out smoothly. Then I absorbed Carly's aura into a body that supposedly couldn't handle my own aura, naturally creating internal damage. That way, Carly would fully believe I can use aura, and she'd conclude on her own that the internal injuries came from overloading my strength. Finished thinking, Zeke pushed himself up to sit. Carly, sitting beside him, asked worriedly, feeling better now? He gave a calculated smile in response. Yes, thanks to you, really appreciate it, Carly. Seeing Zeke stabilize, she nodded and stood up. Then she extended her hand. Just call me sis from now on, Zeke, makes it easier. In a quiet, out-of-the-way alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage pulled to a stop on the street. Inside that carriage, Carly approached and handed him a cup of tea. I heard you like tea, so I prepared some. It's the kind shipped in from the Eastern continent. Hope it suits your taste. Zeke awkwardly thanked her. Ah, yes, thank you, sis. An image flashed in his mind as he recalled. Even the family head once said something similar. How far has this Zeke likes tea rumor spread exactly? Looking out at the city beyond, Zeke asked curiously, this is inside the carriage. From the outside, no one would ever guess it's like this in here. Carly quickly explained, camouflage magic, the Guardian Knight's carriage draws way too much attention otherwise. Hearing that, he thought to himself, she dragged me to the training grounds earlier and now she's whisking me out of the city in this thing. He lifted the teacup and asked, so, is there something you need to say that's so sensitive it can't be overheard? The moment Carly uttered the name Slaughter Knight, Abel Draker, Zeke froze with the cup halfway to his lips. The image of the man appeared as her firm voice rang out, I need your help to stop him. Carly looked straight at him with resolute eyes, making a serious request. Zeke asked back in confusion, what did you just say? Isn't Lord Abel the second son of the Draker family? She lowered her gaze to her teacup. Sorry if this is abrupt, I'll explain slowly. He took a sip of tea as Carly's steady voice continued. Right now, Abel is acting against the family's most important vow, the Oath of Neutrality. That oath strictly forbids involvement in conflicts between nations, yet he's siding with the Empire and personally intervening in the war between the Rome Empire and Alencia. Zeke set the cup down thoughtfully, so Abel started moving this early, then he voiced it. Has the Four Seasons City not heard anything about this? Carly answered quickly, no they know, but they're turning a blind eye. She continued gravely, the Four Seasons City is fractured right now. Some Elder Council members have already aligned with the Empire and are backing Abel. Zeke suddenly asked, you mean the elders have been manipulated too? Carly replied immediately, a few are still holding neutral ground. Zeke followed up, for such a conservative Elder Council to not outright oppose, just stay neutral, then it's only a matter of time before they're fully subdued. She nodded in agreement. Exactly, your assessment is spot on. She added, we're investigating what methods he's using, but we can't just sit and wait for solid proof. If we let Abel keep acting freely, war will break out soon. It's unavoidable. Zeke furrowed his brows, silently impressed. Her prediction was completely accurate. Old memories flooded back as he realized. It's already been 3 years since my regression, and in another 7, when Draker falls into Abel's hands and he allies with the Rome Empire, a massive continental war will swallow everything. Countless dead and wounded, skies scorched black, earth stained red with blood and ash. Carly continued, that's why I've made up my mind. She reached out her hand, eyes burning with determination as she emphasized, we need to build a force strong enough to stop Abel. Carly continued explaining the current situation. Right now, Abel is steadily taking control of the upper echelons of the Draker family. He believes that once he dominates the leadership, everyone below will automatically submit. But a true knight will never bow to mere power, they only kneel before ideals and justice. She concluded firmly, that's why I'll act on my own convictions, gather the common knights, the real backbone of Four Seasons City, and rise up for the sake of true ideals. That said, I won't force you to join my side. You're still young, a pureblood awakener with a bright future and countless paths ahead. Zeke took a slow sip of tea, eyes thoughtful and calculating. Now I finally get a clearer picture of who Carly Draker really is. He silently observed her, assessing, A woman with an iron will, yet soft enough to bow for the sake of righteousness, a truly upright and pure soul. Zeke recalled the earlier moment. That gap in her giant blade strike probably came from her holding back out of concern for me. It's like she has two completely opposing sides, outwardly tough and righteous, true to Draker blood, but deep down unbelievably gentle and fragile. She lifted her teacup and continued, if things go south it could be branded as rebellion, so think it over carefully. Zeke responded gratefully, thank you for worrying about me. The horse's hooves kept clopping steadily outside. Inside the carriage, a heavy tension filled the air. Then Zeke's voice rang out clearly, but I've already made up my mind. Carly listened intently as he poured out his thoughts. Even though I'm still young and full of flaws, please let me stand by your side and fight alongside your knightly spirit. Hearing that, the corner of her mouth curved up slightly as she spoke with genuine warmth. Thank you, Zeke. Right after that, Zeke headed to Valhalla's research district, walking while staring at the system interface in front of him and thinking. Even in my previous life, I kept up with the latest family news through K, but I never imagined the rot had already started long before the Continental War even broke out. He remembered back then he'd planned early to leave the Draker family, to escape Abel's control and quietly build his own power base in preparation for the Continental War. But now, with someone sharing the same ideals, there's no reason left to walk away. Zeke kept his steady pace, sinking deeper into thought. On the contrary, this is the perfect opportunity. Staying in the family lets me monitor Abel's moves up close, and if I put Carly forward as the figurehead, suspicion aimed at me will ease off somewhat. The prerequisite, though, is becoming an official knight first. That way I can swing public opinion toward Carly. She and I are like weights on the same scale. Even though Carly is the eldest daughter and a guardian knight, since she's not a pureblood awakener or direct line from the power core, in my previous life she couldn't stand against Abel's forces and ultimately failed to reform the Draker family. But if I, a pureblood awakener, become an official knight and publicly declare support for her, it might just tip the scales back against Abel. Thinking that far, Zeke clicked his tongue in annoyance, and that's exactly why I have to go do that stupid knight exam. Glancing at the map on the screen, Zeke muttered aloud, whatever, looks like I'm almost there. Arriving at the Central Grand Library in Valhalla's research district, he eyed the ancient building ahead and confirmed to himself, my main goal in coming all the way to Valhalla is inside Terrakin's ultra-secure archive. Once he stepped inside, a warm, cozy atmosphere enveloped the entire place. The system pinged, you have arrived at the secure archive. Zeke looked around for a moment, puzzled. This place. He touched the books in disappointment and grumbled. What a letdown, it's basically just a rundown storage room. Nothing but useless old books with zero value. This is clearly the spot the system marked. I was expecting something insane like Bahamut's heart or dragon fangs hidden here. With that thought, Zeke scratched his neck in frustration. Damn it, did I really waste my time coming here? Suddenly, his foot stepped on some kind of switch and the system chimed. Data access point detected. A burst of light exploded, startling Zeke. Staring ahead in confusion, he muttered, what the? Then another system notification caught his eye, linking and synchronizing with the secure archive of another administrator, Terrakin Draker. Zeke thought to himself, another administrator, so Terrakin used the system just like me? Looking at the bookshelf that had just materialized in front of him, Zeke murmured, if this shelf only activates with system intervention, it's no wonder no one discovered it until now. System notifications started pouring in one after another. Secure archive data from Terrakin Draker has been linked and synchronized with Administrator Zeke Draker's system. From now on, you may access Terrakin's secure data anytime via the system. For more convenient queries, the system suggests the following new categories. Organizational Emotion Management, 2 Dragon Extermination Guide Ver 5.21, 3. Reference Materials, 4. Aphorism Collection for Growth Support. Zeke skimmed the titles and sighed. Whatever, those random categories can wait, none of them look particularly special anyway. Zeke immediately commanded, System, find me the best brain-boosting scroll for growth right now. The system responded quickly. Administrator request confirmed, located the most suitable document matching your query. Spotting a glowing book in the corner of the shelf, he exclaimed, ah, there it is. Picking up the ancient tome, Zeke read the title aloud, Secret Dragon-Slaying Sword Art. He flipped through it and commented, never heard of this technique before, let's see, author is. After reading, Zeke's expression changed dramatically, eyes widening in shock. The author of this book is none other than Shatten Draker, the most trusted confidant of the hero King Kaishir. A bead of sweat dripped down Zeke's forehead as he stared in disbelief, mouth agape. Moonlight streamed through the window into an ancient room. In that room, light spilled from the crack under the door before passing on the dragon-slaying sword art. I, Shatten Draker, wish to recount the reason I set out to create the dragon-slaying sword art. The bond between dragons and humanity began with a great hero king. Thanks to him, weak humans could form contracts with the supreme beings known as dragons. However, dragons did not aid humanity out of any noble cause. They simply pitied us because compared to other races, humans were always frail and lacking in every way. From then on, the number of contractors exploded rapidly, and around them an independent civilization flourished across the continent, but that explosive growth filled me with unending unease. I feared the dragons. If a transcendent species like them helped humanity merely out of pity, they could just as easily turn on us and wipe out mankind in an instant whenever they chose. And if that fear ever became reality, humanity would surely face extinction overnight, with no chance to resist. That is why I began searching for a way to oppose dragons. The first thing I considered was magic, but magic was the very first gift dragons gave humanity. Human hearts originally couldn't generate mana, yet dragons engraved magic circles into them, enabling us to use it. So fighting dragons with magic would just be using their own power against them, which is utterly absurd. Next, I thought of the Hero King's elemental sword, the power even dragons feared, but that strength was only granted to those with royal fairy bloodline. Therefore, I poured everything into seeking an entirely new power belonging solely to humans. I tried every method to surpass human limits, from primitive northern swordsmanship to the mystical abilities of the East. Ironically, the one who assisted me most eagerly in this research was Kronos, the Hero King's contracted dragon. When asked why, Kronos simply said, "For fun," but in his eyes I saw it wasn't mere amusement, it was profound determination. The research dragged on, and finally Kronos and I discovered a new power called aura, not an element, not mana, but a strength only humans could awaken and wield. With that lead, after the Hero King departed this world, I devoted myself fully to studying aura. Soon the work bore fruit, and I systematized all knowledge of aura from its concept and application to sword techniques that utilize it. Then I compiled it into the secret dragon-slaying sword art and distributed it to kingdoms across the land. Yet in a world where one can grow strong easily using dragon-granted artifacts, the dragon-slaying sword art, which demands grueling self-training, went completely ignored. Fortunately, up to the moment I write these words, my fear of dragons betraying humanity has not come to pass. But I am certain that one day, this sword art will become necessary. Standing before the massive bookshelf, Zeke continued reading aloud from the book. If anyone has found this secret tome, I hope that day you will understand my wish and devote yourself fully to mastering it. Right then, a system panel popped up, catching his attention. Achievement quest unlocked, Heir of Shatten, master the dragon-slaying sword art of Sword Saint Shatten Draker. Time limit, 3 months. Reward, coordinates to the treasure vault of the Kronos Kingdom. Zeke muttered after reading. It popped up right after I finished reading, huh? He smiled with genuine excitement, tucking the book away as he said, "The treasure vault of the Kronos Kingdom. It's bound to be packed with artifacts far beyond anything I've seen so far." Zeke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The problem is the 3-month deadline. Does that mean it's even harder to learn than the elemental sword? Looks like for the foreseeable future, I'll have to focus entirely on mastering the dragon-slaying sword art. He propped his hand up and spoke. Gotta say though, in the end Shatten was right. Recalling that historic moment, Zeke thought to himself, no idea how much time has passed since the Hero King's era, but everything unfolded exactly as he feared, and the result was the Liberation War. With that, he looked up and asked, "System, is there any other useful info in this ultra-secure library, like Terrakin's diary, for example?" The system immediately replied, "Administrator request confirmed. Suitable material detected." Playing back magical image record, Terrakin's diary. The notification vanished and the surrounding space suddenly shifted, leaving Zeke stunned. Zeke scanned everything warily and realized, the space around me is changing with me. Just like when the beginner tutorial started, everything warped abruptly. A burst of light exploded right after. Zeke found himself transported to a vast, barren desert wasteland. He wondered aloud, where the hell is this? He activated his ability, eyes flashing with sparks as he thought, looks like a system-constructed space. Suddenly a beam of light struck down below, reflecting Zeke's own silhouette. He lightly lifted his foot. Releasing a surge of energy, he assumed a defensive stance against a monster that abruptly erupted from the ground. The system chimed, activating class skill Tenacious Will. Zeke's face paled as he forced a grin, thinking inwardly, it feels way too real, like I'm actually living in the moment. That vicious dragon appeared, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Seeing it, Zeke marveled. No wonder they were called the apex of all creatures back then, dragons. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Zeke, Bahamut. He looked up at the massive evil dragon before him and understood. So that's it, he's the evil dragon Bahamut. A figure approaching from behind caught Zeke's attention. And moreover, a bead of sweat dripped as he glanced at the newcomer and thought, someone I couldn't sense at all until he spoke right behind me. Staring at the hazy face, Zeke silently assessed, this guy is a monster in a completely different sense from Bahamut. Suddenly the figure passed straight through Zeke, making him flinch. Zeke watched warily, feeling strange. He just phased through me, so this time I'm really just stepping into a recorded memory presented as images. And now the scene unfolding before my eyes, recorded under the name Terrakin's diary, is none other than the legendary decisive battle between the Dragon Slayer Terrakin Draker and Bahamut. The evil dragon raised its claws high, while Terrakin simultaneously shifted to dodge. Zeke brimmed with excitement, watching eagerly. It's starting. The fabled showdown passed down only in legends is happening right in front of me. In the blink of an eye, the evil dragon stomped its foot down hard, sending earth and stone exploding outward. But Terrakin didn't budge an inch. He stared forward emotionlessly. The evil dragon closed in, its voice dripping with mockery. What are you still hesitating for, Terrakin? Yet he gave no reply, simply lowering his head in silence before the dragon. It continued, how disappointing, the one I once chose to become my contractor. Zeke froze in shock. What? Confusion flooded him as his eyes widened. Terrakin was Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaishir and Kronos. If that's the case, then the legend of Dragonslayer Terrakin killing Bahamut, could it be? Suddenly his eyes widened in brief astonishment. The surrounding scene glitched, filled with continuous screeching static. Zeke exclaimed in alarm, what the hell, why is it suddenly doing this? Then he turned back toward them in annoyance, thinking to himself, damn it, I can't hear a single word they're saying. Zeke quietly called out, System, is there any way to fix this? It responded immediately, unable to confirm administrator request. Hearing that, Zeke gritted his teeth as a bead of sweat dripped down. Suddenly some kind of noise rang out, startling him. Zeke's face filled with killing intent as he whipped his head toward the source. Then he spotted a hazy, shadowy figure standing right behind him. Memories flooded back. Kaiser swung his leg casually and laughed loudly. What? A contracted dragon turning on its contractor? That's hilariously absurd. He was convinced that dragons could never betray humans. On the contrary, if betrayal ever happened, it would only come from the contractor's side. With those words, the evil dragon erupted in wild purple aura, eyes bulging in disbelief. Right after, the evil dragon turned into purple dust and gradually vanished. Watching it, Zeke's face paled as he stared in disbelief. Bahamut's corpse is turning to ash and dissipating. The dust rose, leaving only Terrakin's silhouette behind. Something appeared that made him flinch. That thing. A dark purple heart and black claws floated amid a surge of red energy. Zeke instantly recognized them. The heart and claws of Bahamut that I obtained from the Dragon Slayer sanctuary. He felt strange and wondered, but when a dragon dies, normally it only leaves behind a bit of residue before turning to ash and vanishing completely. Zeke raised his own hand to examine it, thinking, so if pureblood armor is made from dragon hide, Bahamut might just be a special case. Suddenly, the surrounding space vanished, leaving only pitch blackness that left him puzzled. The scene turned pure white, with fleeting black streaks drifting away. Back in the room, Zeke asked in surprise, the video ends here. He sat down on the floor, head bowed as he sighed heavily. I really don't understand what's going on. Looking at the system panel, he suddenly remembered. After visiting Valhalla's research district, I linked the system to Terrakin's secure archive, so I can check any record from anywhere. I immediately replayed Terrakin's diary, but it glitched at the exact same final part as before, so there's no way to know what the two of them said in that last moment. Naturally, I didn't gain anything from it, but while scanning the secure archive data, I discovered something new. The true dragon sword art is the original source of dragon slaying technique. Terrakin simplified the true dragon sword art and recreated it as dragon slaying technique to make it easier to learn. But because it's easier, its power is significantly reduced, to the point that the skill barely inflicts serious wounds on true dragon species, making the name dragon slaying technique feel undeserved. However, when combined with personal traits to create applied moves, it can still deliver effective strikes, so even with reduced power, it's a success in terms of practicality. Still, what bothers me more than anything right now is that the contents of Terrakin's diary are completely different from the Dragon Slayer legend passed down today. The legend people know now is this: Terrakin defeated Bahamut and ushered in an era of peace and prosperity, a classic heroic tale you see in any age. On the surface, it's not much different from Terrakin's diary, but the fact that Terrakin and Bahamut were actually contract partners doesn't appear anywhere, not even a hint. No, this can't just be an oversight. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zeke carefully examined the paper in his hand. The magical script on it glowed as the contents read, "Long time no see, old colleague. I don't understand why you're suddenly interested in ancient matters, but as requested, I've investigated every legend about the Dragon Slayer across and beyond the continent. Even the raw versions never translated into common tongue. And just as expected, stories of humans forming contracts with dragonkind, and legendary figures like Kaishir or Terrakin signing pacts with dragons, not a single book mentions it. But strangely, when I dug deeper, I realized all sources seem to speak in the exact same tone, as if orchestrated in advance, and right when I was about to probe further, the noble Draker family personally sent a warning letter. Zeke's face changed color as he read on. For that reason, our society has decided to withdraw from this investigation. Clashing with the Draker family was never part of the plan. Once finished, the letter immediately burst into flames and burned completely in midair. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked away, lost in thought. It's crystal clear now, the Draker family is censoring information about Terrakin. But why? Their prestige was built by honoring and elevating the name of the dragon-slaying pioneer Terrakin to the world. That very act helped establish the Draker family as one of today's 3 transcendent houses. Yet the Draker family itself is controlling all information related to Terrakin and Bahamut. Whatever the reason, this runs far deeper than I thought. Maybe I missed something, I should check the secure room again. With that thought, Zeke pushed open the door and stepped inside. He glanced to one side and called out, "System." Suddenly Zeke's eyes filled with killing intent. He scanned the surroundings carefully, waiting to see what was happening. But everywhere was empty, nothing at all. He snapped alert. Zeke strode down the hallway, deep in thought. Today is clearly Decker's day off and all staff are absent. Duke and Andre reported they'd be late due to a mission. So who the hell was that? Thinking that, he silently commanded, "System, pull up the minimap for me." The system chimed, "Administrator request confirmed." A map appeared before Zeke. He studied it carefully, 1 inside, 1 outside, 2 targets detected for now. An image flashed in Zeke's mind. Could it be? A bead of sweat dripped as he wondered. Did the hunters from the Great Mountains track me here? No, that time I didn't even use the greatsword, let alone dragon-slaying technique. Even if they're hounds, they couldn't have traced me from there. Hands in pockets, Zeke climbed the stairs. So the key issue now isn't them, it's who ordered the hit on me. After thinking it over, the most likely culprit is, he pushed open the room door on the wall side. A masked figure lay in ambush. Zeke acted like he noticed nothing and slammed the door shut. The masked man slowly revealed himself to observe. Suddenly the window behind him burst open, moonlight casting Zeke's shadow as he asked calmly, "Abel sent you." Not expecting to be discovered, the masked man jerked around toward the window. Zeke dropped to the floor, hands in pockets as he approached, thinking, he figured out my alliance with Carly and sent assassins. If that's the case, the timing lines up perfectly. He pulled a dagger from his coat and said, "Not gonna answer, fine." Then a sharp cry echoed through the room. The masked man startled and drew his blade to block Zeke's sudden attack. His long scarred eyes widened in shock as Zeke faced him, eyes blazing with killing intent. But when it comes to extracting information, I've got plenty of ways. From outside the house, the continuous clash of metal rang out. The 2 traded blows, each contact sparking bright flashes. Zeke twisted and weaved fluidly, attacking relentlessly until the other could only defend. When Zeke struck down, the man blocked. Each clash sent sparks flying from grinding metal. The masked man swung hard to knock Zeke back. He spun midair, kicked off the wall for momentum, and landed gracefully. Zeke stood up straight, arms loose at his sides, exhaling slowly. His eyes burned with killing intent as he thought inwardly. After crossing blades directly, I figured out his identity. Sweat poured down the masked man's forehead as he eyed Zeke warily. Zeke silently assessed. Appearance can be hidden, but fighting style is hard to fake. His gaze dropped to the dagger at the man's hip. That's the signature short curved blade of the northern continent's Gorma kingdom. Gorma's assassins are the elite among northern escorts, renowned for wielding kukri curved daggers in combat. With superior skills, they're often hired at high prices in the central continent for special missions. Zeke turned his back to the masked man, sword flicking behind him as he tilted his head in thought. Either way, if he's a Gorma assassin, it's probably not Abel who hired him. They don't take assassination jobs that create long-term grudges. The dagger flew straight toward the masked man as Zeke continued thinking. Plus, this guy's defending way too much, not typical assassin style at all. I deliberately left openings during the fight, but he never went for a direct kill. He clearly could react but held back, so their goal isn't to eliminate me, it's to capture me alive. With that thought, a noise came from outside the window. Zeke shot a deadly glare in that direction. Suddenly, a large projectile shot toward him in surprise. The one outside had finally made their move. Zeke sliced it in half with his dagger and immediately recognized. This is a tranquilizer round meant to incapacitate. A strange smoke quickly billowed from the broken projectile. He furrowed his brows and coughed a few times, thinking, just as I suspected, the distinct earthy smell of mandragora root, commonly used in sleeping potions. Suddenly Zeke's arm holding the dagger went limp. The dagger clattered to the floor, but everything was within Zeke's calculations as he thought. Alright then, let's see who wins this one. Right at that moment, the system chimed. Mandragora root component detected. Activating 100 poisons resistance skill. Zeke collapsed face down on the floor, pretending to pass out. The masked man quickly approached. He hoisted Zeke's body over his shoulder and headed toward the window, where another figure waited. Zeke cracked his eyes open slightly to observe. Scanning everything around him, he thought firmly, if not Abel, then who and why kidnap me? Gotta stay sharp and ready. Dawn was just breaking, soft sunlight filtering through reddish-brown rooftops and a slowly turning windmill on the outskirts farm of Atlas. Thick iron chains wrapped tightly around him, reinforced with an extra sturdy lock as a voice rang out, well, well. Zeke, bound to the chair, gave a cold smirk. Never thought the commissioner would be you. Cleef leaned on the wooden table with guards on both sides, his expression deadly serious as he faced him. Cleef Reinhardt, head of the Reinhardt Trading Guild. If you already know who I am, this'll go faster. Zeke furrowed his brow slightly, eyes sharpening as his expression darkened with thought. We had some unfinished business from the previous life, after all. The Reinhardt Trading Guild, one of the top 10 major merchant guilds, primarily operating in the Kingdom of Arentia. Of course, if things kept going the way they did, the continental war sparked by Abel and the Empire would lead to Arentia's total destruction, along with that guild. Back then, Cleef Reinhardt had fiercely opposed the Empire just like me, but for some unknown reason, after handing over critical intel that could have defeated them, he chose to return alone to his crumbling kingdom and met his end there. Zeke's sharp-featured face silently mused. Even after barely escaping, whether it was patriotism or something else, to me, it was just a foolish choice. Cleef spoke up, raising one finger in a placating gesture. Anyway, sorry for resorting to such rough measures. One of the guards beside him stepped forward and unlocked the iron chains around Zeke. Cleef continued, on behalf of the guild, we'll send a formal apology for this discourtesy. Cleef's tone softened, sounding genuinely conciliatory. So please, take your time and let's talk. Zeke lightly rotated his wrists, cutting him off before he could finish. Save the formalities for later, get to the point. Zeke looked up with eyes as cold and cutting as a blade, fingers clenching slightly as a terrifying killing aura radiated outward. He spoke icily. What do you want? Cleef pressed his lips together tightly, suddenly feeling the pressure himself. As expected, even young, a Draker is still a Draker. The two sat staring at each other in silence, the air thick with tension. The others in the room noticed too. Even a seasoned knight would feel nervous and on edge in a situation like this, yet this one hadn't shown the slightest hint of unease from the start. Cleef furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth in reluctance. Even though I set this up to take control of the conversation, his presence is overwhelming. Finally, he spoke. Fine, before I state my request. He pushed a neatly bundled stack of documents toward Zeke. Could you take a look at these first? Zeke listened while flipping open the file, carefully scanning the contents. This is a list of people infected with the new infectious disease spreading in the southern continent recently. As he turned page after page, Zeke asked, and why show this to me? His eyes widened slightly, a glint of surprise flashing through his sharp gaze. Cleef quickly noticed the brief change in Zeke's expression. Zeke gripped the documents tighter, staring at the familiar photo, Alina Stone. Zeke recalled the very first close aide who had once followed him, Liam Stone's mother, his first personal guard. She'd once suffered from the scarlet bloom disease, but thanks to the cure formula he'd given her, she recovered completely. Zeke tossed the file onto the table with a loud thud and questioned Cleef. So what exactly are you getting at? Cleef interlaced his fingers and answered gravely. In that region, this disease is infamous as scarlet bloom, a painful, horrific illness with a 100% fatality rate. Then Cleef placed two fingers on her photo and continued, yet Alina Stone is the only known survivor and she even fully recovered. When asked, the attending doctor just stayed silent. Cleef's voice suddenly turned cold and low as he countered. Do you happen to know anything about this? Zeke gave a calm, crooked smile, so he sniffed something off from the start and pretended to probe me, typical merchant move. He felt a bit puzzled and wondered, if that's the case, is the goal to monopolize the scarlet bloom cure? Given the disease's perfect fatality rate, it's worth considering. The value alone could rake in mountains of gold across the continent. Zeke closed his eyes, silently calculating. But from what I know, this guy isn't the type to go mad over money. He wouldn't be reckless enough to kidnap a pureblood family member just for profit. Zeke opened his eyes again, his gaze cold yet powerful enough to make anyone shudder, then spoke confidently. Of course I know. He stated it with such certainty that Cleef broke into a delighted yet uneasy smile. Right from the beginning, I was the one who provided that cure formula. The chair clattered loudly as it toppled to the floor. Cleef slammed his hand on the table, face lit with excitement like he'd struck gold. I want to buy it. Name your price, anything. Zeke suddenly raised his hand to block right in front of Cleef's face, exuding overwhelming pressure. On this side, Zeke smirked inwardly, pleased that the man had fallen right into the trap. Zeke leaned back casually in his chair with a mocking grin. Why so worked up? Doesn't seem very merchant-like at all. Cleef gritted his teeth in anger, quickly realizing Zeke's goal wasn't money. This guy's aim is something else entirely. Zeke's face twisted into a satisfied smile as he spoke. Then let's make a deal like proper merchants. Inwardly he thought, after all, it's to save a life. The two sat back down and got serious. Cleef spoke first. You want me to accept 3 conditions in exchange for the cure formula? Zeke nodded lightly from across the table. Exactly, it's simpler than you think. They talked and negotiated there for a long time. Cleef asked, can you tell me specifically what those conditions are? Zeke replied casually, not yet, I'll use them when the timing's right. Cleef rubbed his chin in silence, listening to Zeke's persuasion. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything beyond what your guild can handle. Zeke slightly lowered his head to hide a wicked grin, pleased with Cleef's response. As long as it's within acceptable limits, mutually agreed and clearly documented, we're good. After that, Cleef focused on watching Zeke jot something down. Then Zeke held up the paper and handed it over. Here, just follow exactly what's written. Cleef eagerly reached for it. Oh, this is it. Suddenly, Zeke snatched it back, making Cleef miss. Before that, there's one thing I want to ask privately. Zeke smiled nonchalantly and continued. Who is the person who truly needs this medicine? That made Cleef freeze, stunned. Cleef stammered, sweat pouring down his face, eyes filled with panic. What do you mean? The guild is just trying to secure a highly valuable commodity. Zeke laid it all out calmly without missing a detail. You mobilized Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a pureblood family, and your reaction was extremely agitated. No trace of composure left. That's not the Reinhardt Trading Guild, I know. Cleef braced himself on the table and buried his face, falling into heavy silence. Then he slumped back into his chair. His fists clenched tightly on the table as he gritted out, "It's the royal family of the Kingdom of Arentia." Zeke feigned surprise with an "oh" and asked, specifically, who among them? Cleef hesitated a moment before answering, "I can't tell you that." Zeke pouted in dissatisfaction. Do you know how many people are in the Arentian royal family? Suddenly, Zeke's eyes widened as something clicked. He recalled a past conversation. You're really going back to Arentia? Don't be that stupid. Both the kingdom and the Reinhardt Guild have already collapsed. Going back means death. Seeking asylum in the northern continent is the smartest choice. Thank you for the advice, but I'm tired. I want to spend whatever time I have left in Arentia. The image of Cleef from his previous life flashed through Zeke's mind. So different from the man now. Sorry, I can't say anything more. Zeke furrowed his brows seriously, thinking, the look in his eyes now is completely different from that hollow, lifeless gaze back then. This person must be extremely important to him. He continued recalling what Carly had said during their earlier talk. Anyway, the Kingdom of Arentia is currently clashing with the Empire. The conflict between the Rome Empire and Arentia is escalating, and the Empire is actively intervening. Not to mention the power struggle over the joined tribes settlement area has made things even more chaotic. Arentia, a kingdom with a weak monarchy, is surely in turmoil from internal power struggles. Zeke gave a faint smile and slid the paper back forward. There's still some time before the Continental War erupts. If I can build a connection with the Arentian royal family now, it'll definitely pay off later. Cleef took the paper as Zeke spoke casually. Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't. Zeke said calmly, surprising the man across from him into silence. Good contract established. Cleef's hand trembled as he gripped the paper tightly. He clutched it to his chest and let out a relieved breath. Suddenly, Zeke's voice cut in, making Cleef's eyes widen in shock. Sorry to interrupt this touching moment, but can I make my first request right now? Cleef hurriedly tucked the paper into his coat and stammered. Oh, of course, anything within the guild's power. Zeke clenched his fist with a delighted grin. Excellent. Then first off, let me join your trading guild and work there. A peaceful village scene unfolded under soft sunlight as a familiar voice rang out. Looking for a job or planning to do some trading? Zeke's voice replied right away. More precisely, I need a temporary identity to use for a while. In the sunlit wooden room, Cleef sat with arms crossed, eyeing him skeptically. If that's all, why bother going through us? Zeke answered calmly. I'm planning to use it in the southern continent, full of seasoned criminals down there. Half-assed disguises won't cut it. Zeke rolled his eyes and raised his voice. But the Reinhardt Trading Guild is the one even the cartels trust and use, right? Cleef nodded slowly, his tone drawn out like he was reluctant. Yeah, though not exactly thrilled about it. Cleef furrowed his brows, lowering his gaze as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Fine, I get what you're saying. If that's it, just use my cousin's name. Those guys probably won't dare question it. Zeke's face lit up with joy as he smiled brightly. Perfect. Also, I need regular transport back and forth to the south, plus a house big enough since I'll be using it to store goods. Zeke rattled off casually in one long breath. That's my first request. Oh, and since you guys kidnapped me here, you've probably already prepared a way to get me back, right? Cleef tried to keep smiling, but 3 veins popped on his forehead and his neck cords bulged. This thick-skinned brat. Cleef let out a short laugh, ultimately giving in. All right, once everything's ready, I'll contact you. The Rangers will handle escorting you back. Cleef slowly stood up while Zeke stayed seated with arms crossed, glancing around as he thought to himself. Didn't expect the Reinhardt Guild to accept the deal so easily. Looks like that person must be really important to them. Then Cleef and the group in mysterious black cloaks stepped out one by one and left through the door. A voice called back towards Zeke, making him turn. Hey. 2 burly guards stood in front of Zeke, pointing behind them. Follow this way. Stepping outside, a horse was already waiting, snorting powerfully, looking very imposing. Zeke smiled as he walked toward the horse the guards led over. Oh, this warhorse looks pretty solid, huh? Zeke flashed a scheming grin, stepping between the 2 guards, lightly patting the back of the one beside him before saying confidently, I'll make good use of it. In one smooth motion, he lightly leaped onto the horse's back. The 2 guards started walking away, one turning slightly with a cold tone. That's it, we're heading out first. Zeke called out loudly, making the 2 guards freeze mid-step, their faces darkening. So that means the contract with Reinhardt is officially done, right? One of them turned around, frowning slightly. You speak Gorka too? You Drakers even learned that. Zeke smirked, his words carrying hidden meaning. Just call it a hobby. Anyway, back to business. This time I have a job I want to hire you guys for. The brown-haired guard frowned seriously, arms crossed over his chest, repeating slowly in disbelief. Rescue a meching figure who's being held captive. Then he fell into deep thought, his face showing clear hesitation. Zeke, still on horseback, tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Not tempted by the price I offered. The guard quickly shook his head in denial and continued. No, the price isn't an issue. If the conditions are similar to Reinhardt's, we'd actually come out ahead. The guard furrowed his brows in worry. The problem is your identity. Our king doesn't like dealing with transcendent families. Zeke raised an eyebrow in confusion, giving them a dead fish stare before clicking his tongue. What? You're hesitating over something that trivial. Zeke's face turned serious again as he spoke in a low voice. I already have the fake identity Reinhardt prepared. Just use that to forge an authorization letter and send it to Gorka. That should ease your concerns a bit. The guard hesitated a moment longer before replying, fine, as long as it doesn't get discovered. Zeke let out a short exclamation, then spoke in a tone that made the guard tilt his head in confusion. First things first, we still have some unfinished business to settle, don't we? Zeke, still mounted, gave a triumphant grin and tossed 2 daggers, stabbing them straight into the ground right in front of the 2 men. Their calm expressions instantly turned to sheer shock and horror. The 2 razor-sharp daggers embedded deeply in the dirt. For Gorka Kingdom Rangers, kukri weren't just weapons. They were bestowed only upon those recognized as true warriors. At some point, they had slipped free from the 2 men's belts and ended up in Zeke's hands. To Rangers, these were soul companions, as precious as their very lives. That was because when Zeke had brushed past the 2 guards earlier, he'd casually drawn the daggers and kept them until now. The fact that I could take these without the owners noticing means I could take their lives anytime I wanted. The air between the 3 grew thick with tension. Zeke's words carried an invisible weight, low and terrifying. Consider this a little thank you gift for daring to kidnap me, an absolute gap in strength. One guard clenched his teeth hard, sweat beading on his forehead. What kind of monster is this guy? Zeke narrowed his eyes, glancing at them with a mocking tone. Your continental common tongue is pretty fluent too. See you around, brothers. After leaving that place, he returned, his face carrying an indescribable look of deep contemplation. After meeting Reinhardt, I'm officially entering the phase of recruiting teammates. The targets are the heroes who earned the title of 5-star knights through brilliant feats in the Continental War before my regression. If I can get close to them now and pull them to my side, that'll be one hell of a high-quality force. Luckily, thanks to Headmaster Flaubert, who's always been extremely fond of me, I investigated and confirmed the rumor. All of them originated from Valhalla Academy. The issue is just timing. The Silent Knight Bishop Castique has already graduated and is now a member of Thebia's Royal Knight Order. The Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma is in his final year, busy with field internships. Aster Ladopo, still enrolled, dropped out due to severe insomnia. Zeke furrowed his brows in concentration. Renee won't enroll until next year, but since she's also pureblood, there'll be plenty of chances later. He slumped over the chair, head down, fists clenched tightly, feeling utterly conflicted. In the end, Zeke sat motionless in the chair for a while before muttering helplessly, so it's just Diego left, huh? A short time later, he found himself in a room full of musical instruments, jamming with them and Diego. Zeke's hand still held drumsticks, eyes vacant, face showing clear confusion and bewilderment. Wait, what the hell am I even doing here? He quickly recalled the fragmented memories in his head as he approached the room to meet the guy. I came to Diego's club room to recruit him to my side. Then Diego slung an arm around his neck and dragged him in to play music together. Yo bro, perfect timing. We got an open spot on drums right here. Zeke was still stunned, not grasping the situation. What? Before he could finish, Diego cut in. You were gonna say you just wanna play music, right? Yeah, I get that feeling. And somehow he ended up officially joining their band as the drummer with a dazed face. Congrats, you're now a full member of the Southern Continent New Age Fusion Music Research Club. Then the music started, vocals blending with instruments. Under blinding stage lights, Zeke let everything go and rode the energetic rhythm with them. Screw it all, he broke into a wide, genuine smile, pouring his entire mind into playing. Just enjoy the moment. The jet black sword stood firmly planted in the training room floor as Zeke's voice echoed. First, circulate aura around the body to open the meridians from small heavenly cycle to great heavenly cycle. Zeke sat seriously reading the glowing book, face stunned as he exclaimed, "What the hell is this? It's all terms I've never heard of." Zeke frowned slightly, pondering the meaning again before thinking. Now I kinda get why Terrakin simplified this technique into dragon-slaying art. The lines in the book glowed brightly, and on the pages appeared martial movements he practiced along with. Because every technique in the dragon-slaying sword art starts with compressing a massive amount of aura and then releasing it, something ordinary techniques could never handle. The sword was drawn decisively. a sword art not meant for fighting humans, purely for slaying dragons, so its power rivals even the elemental sword. Zeke gripped the sword firmly with both hands, raising it in front of him and focusing intently on it. His eyes suddenly shifted color, blazing purple like fire. As he lunged forward, whole body radiating killing intent that seemed to freeze the air around him, whispering confidently. In the dragon-slaying sword arts forms, every movement is amplified to the extreme. One strike alone is enough to cleave a giant dragon in half. Compress an enormous amount of aura to its limit, then swing the sword down. A quiet footstep approached, undisturbed by the light wind stirring the surrounding air. The butler silently observed Zeke's training session. After images of him lingered everywhere across the arena floor, countless powerful sword strikes Zeke unleashed, creating chaotic scenes. He laughed inwardly, haha, this heaven-blessed body really isn't ordinary. Heaven-blessed physique optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates technique mastery speed, and greatly enhances ether conduction through the body. The corner of his mouth curled into a wide grin. Zeke wildly unleashed even more sword strikes, thinking, it's like a map appeared right in front of me, showing the exact path to perfect the skill. I can feel it. The more I repeat, the faster it goes. He furrowed his brows, the sword in his hand blazing with blue flames, finally delivering one last powerful, forceful downward slash. I'm mastering it even quicker. A shift in perception made him stare wide-eyed in shock. What? I clearly just broke through the red wall. In front of Zeke stood a massive stone wall. He'd stepped into a new realm, yet now he'd already reached the black wall. He clenched his arm muscles, readying his stance. They say rushing training only makes the next wall higher, but Bahamut's heart embedded in my ether core is resonating intensely with the dragon-slaying sword art, pouring out power non-stop. Then came a barrage of even more sword strikes from Zeke. Before I lose this feeling, I have to swing once more. A red sigil suddenly appeared on his chest. Zeke clutched his face, eyes turning pitch black, heart pounding fiercely and continuously. Bahamut's heart is reacting to Shatten Draker's dragon-slaying sword art. Deeply engraved memories within Bahamut's heart are being replayed. He glanced around in surprise. Bahamut's memories. A pitch-black void enveloped Zeke's entire body, too dark, nothing visible. He suddenly sensed something unusual approaching. A man in a black cloak, hood completely covering his face in mystery, spoke. Ruler of Twilight, Bahamut, I have a request for you. A massive, pitch-black creature stood majestically, silently listening. The man reached into the pocket on his chest, then pulled out an ancient book, speaking in a low, grave voice. I wish to entrust you with a dragon-slaying sword art secret technique I personally created to safeguard it. The majestic black dragon straightened its back and finally spoke in a deep, rumbling tone. I know you're detestable, but I never expected you'd be this insane, Shatten Draker. Zeke, watching everything from the side, thought to himself, as expected, that's Shatten. The man put the book away again, silently listening to the dragon's terrifying, mocking growl. Truly the pinnacle of dragon-slaying skill for a dragon. Only then did the mysterious cloaked man respond. Yes, even Kronos has agreed. You know the reason better than anyone, Bahamut. The ground cracked open with a violent roar, sand and stone flying wildly from the dragon's powerful stomp. Black killing intent swirled everywhere in the surrounding air. It lowered its head and roared furiously, spears aimed straight downward. Kronos has been bewitched by humans and lost his qualification as the balancer. The man shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity, ready for combat. He was an incredibly small human compared to the massive dragon ahead, standing alone under countless spears pointed at him. The nonsense prophecy of someone like that. It opened its maw and bellowed, I don't believe it. Then countless spears above activated at once, all thrusting downward toward where he stood. A sharp sword suddenly flashed at the side of the black-cloaked man. He drew it. He tensed his body, spinning his small sword to block the dragon's enormous spear blazing with purple lightning. Then with force he deflected it aside, sending earth and stone scattering everywhere. After that, a barrage of more spears came straight at him. The man flickered in and out, blocking each one. Every clash between weapons sent sparks flying. The mysterious cloaked man gripped his sword tightly, showing no fear at all facing his opponent's deadly weapon. A massive impact rang out from the collision, thick smoke and dust billowing everywhere, nothing visible. Countless more spears were about to plunge into the spot where the clash had occurred. Zeke stood high above, silently watching the countless spears thrusting relentlessly toward him in a brutal barrage. He felt utterly astonished witnessing this, the supreme magic of dragons, the pinnacle of all species, truly an unbelievable power. If it were him, he'd probably only block 1 or 2 strikes at most. Zeke stared in shock as the tiny human figure remained completely unscathed amid the chaos, while massive spears embedded deeply into the ground all around. Yet Shatten had blocked them all. That human was a monster beyond any normal limits. Amid thick purple smoke and shaking earth, as a barrage of pitch-black spears simultaneously plunged downward as if to pierce everything, the dragon's majestic voice boomed. Get out of my territory right now, Shatten Draker, followed by a chilling warning. Otherwise the next spears will target the Kronos kingdom. Standing amid the surrounding dangers, Shatten remained calm and continued negotiating. Are you sure about that? Doing so will bring the retribution of karma upon you too. The dragon laughed contemptuously, cold killing intent radiating around it. Retribution of karma, ridiculous. It raised its claw, forming a black magic sphere that sucked in all the surrounding killing intent. Then bellowed loudly, "What do you lowly humans even understand to spout such nonsense? Even if I slaughtered every last one of you insects, there's no reason I'd face punishment." Shatten's sharp sword plunged into the ground as he spoke. In the end, everything is unfolding just as Kronos prophesied. Then Shatten pulled out a necklace with a very special pendant. Seeing it, Bahamut's blazing golden eyes widened, pupils contracting in shock. It shifted slightly and drew a massive black-purple sword, larger than any other weapon, pointing it straight at him before roaring, "You think using Kronos' power can control me?" Under the gray sky and swirling whirlwinds, the enormous purple glowing sword hurtled downward from above, accompanied by the dragon's furious roar, aimed at the tiny human below. The pendant Shatten had just taken out suddenly blazed with intense light, transforming into a clock. A massive clock-face magic array appeared beneath his feet, radiating brilliant golden light. This left Zeke completely stunned in disbelief. What he saw now was the dragon's colossal sword tip halted right in front of Shatten. Bahamut stopped attacking. "No, this is." The dragon now stood frozen amid blinding beams of light, its red eyes flashing with killing intent yet turned into a rigid statue. Enveloped by an enormous golden barrier, Shatten had used magic to halt Bahamut completely. Zeke's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with shock and incredulity at the scene before him. The necklace he just pulled out was actually a clock. Now it had frozen time. That extraordinary magic must come from the clock itself. "You think Kronos' power can do anything to me?" Zeke hovered in the sky watching it operate in Shatten's hand, thinking, judging from Bahamut's reaction just now, that clock is definitely an ancient artifact containing Kronos' power. Suddenly the dragon rose up behind Zeke, creating a massive roar. Zeke gritted his teeth, clamping both hands over his ears against the deafening noise all around. The magic's been broken. Zeke forced his eyes open to peek. The dragon's foot stomped hard on the ground, sending light tremors through it as cracks spread beneath its claws. The magic array under the dragon now faded gradually, and its body was about to move again. The dragon's claws dragged across the ground, carving long furrows. It lowered its head, drool dripping from its jaws as it growled. "Shatten Draker, that illusion just now, could it be?" Shatten tucked the necklace away and spoke in a low voice. "Exactly, that was Kronos' prophecy. Now you understand why I entrusted the dragon-slaying sword art to you, right?" The dragon stomped furiously again, cursing, "Damn it, the mistake was dragons ever forming contracts with humans in the first place. Fine, I agree, humans should stand on their own strength." It bared its razor-sharp fangs, exhaling killing intent-filled breath in guttural snarls. "Fine, hand it over. Let me see this so-called dragon-slaying sword art, your dragon-killing technique." The ancient book floated mid-air, emitting faint light as red magical runes swirled endlessly around it. Then the book slammed shut. Bahamut's blazing golden eyes stared down at the book hovering beside Shatten in astonishment. "You actually created something like this?" Shatten replied coldly, "To protect the world." It lowered its head close to Shatten, golden eyes glaring as it roared. "Nonsense, not the world but your pathetic human race." Then it swept the ancient book aside and took it. "Anyway, I'll keep it. But once the prophecy becomes reality, this thing will never see the outside world." Shatten replied coldly, "That's fine, even without the dragon-slaying sword art, humans will eventually awaken aura on their own." The dragon straightened its back with a cold snort. "HMPH, when that time comes, I'll personally wipe out you foolish humans myself, because that's a power lowly creatures like you don't deserve." Seeing this, Shatten gave a cold, sinister smile. "It's strange, I'm the one who fears dragons most, yet I created the dragon-slaying sword art and I trust you and Kronos more than anyone." He turned to walk away, leaving one last remark. "Kronos once said this as a casual line, that one day you too would find a contractor worthy of sharing your heart." In a dark, damp cave, the dragon paced in circles before curling up, pondering, "Finding a contractor who can share your heart." Its golden eyes narrowed sleepily. "Nonsense, that'll never happen." At this moment Zeke leaned back, thinking to himself, from start to finish it was all confusing, but one thing is certain. He recalled when the black dragon in the cave unleashed its massive sword toward Shatten. That was Bahamut's profound distrust of humans. Having absorbed Bahamut's heart, he'd somewhat felt those emotions. Zeke's eyes filled with contemplation and bewilderment. "But that's exactly why did it ever contract with Terrakin? I really can't understand." After that he began searching the library for books recording related matters. After viewing Bahamut's memories, I started checking to resolve my doubts. But all records about Terrakin have been falsified by the Drakers. In this era, Bahamut, who contracted with Terrakin, is called the Evil Dragon. There's no valuable material left. While Zeke had just finished bathing, he noticed a letter had arrived. "And while continuing to train in the dragon-slaying sword art and hunt for new clues, I received a message from Reinhardt saying the first request has been prepared." In that room, a familiar voice rang out. even though I specifically requested an inconspicuous identity. Zeke smirked mockingly at the card in his hand. Vice Branch Manager of the Southern Continent branch of the Reinhardt Trading Guild. Isn't that a bit over the top? A loud noise drew his attention as he glanced over. Zeke smiled, looking out the window. A carrier pigeon perched on the windowsill. Looks like Kato has finally made his decision, huh? In a towering building glowing with dazzling golden light, mysterious and ethereal. The secret garden under the Atlas Branch's management, syndicate organization. Kay sat on a luxurious sofa, smiling in greeting. Welcome, partner, to the VIP bar room in the Secret Garden Hotel. He stepped forward with a light smile and sat opposite. Now you're really calling me partner? Feels kinda fresh. Then he turned to gaze at the brilliantly lit city through the glass beside him. Kay watched his action, feeling somewhat puzzled. The two sat in the room overlooking the radiant night city. Even though he'd been in Atlas for a while, seeing it like this up close still felt strangely unfamiliar. The city suddenly blazed as flames erupted everywhere, engulfing it all. Makes sense. The scene I'm more familiar with is the ruined wasteland from the Continental War, so feeling strange is only natural. After that he turned back and lightly shook his head. The glass on the table was quickly refilled. I didn't expect Atlas to have a place like this. What? Enchanted by the view. Kay poured wine for him while speaking. Impressive, right? This hotel is one of our syndicate's side businesses. Those operating in the shadows always need discreet places to talk. He reached for the glass and replied, yeah, wait, actually I'll pass on the wine. Next time prepare tea instead, that'd be better. She covered her mouth with a playful smile. What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're still underage. Didn't expect you to have such a cute side. He rolled his eyes helplessly. Come on, it's just that drinking doesn't do anything special for me, so I skip it. Zeke recalled the last time he got drunk and felt uneasy. Last time during the welcome party when I became a new student, I got caught up in the mood and drank a bit. But as expected, 100 Poison's immunity treated alcohol as poison and detoxed it automatically. Then the system notification appeared. Before regression, I often drank to get drunk, detected alcohol. Activating 100 Poison's immunity, poison detected, expelling it. Now I can't get drunk anymore, so might as well stick to tea I actually like. The red-haired woman smiled and turned away. All right, so you just don't like alcohol, huh? Anyway, enough small talk. I have something to show you. Seeing this, he gave her a dead fish stare helplessly. You really don't listen to a word I say, do you? Then the red-haired woman took out a stack of documents and placed them on the table along with several photos. That guy you're backing, Pavla, actually originated as pirates. Kay reached forward, their reflections appeared on the glass beside them. I looked into it, and the evidence is overwhelming. Strangely, no one has noticed it until now. The red-haired woman leaned forward, pointing at the photos on the table. More importantly, the timing when the Silver Knights swept the pirates and they vanished perfectly matches when Pavla began its rapid growth. Not only that, I uncovered something beyond expectations. Zeke's brows furrowed slightly, his expression turning grave. Then Kay pointed straight at one photo and continued. Joaquin Fernandez, alias El Mencho, he's the number 2 figure in the Meccan organization, yet he's secretly dealing with Pavla, his supposed rival. The moment the red-haired woman lifted her hand, he reached out and snatched the photo to examine again. This is pretty shocking, so I haven't reported it to higher-ups yet. It would definitely cause chaos in Syndicate. Sometimes ignorance is better. Kay lowered her head slightly, glancing up at Zeke with a hesitant tone. Ah, and about that artifact you asked me to sell on consignment. A low, slightly mocking voice rang out, making the red-haired woman's face fill with horror. You've done a great job, Kay. Now with a different face, he flashed a sinister, chilling smile and continued. From now on, I'll explain the plan to make you the new leader of Syndicate. In heavy pouring rain, steam locomotive heads successively puffed smoke and let out heavy whistles. In a narrow alley where raindrops pattered down, Zeke held an umbrella while looking at the system notification. Activate teleport gate at designated position. Preparations complete. He strode through the small, rain-soaked alley. Though using the minimap teleport function consumes quite a few karma points, it completely avoids putting me under suspicion even if it's the smallest chance. Among the 3 great transcendent families skilled in magic, very few can use teleportation magic, and traveling between cities requires at least the large gates of the magic towers. In other words, this plan will be perfectly disguised as an ordinary accident. Zeke curled his lip into a sly smile and muttered softly, thinking about that old bastard's face already makes me want to laugh. He stepped out onto the bustling street under clear blue skies, speaking lightly. Tonight's going to burn bright, Don Juan. As night fell, the scene blazed with roaring flames engulfing everything, panic screams echoing as the entire district sank into chaos and flying ash. Fire's broken out, call the fire mages quick. The panicked crowd surged toward the blazing alley, their cries ringing out amid the red-hot flames, while a familiar figure slipped into the midst of the throng. If we don't act, the fire will spread to the neighboring building. Has the owner of that building been contacted? When are the fire mages getting here? In the room, cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray. Kay held a cigarette between her lips, lighting it with a flame as she thought. That guy, well, true to Draker blood, bold as hell, not your average kid. She recalled the vortex of fire that erupted fiercely before blazing out of control. Not just bold. The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes coldly, sweat trailing down her cheek as she took a drag and frowned gravely. He's completely insane. Kay recalled their conversation earlier that night when she'd slammed the table and shouted, "What? You're planning to burn down all of Mechan's Soma warehouses in the central continent?" Compared to Kay's agitation then, Zeke had remained calm. Exactly, so give me the locations of those warehouses. The red-haired woman's face filled with worry and unease. That's top secret info. Only Mechan higher-ups, certain syndicate executives, and I know it. Doing that will get you caught immediately. He reached forward right away. Even better, I never planned to hide it anyway. Zeke pointed at a man in one photo. Because I'm pinning everything on Almencho. The fewer suspects, the easier to handle. Besides, Syndicate still doesn't know Pavla were pirates, right? Yeah, because I haven't reported it yet. Seeing this, Kay's eyes widened in shock, sweat beading as she stared ahead and stammered. Wait, don't tell me you're... He leaned forward with a smile, stretching his arm across the table. Knew you'd catch on quick. Then Zeke casually swept all the bottles, glasses, and everything on the table crashing to the floor. Exactly, no need for us to lift a finger. His face darkened as he flashed an extremely sinister smile. Just drag all the syndicate executives, the ones still wavering between Mechan and Pavla, into this game, then report everything to Don Juan. Done. Hearing that, Kay's body suddenly went dizzy, her vision blurring as everything around her grew hazy and unclear. She gritted her teeth hard, sweat pouring down her face as she stammered. You do realize what you're saying, right? Zeke replied calmly, of course I do. Kay's face turned deathly pale, her trembling hands clutching her chest as her eyes widened in full panic, and she shouted, "This is an utterly insane plan. You know full well what happens to traitors who betray the organization." Zeke slammed his hand down hard on the table. Then he roared loudly, making the red-haired woman flinch in shock. Once all the executives are wiped out in one go, who the hell is left to distinguish between traitors and loyalists? His face darkened as he growled low. Are you planning to stay a mere pawn for the organization your whole life? Didn't you already accept my proposal to become the new leader? Zeke gripped the wine bottle on the table tightly, eyes blazing with fury as he stared straight ahead. From now on, there's no more fold, only call or raise. Choose. Kay's eyes widened in astonishment at his expression right now. The red-haired woman clenched her hand over her chest, gritting her teeth as she trembled and thought inwardly. He's right. I didn't join the organization just to stay a pawn like this forever. Zeke Draker, possessing extraordinary intelligence-gathering abilities that uncovered Pavla's true origins without anyone noticing. And it didn't stop there. With that same intelligence network, he even located ancient ruins that had never been publicly revealed and claimed large quantities of high-quality artifacts completely intact. After witnessing those absurd capabilities firsthand, I'd already decided to throw in my lot with him. Kay reached out and tightly grasped Zeke's hand that was holding the wine bottle. But right now, the red-haired woman stood up shakily, snatching the bottle back toward herself, her face flushing red, getting scared after hearing the plan. How pathetic. Kay squeezed her eyes shut and tilted the bottle back, downing it in one long gulp. She finished the entire bottle under Zeke's stunned, admiring gaze. Kay slammed the empty bottle down on the table and shouted, "Is that all? If we fail, we're dead anyway. This is the biggest gamble of my life." The red-haired woman broke into an excited grin, wiping the lingering wine from her lips as she yelled, "No limit, all in." Zeke felt deeply satisfied seeing this, smirking as he replied, starting to feel the thrill now. That bet, I promise you won't regret it. At this moment, the cigarette in Kay's hand was gradually burning out. The hand holding the cigarette trembled, perhaps from fear. Her other hand immediately steadied it. The red-haired woman stood by the balcony gazing into the distance. "Zeke Draker, I'm betting everything on you." On the table in the room lay a newspaper. A series of arson incidents in the central continent. Coincidence or deliberate crime? Last night, multiple fires broke out simultaneously across various locations in the central continent. Local investigation agencies unanimously concluded that due to the geographical distances involved, it's unlikely to be an organized crime. Since the buildings were completely incinerated with no traces left behind, the incidents were ultimately ruled as accidents caused by human negligence. Meanwhile, inside a vast and luxurious mansion, a man sat silently in a pitch-dark room without a single light, muttering, "No matter who the bastard is, I swear." He leaned back, a newspaper appearing on his desk. Don Juan held his wine glass, face darkened as he stared out the window and spoke in a low voice. "I won't let you die peacefully, leader of the Mechan cartel, Don Juan." At the Grand Academy, the setting sun cast an even more magnificent and imposing glow. The steady tapping of fingers on the wooden table betrayed clear boredom. Zeke propped his chin on his hand, face showing obvious disinterest as he lazily glanced aside. "Another semester's almost over. It's been half a year since everyone learned about my blue realm. I figured it was about time. Looking at the luxurious wooden box on the table lined with red velvet and containing an invitation inside, he changed his mind. But actually receiving the invitation to the promotion banquet still makes me nervous as hell. The promotion banquet was the ceremony celebrating young Draker family members who had surpassed the gold swordsman realm and stepped into the knight realm. Even for Drakers, it usually took until around age 20 to reach blue or purple knight realm, so this event was also known as the Draker-style coming-of-age ceremony. Zeke closed his eyes, recalling a meeting from long ago as he thought, "It's been almost 3 years since I last saw the family head. Hope nothing goes wrong." Afternoon sunlight streamed through the massive glass windows, shining down onto the marble floor of the grand banquet hall. The banquet hall, the central spring garden grand hall of Four Seasons City. Numerous distinguished guests and nobles were present, mingling and chatting cheerfully in a lively atmosphere. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a warm, courteous voice. "May I pay respects to the head of the Draker family?" He turned with a smile. "Oh, you're here." Abel approached with his signature industrial smile, polite yet fake. "Abel, how have you been lately, my lord?" While the banquet continued vibrantly, the two stood apart talking. Abel spoke first. "By the way, this is the first time I've seen a promotion banquet attended by so many important figures." The head nodded. "Indeed." The family head glanced around the joyful banquet and continued. "Well, after all, he's the youngest blue knight on the continent, so it's only natural all eyes are on him." Abel narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of rage appearing, even though he knew full well that before Zeke, the youngest blue knight was himself, yet he deliberately mentioned it. Then the family head turned back and extended his hand politely. "Well, it seems Zeke is about to arrive. I need to prepare for the ceremony. It's been a while since we last met and we haven't talked much. My apologies." Abel bowed deeply in respect. "Please don't concern yourself, my lord." As he walked away, the family head turned slightly with a smile and added a reminder. "Enjoy this precious banquet while you can, Abel." Abel maintained his bowed posture and replied, "Understood, my lord." Only after the family head had walked far away did he slowly raise his head. His blue eyes flashed, his face now darkened into an utterly foul expression. On this side, Zeke tugged lightly at his collar, grumbling uncomfortably, "Damn, it's stifling." He walked down the luxurious corridor alongside Duke, tugging at his gloves as he complained. "Lately it's been impossible to meet Master, huh?" The lazy uncle walking ahead replied, "Don't even start. I'm supposed to be retired, yet they dragged me back to work like a damn ox. I can't even go home properly." Duke frowned as he walked, his face full of irritation. "And on top of that, I've been run ragged dealing with that damn Arthur. Now today they make me play tour guide for you, and then he has the nerve to say a master guiding his disciple is only natural. What a shameless blockhead." Zeke glanced at him and thought with a wry smile, "No wonder his complexion looks so bad. He's been overworked." He continued following Duke and asked, "So now we're heading to Spring Garden?" Duke stuffed his hands in his pockets, looking stylish as he walked ahead. "Yeah, in Four Seasons City, that's the only place outsiders are allowed." Duke furrowed his brows, still grumbling. Zeke followed silently behind, glancing around attentively as he thought. The main facilities of Four Seasons City are divided into 4 districts total. According to Duke, Spring Garden is the only area open to outsiders, so most events are held there. Summer Rock handles all Draka family-related affairs and also houses the family head's office. Autumnfell is where internal ceremonies like night induction rituals for the family order take place. Finally, Wintercup stores the rare artifacts the family has collected over thousands of years. Zeke pursed his lips, looking around as he thought inwardly, "I've only ever heard about it. This is my first time actually setting foot here." Before regression, around this time I'd already been expelled from the academy. Finally, the two reached a massive, ornate door. Duke spoke, "Well, we're here." He looked at the door ahead seriously. "From here, you go in alone. This door is reserved only for the guest of honor at the banquet." Duke gently placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder with advice. "I have another assignment, so I can't attend the banquet." He smiled with trust and pride, looking down at him. "Don't lose your nerve, just walk in confidently." Zeke closed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a soft, warm smile as he thought, "Having someone worry about me doesn't feel bad at all." Zeke tilted his head and teased, "Master really worries about everything, huh?" Duke saw this, put his hands on his hips, laughed loudly and said, "Whatever, just don't cause trouble. That's all I ask from you, kid." In the grand hall, golden trumpets blared solemnly in unison. Red banners embroidered with golden dragons and crossed swords fluttered as a booming voice announced, "The guest of honor for tonight's banquet, Lord Zeke Draker, is entering." Abel stood to the side holding a wine glass, glancing over with an unpleasant expression. A long red carpet stretched ahead, lined on both sides by people standing neatly at attention. Then came the image of Zeke in a red cloak, descending the stairs with dignified steps and cold eyes. As he reached the center, those around him whispered in awe at his powerful presence. "Oh, that's Lord Zeke, only 15 and already reached Blue Realm, truly worthy of being the Golden Pureblood Awakener. But I never imagined he'd break Abel's record as the youngest to advance to Blue Knight. Huh, you haven't heard. Lord Zeke has already surpassed Abel's academy achievements. Oh, amazing. Zeke walked forward and knelt, bowing his head before the family head who stood waiting, holding the great sword prepared for the knighting ceremony. Arthur Draker, head of all Dragonslayers, hereby declares that Zeke Draker takes his first steps on the path to becoming a knight. He drew the sword lightly and placed it on Zeke's shoulder. His voice rang out echoing through the grand hall filled with witnesses. In the name of Draker, I bestow blessings upon the bright future of this Draker, who will walk the glorious path of a knight. Suddenly his words paused for a moment, catching Zeke's attention. And Zeke's sharp golden eyes widened, filled with astonishment as he heard, Zeke Draker shall be officially knighted as a knight of the Draker family. The nobles and knights below who witnessed it were stunned, simultaneously receiving the knight title. The grand hall immediately buzzed with whispers. What? Only 15 and already an official Draker knight? Even as the youngest Blue Knight, isn't this decision way too hasty? Zeke glanced up slightly, his eyes showing complex emotions and unease. But the condition for receiving an official knight title in the Draker family is purely based on achievements. Because Drakers are blessed with aura power, awakening early and reaching purple or blue knight realm is almost a given. So instead of judging by aura realm, they value achievements above all else. Even Abel, who held the record as youngest Blue Knight before me, took 3 months of accumulated achievements before being granted official knighthood. That alone shows how absolutely crucial achievements are in Draker. Yet the family head's announcement just now completely went against the previous regulations. After the knighting, the sword was returned to its place. The image of Zeke in deep thought reflected on the gleaming blade. Since knighting is the family head's prerogative, there's no opposition, but it's still hard to understand. I wonder what he's plotting. Right after the family head's voice rang out, today I am deeply honored to introduce my son to everyone. He stood beside Zeke with immense pride. Zeke is not only the first ever Golden Awakener, but also the youngest to reach Blue Knight realm. I believe in the future he will become an outstanding knight, surpassing even me. Then he lifted the wine glass from the nearby table. I don't want to be an overly boastful father, so I'll stop bragging here. The family head raised his glass high in toast, smiling happily yet full of calculation. Now I conclude this ceremony with congratulations. Let us all toast to the bright future of this talented young man and pray for peace and prosperity across the continent, for Draker. Everyone present raised their glasses in unison, for Draker. He tilted his head back and drained his glass. Everyone followed suit and emptied their glasses. Zeke furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth as he glared at the family head's calm demeanor. In my previous life, when Howard expelled me from the house, he stayed completely silent and did nothing. Yet now he plays the proud father for his talented son. A voice called out, interrupting his thoughts, Zeke. Zeke placed his hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. The family head set his empty glass down and turned to him. Let's move somewhere else. He gave a warm yet clearly fake smile. I want to have a private conversation just between father and son. After that, everyone dispersed, going their separate ways. The blonde young man with glasses frowned slightly and turned to speak to the coldly glaring Abel behind him. Hey Abel, don't you think you should control your expression a bit? His face now darkened, mood worse than ever. That's not the face an older brother should make when congratulating his youngest sibling. His face now darkened, mood worse than ever. That's not the face an older brother should make when congratulating his youngest sibling. Abel remained silent, lips pressed tight. Finally he spoke, where's the prince? The other replied. He said he'd come after these boring ceremonies are over, should be soon. The two stood side by side chatting like that, Abel's voice carrying a hint of danger. Then we need to hurry. The guy beside him nodded lightly. I think so too. The ornate door opened, Zeke stepped through and closed it behind him, eyes fixed intently on the badge in his hand. As he walked, he examined it closely, filled with questions. A token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why did the family head give this to me? Zeke ruffled his hair in frustration. It's not something bad, probably fine, right? Damn it, I really don't get it. He glanced toward the main hall where the banquet was still lively with many nobles, knights, and influential figures. But the bigger issue now was, this promotion banquet doesn't last just one day, it's multiple consecutive days. How the hell am I supposed to endure this? Zeke walked along, scratching his head in total confusion. How do they manage to keep a straight face like that and just keep going through days of this? Living in high society really isn't for everyone. Suddenly a voice called out, making him tilt his head to look. Lord Zeke Draker. A delicate hand lightly lifted the hem of her dress as a gentle voice spoke. This is the first time I've had the honor of meeting you in person. Melissa placed her hand over her chest and gave a polite slight bow. I am the first princess of the kingdom of Alentia. Melissa Alentia. Zeke furrowed his brows slightly, silently assessing. Isn't she the prime candidate for the next throne in Alentia? Right now she's acting in place of their frail and incompetent king, implementing bold policies aimed at the common people. and because of that, she's gained overwhelming support from the citizens. That's also why she constantly clashes with the Alentian nobility, but if she officially ascends the throne, sooner or later those nobles will scramble to curry favor with her. Yet before my regression, that highly promising princess, when tensions with the empire escalated, ceased all external activities and then vanished mysteriously. Rumors spread across the continent that the Empire had assassinated her, but after Alentia fell in the war, the truth was buried forever. He pressed his lips together, glancing at her carefully as if probing. In this life, she's been pretty quiet so far, but if she's appearing at an official event like this, maybe things are still okay. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly as if something had just clicked. Wait a second. Zeke recalled Cleef's words from their earlier conversation. The royal family of the kingdom of Alentia, huh? Then he looked again at the blue-haired princess smiling so warmly in front of him. Could it be? Zeke placed his hand over his chest and bowed in return. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. He smiled and extended his hand in welcome, stepping toward her. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. It's truly an honor that you've come to my promotion banquet. Melissa let out a surprised, "Oh, you know of me?" Zeke replied warmly, suddenly making her fall silent for a moment. Of course, I've long admired your people-focused policies. His calm voice continued while distinguished guests around them chatted lively. Many might think they're just flashy handouts, simply giving away what you have. Zeke tilted his head with a professional yet understanding smile. But in reality, from budget allocation down to the tiniest detail, everything has to be calculated meticulously, right? His extremely accurate words left Melissa momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The blue-haired princess covered her mouth with a smile, thinking to herself, as rumored, he really is different from other knights. Zeke looked puzzled and quickly waved his hands in explanation. Did I commit some faux pas toward your highness? She smiled pleasantly, still chuckling softly. No, I'm just surprised someone actually understands the difficulties I face. Honestly, I'm a little moved. After that, Melissa politely bowed and excused herself. Then I'll take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Lord Zeke. He blinked in surprise and asked hastily, leaving so soon? The blue-haired princess gave a refined smile. I'd love to talk more with you, Lord Zeke, but I can't monopolize the guest of honor. Zeke furrowed his brows slightly, casting a cold glance around. Fair enough, even if no one says it out loud. Though everyone was busy with their own conversations, several strange looks were still following the two of them, making her feel awkward. Melissa's sweet, gentle voice rang out, leaving him a bit puzzled. Still, you don't need to feel too disappointed. She covered her mouth with an amused smile. I'm sure there will be better opportunities to meet again. Right after Zeke politely saw off the last guest, he smiled as he watched them leave, finally letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Greeting everyone is pretty much done. Finally, I can breathe a little. Though on the outside he maintained a serious and proper image, inside Zeke was truly exhausted. These kinds of banquets really don't suit my personality at all. I'd rather train with Kaishir, at least that's more bearable. Heavy, clanking footsteps echoed on the floor, instantly putting him on guard. Zeke looked toward the banquet attendees, silently assessing, the sound of heavy armor clashing. He frowned slightly, his gaze darkening as he thought, who the hell shows up to a banquet wearing full armor? A bold, hearty voice rang out, accompanied by a fluttering red cloak. Finally found you. A man appeared clad in gleaming full-plate armor with a long sword at his hip. You're the guest of honor for tonight's banquet, right? Kara strode forward with his knights in imposing formation, grinning widely. Zeke Draker, the youngest blue knight to be knighted, correct. The fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Karas, the one who, together with Abel, triggered the Continental War before my regression. He extended his hand in a hearty greeting. I am the fourth prince of the great Rome Empire. Karas approached boldly, hand thrust forward decisively, eyes gleaming with arrogant confidence as he boomed. Karas Nerva Constantinus. Instead of shaking hands, Zeke slightly bowed his head. One hand over his chest, the other behind his back, he returned the respect. It's an honor to meet your highness Karas. Thank you for attending my promotion banquet. That made the prince's face darken completely. Karas froze, his whole body stiffening at the refusal. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a grin. Karas casually slung an arm around Zeke's neck, pulling him close in overly familiar fashion. Come on now, no need for formalities. Let's have a drink together. Zeke gave a dead fish stare at the arm around his neck, momentarily speechless, while Karas looked thrilled and shouted, Hey, someone bring wine. The best stuff worthy of this historic meeting between me, the most flamboyant prince on the continent, and Zeke, who will become the strongest knight in the future. Red wine was poured into glasses, sloshing slightly over the rim. Then came Karas's booming, commanding voice as he raised his glass with a wide grin. Come on, this is imperial tribute wine. Don't waste a drop, bottoms up. Those around saw Zeke accept the glass so decisively and whispered worriedly. Accepting the fourth prince's invitation so easily like that? Even as the brilliant young blue knight, he's still too green, while Karas is acting so arrogantly. But they also muttered about him that Prince really is reckless. Considering the Draker family's influence, he should be more careful with such rude behavior. Karis grinned with delight and shouted, "Excellent, great, I really like you. Tonight let's drink until neither of us can stand." Suddenly a voice cut in, "Your Highness." Somehow Abel had appeared, hand over chest in a bow. "Congratulations, my lord, the rising sun of the Empire." Karis clapped him on the shoulder with a hearty, "Oh, Abel, you drinking with us too?" Abel replied with utmost respect, "It would be my great honor to accept your highness's invitation, but I have urgent matters that require a private discussion with you." At that Karis's smile vanished, replaced by a frown. "Urgent matters? Speak then." Abel replied mysteriously, "Too many eyes watching here. I believe it would be better if we moved somewhere else." Zeke had been silently observing their exchange the whole time. "Fine, if you insist, I'll hear you out." Then Karis strode off boldly, red cloak billowing dramatically. "Sorry about this, Zeke. I was the one who invited you, yet I have to leave first. Next time we meet, let's drink all night under the beautiful moonlight and share our thoughts on heroic epics praising the Dragonslayer legend." With that, he left with his knights and Abel, amid the fearful trembling of the banquet attendees. Only after Karis had completely departed did the crowd resume their whispers. "A guy like that is really an imperial prince. Well, the Rome Empire has never been big on legitimacy anyway. But you have to admit, Lord Abel's handling of the situation was truly impressive. No wonder he has such a high reputation." Zeke cast a subtle glance around, having heard everything, and thought, "All praise for Abel, huh?" If you didn't know the inside story, you just think he was smoothly covering for a flustered prince. He furrowed his brows, expression hardening gravely. But the fact that the fourth prince and Abel are already in contact, it's happening earlier than the timeline K gave me before regression. And Zeke recalled how the two had interacted earlier. Moreover, the way they treated each other, it looked like they've been close for a long time. Right now, they're probably having a private talk in some room, looking very familiar with each other. The Continental War might not be as far off as I thought. Inside a grand building, sunlight further emphasized its imposing authority and solemnity. Zeke still stared contemplatively at the badge in his hand, a token that could be exchanged for one of the Draker family's treasured reports. He recalled his private conversation with the family head. "So your plan to become the strongest on the continent is progressing well? Seeing you as the guest of honor today, it seems quite smooth." Zeke replied politely and cautiously, "Yes, all thanks to the head of the family." The family head's seemingly harmless words carried an invisible pressure on his shoulders. "Head of the family? In private like this, just call me Father Zeke." Zeke lifted his teacup for a sip, eyes subtly shifting. That sentence just now reminded him of what Carly had once said. "Just call me sis for comfort, Zeke, that's what Carly told me." Zeke gently set the cup down, deep in thought. "Now I finally understand what felt off back then. Abel is acting so boldly that he's pulling the Elder Council to his side. Carly even noticed and started preparing countermeasures. Yet Arthur, the family head, claims not to know. That's illogical. It means he's deliberately turning a blind eye, even though he knows Abel's schemes. If that's the case, was mentioning Carly's words just now meant to pressure me, or was it coincidence? Either way, I'll proceed assuming Arthur is on Abel's side. There's no downside." He glanced at the family head, took another sip of tea, and replied softly, "Yes, Father." The family head smirked. "Father sounds nice. All right, I'll give you a gift as encouragement to keep striving toward your goal." Then he placed something on the table and pushed it toward Zeke. Looking down at the lone badge on the table, he continued, "This is a token that can be exchanged for a treasure kept in Winter Cup." Zeke picked it up, unable to suppress a smile as he thought, Winter Cup, the Draker treasury, famed across the continent for holding the rarest artifacts. The family head didn't forget to raise a finger in reminder. "However, remember this well, among the truly priceless treasures there are also piles of flashy garbage." Zeke obediently replied, "I'll keep that in mind, Father." His footsteps halted. Zeke stood in a dimly lit room. "I don't know what he's plotting by giving me this, but the Dragonslayer report in Winter Cup, Four Seasons City." He gripped it tightly, breaking into an extremely excited grin. "Whatever can be exploited, I'll exploit it to the fullest."